this is a significant one. I'll come back and screen share it again. If you didn't get everything down, I'll screen share it again in a second. So here's the big thing when it comes to this job. So the key number one is mentally commit. So why is that number one? Well, this job is different than most jobs that you've had before, and you're probably going to care more. I'm not saying that you didn't care before, but you'll actually experience what it means to care about your performance. So I'm going to give an example of McDonald's, me working at Mickey D's. Don't get me wrong. I've always been a hard worker. It's something that my parents, kind of taught me or instilled in me in a young age that I'm thankful for. But I never was positively or negatively impacted by my day at McDonald's. Do you guys know what I mean by this? Like I never woke up and was like, yes, 8 hours today at Mickey D's. I cannot wait. Right? I also didn't usually ever dread it. I was just kind of like, whatever, going to McDonald's today. All right. Now, when I was there, I never had a day that I was like, wow, today was so amazing. We sold so many burgers through drive-thru today. That was awesome. Like I never had highs like that. I also never had lows where I would leave and be like, God, man, we only sold $500 tonight for the dinner hour. I can't believe that. Like, how did I feel about my day? I didn't. I was just kind of like, I'm doing a job, clock in, clock out, take off, right? I'm sure most of you can relate with that, all right? I still cared about doing well when I was there, but I wasn't emotionally attached to the results of the day. Most of you will be emotionally attached to the results of this. And so this is what happens. When you have a great day, it is awesome. And you're going to be like, this is so cool. This is like the best. I'm going to sell knives forever. The next day you might have a bad day. We call those character building days. And you might be like, this is horrible. Why am I doing this? And the reason is you're going to take your results personally. All right. Well, this is probably going to feel different to you because you probably haven't had that before. But what I want you to understand is it's a good thing. It means you're alive. When you care about your results, it means it's a really good thing. Now, you're going to care about your results way more than we will. I don't care how much Cutco you sell. I really don't. What do I care? Good attitude, working hard. And I know that if you're working hard and you have a good attitude and you're engaging with us, your results are going to improve. I really don't care how much you sold on that one demo or that one day or whatever. I want you to learn and grow and get better. And that will lead to you doing really well, okay? But you're going to care a lot about one demo or two demos. Like that's just kind of how it goes. So if I'm coaching somebody, what I'm regularly telling them is, hey, commit to the full process. Just forget about the results from each demo. Don't look at one demo. Really just like, hey, you did it. Great. Focus on the next one. I'm going to talk tomorrow. One of the last things I'm going to tell you is a quote that my manager told me. I still use it today, which is every time I would go do an appointment, I would say, this is the best I've ever been. And every time that I got done, I would say, that's the worst I'm ever going to be again. And when I would look at things that way, it allowed me to frame my results to say, whatever, I've got more, right? So that's a really big one, is to mentally commit to the process, all right? The second big key is to break down your fast start. Break it down by number of appointments. Now, guys, what you're attempting to do by selling Cutco is nothing new. We have tens of thousands of people that sell Cutco every year. So we know what the statistics are. So we can give you a range. We can tell you, hey, if you say, you could do it one of two ways. You could say, I want to do 20 to 30 appointments, or you could say, I want to sell $6,000. You can kind of choose, and then we'll let you know what that would produce. So, when somebody says to me, hey, my schedule's open, I really want to go for it, I want to do 10 grand. Well, I would tell you a couple things. I would say, here's how many leads you probably need on your list. And you probably need to do somewhere in the ballpark of 40 to 50 appointments. That's what I would tell somebody. If somebody's like, I want to sell $6,000, make $1,000, I'd say you probably need to do around 30 appointments. Right? So that's what I would do, is I would break it down by the number, because then it's not as big of a deal what happens on one demo. Do you guys follow that? Like when Rebecca said, hey, I'm doing 50 appointments, one appointment didn't matter. One appointment was like, it's 1 out of 50. Who cares? Right? So that's the big thing when it comes to your schedule. The third key of having a big fast start is maximize your first weekend. Maximize your first weekend. All right. Now, I hope there's probably 5, 6, 7 of you that have a busy first weekend, and you're like, and you just heard me say that, and you're like, oh crap. This does not mean that you're doomed. Okay. If you are able to, and I shouldn't even say if you're able to, maximize your first weekend and whatever that means for you. So if you're really busy, hey, do as much as you're able to do around whatever you got going on. If you're wide open, cool, do a lot. Why do I tell you this? Well, you guys are familiar with the whole concept, use it or lose it, right? In other words, if I learned a new skill and then I went and implemented it right away, then it's going to be in here, right? Like I'm locking that in. If I learn something and don't utilize it, my recall isn't going to be as strong. So we want to encourage you to do a lot when you're brand new, because tomorrow when you leave training, it's never going to be as fresh as it is right then. Okay. That's why we have a contest, fast start, all that. So I want to encourage you to plan on trying to do quite a bit when you're brand new. That could mean 5 for you. That could mean 10 for some of you. That could mean 20 appointments, right? You all have different schedules. The last part of today's training, I'm going to go through your schedule, and you are going to go, I'm not going to go through yours. I'm going to go through a generic schedule, and there'll be time for you to write in, hey, I got this going on. I got this going on. And then you're going to engage with your manager about that. Right? So you'll say, hey, Bobby, I just want you to know I'm really busy this weekend. I got this, this, and this. And so my goal is to do blank. And then you might say, hey, Connor, I actually am wide open. I want to really attack it. Here's what my schedule looks like. Right? So there'll be time for you to do that, and then give your manager, kind of a goal of what you're looking at. All right? So let me screen share here again. All right. So we've got maximize first few days. Then this one here, this is actually probably the most important one, is the show the right people HM30. So the last two, write down show the right people and then phone calls today. Write those 2 things down. Hey, managers, make sure that you're sending tickets, if you haven't already, right, in on the group chat so that we can do the drawing for the $50 for the names list, right? All right. So the last 2 things on here, guys, show the right people, HM30, and phone calls. All right, so show the right people. What does that mean? Show the right people, HM30. HM30 is an acronym. H stands for homeowner. M stands for married. 30 is 30 plus. All right, so you want to show to homeowners. Why homeowners? What's the opposite of a homeowner? Would be a renter. Homeowners, they buy more at Cutco. Statistically speaking, they spend more money on kitchen stuff than somebody who rents. We'll talk about that later today. A married person typically spends more money on kitchen stuff than a single person. And then 30 is kind of the magic number in the marketplace of where people start spending more money on kitchen stuff. We know this through market research. Okay. Now, are there some exceptions to the rule? Yeah, totally. You might have somebody who you're like, I got this couple that's 27 and they're married and then whatever. Talk to your manager about that. But the HM30 thing holds true almost all the time. All right. Okay. So this is what a really important concept. If you as a sales representative only did appointments for HM30s, your results will be a lot higher than the normal average. So you guys remember the average is $300, average order, 50% sales ratio. If you're showing to only HM30s, you're going to have higher numbers than that. You could be the exact same rep, but showing to HM30s versus non-HM30s, you're going to get better results. It'd be similar to if I had you play a basketball game against somebody else, right? Let's say you and I are playing basketball. And then we showed up at a court and I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm going on that hoop. You're going on this one. And you look at the hoop I get to shoot on and you're like, wait a second, that's not fair. My side is like, it's like the size of a dumpster. And then your hoop is like this big. I'm like, sorry, man, this is how we're doing it. I get that hoop. I could be really bad at basketball, kind of like heave it up like this from half court. And there's a good shot it's going to go in because my hoop is so large. Do you guys follow this example? That's what it's like when you show to HM30s. You're putting a kitchen product in front of people who buy kitchen products. So that's actually, a lot of the what leads to success with this. You just got to read the manual, but do it for an HM30. You're going to get great results. The extra little caveat on that thing was show your best 5. You're going to hear me talk a lot about this. You don't even know who your best 5 are yet, but I want you to show your best 5 people first, because if you do, you're gonna have an amazing start with the job. Your confidence is gonna be high. You're gonna get good leads, right? And then you're off to the races. Okay. The last key was phone calls, 3-wave attack. When you guys make calls, that's like the working part of the job. You guys will notice when you do appointments, doing appointments isn't really work. That it's pretty simple. Okay. And it's a lot of fun because it's engaging and you're talking to people. The phone part, that's the work. Okay. And we're going to teach you how to make phone calls today. We're going to do a wave of phone calls at the end of training today. That's wave 1. Wave 2 will be on your own. You'll do your own calls later on your own. Wave 3 will be in training tomorrow. Okay. Now, go ahead and write this down. One wave of calls typically equals on the low end booking 2 appointments, on the high end 8 appointments. So 2 to 8. 2 to 8. So this is how, when we do 3 waves, this is how people end up leaving training with 10 to 15 appointments lined up, right? So when you do 3 waves, guys, you're going to have one wave that's a little lackluster. You're going to have one wave that's awesome. And you're going to have one wave that's kind of in the middle. And this is why we split it up, because you guys realize that, like, if we put all our eggs in one basket, like, there's always going to be certain people that just don't answer at that time. Okay. The phone calls are really easy though. We've got an awesome script and it actually works really well. We don't just call people and say, hey, do you want to buy knives? That wouldn't go very well. So we have a little bit more specific script to it. Okay. And you know, we go through it at the end of training today. All right. So those are the main keys. I love showing this. Check this out here. All right. So guys, this is, it doesn't have, let's see. I took a sample size. I think I took like 10 people in a row. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I took 11 people in a row. I didn't put the most recent people on here. All right. So these are people just recently that got started in the last month, roughly last month, that got over 10 grand in their first 10 days. Here's the amount. Sales and demos, this is really cool. So what this is, it shows you like Seth Koretsky. He was in the very first virtual training that I ran. Seth did 56 appointments in 10 days and he made 38 sales. So if you look, why do I show you this? This is a big enough sample size. What I want you to do is just kind of notice like trends, right? So what's the normal amount of appointments for somebody to sell 10K? 56, 35, 34, 57, 62, 46, 40, 58, 28. Tyler did it. Tyler from Omaha did it in 28 appointments, 42 and 29. What I would say is the bulk is probably in the 40 range, right? What's the normal sales ratio? 60s. You guys see that? What's the normal average order? 400 probably. They're kind of all over though. 413, 700, 800 for Tyler. You can see these guys' average orders. That's what led them to sell 17 grand and 12.5. And then this is how much they made. If you want to take a little screenshot of this, again, I like to teach based on like what people have done to get there. All right. So take a look at this. All right. All right. So, again, I show you that just to give you a little idea of what some of the big numbers kind of require, if you will. Hey, we're going to talk about the names list, and then we'll do the drawing here in a little bit. Colleen is getting like all the names entered in and getting it all situated, but some of you guys crushed the names list. I think we have a new record too from somebody. You probably know who you are. Let me just touch on that. 30 was the minimum. If you got 30, awesome, right? That's what you needed to get to for training today. Okay. We had some people that weren't able to get to 30. They're not here today because you kind of have to be at that to be able to get to move the ball forward. All right. If it was a struggle to get to 30, great job getting there. Some of you got to 30 really easily and then you didn't do anymore because you were busy. Hey, if that's the case, earmark a little bit of time later to spend some more time on that. You guys follow that? If you got to 50, 60, 70, awesome. It just gives you more options. Those of you guys that got over 100, there's a lot of you that got over 100. Great effort. That's not easy to do. And what I love to see is that when somebody gets to 100 easily and then they add more, and that shows effort, right? And what I told you yesterday is, look, you're all in different situations. It doesn't matter to me necessarily like the result as much as the effort that somebody puts in. So if it took you a ton of effort to get to 100, somebody else did it easily, whatever. Great job dealing with your own personal situation. Okay. Some of you were like, I'm going to ask mom and dad and they're going to give me a ton. And then you went and asked them and they were like, nope. And you're like, okay, maybe I'll lower my goal. If that was you, I get it. Right. So you're figuring it out as you go, and we're there to help you figure it out as you go. Okay. So engage with your manager, because they're never going to be upset. They're the people who are going to be there and like try and give you a solution. Hey, what about this? What about this? Right. I almost quit after my first day of training. I don't share that on the first day, but I went home after the first day all jazzed up to work on my names list. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna crush Tony, my buddy, right? And I went home and like ran into a buzzsaw known as my parents. And my parents are supportive of like up to that point of pretty much everything. And I'm like, hey, mom. And it was all over this list on the fridge. She had this calling list on the fridge of her tennis team. And it was her and 7 other women. All the numbers were right there. I was like, Mom, can I grab that list? Can I use those ladies' numbers? My mom's like, wait, what? And I'm like, from my list. And she's like, oh, no. You can't call anyone that knows us. I'm like, excuse me? She's like, yeah, nobody that knows us. I'm like, that's how I get started. And she's like, yeah, like we said, we thought it was going to be hard for you. I was like, you're making it, you're making it hard for me. This isn't hard. All of a sudden it's hard. And I couldn't talk him into it. So I called my buddy Tony and I'm like, dude, what do I do? What'd you do? And he's like, my mom gave me like 100 numbers. I'm like, okay, that doesn't help me. And I'm like, what should I do? I said, I don't know if I can do the job. And he goes, call Kevin. And Kevin was my manager. So I said, all right. So I called Kevin that night. Kevin, he was married, 4 kids at the time. He has like 8 kids now. And Kevin spent like 10, 15 minutes on the phone with me at night after running training. I was so appreciative of him. I was like, well, this guy's got a family. He's talking to me at night. This is awesome. And he just brainstormed with me. He's like, what about this? What about this? He helped me find a solution. And then I went to work and I spent 4 hours on my names list. After sitting in training, I spent 4 hours on my names list, whitepage.com. It's not really as big of a thing now, but back then everybody had home numbers, right? So I was whitepage.com with my yearbook open. I was like, what about that one? Okay, let me put that. And I came up with 200 numbers. And I still didn't win, right? But I was more confident. And the other thing that I don't think I recognized then, I was so much more invested to winning at this job after that experience. You guys understand that? Like the fact that I cleared that hurdle, for me, I had more ammo. I'm like, I'm just going to prove my parents I can do this. And my parents, by the way, they came around, right? And they were really supportive after I showed them the presentation. If your parents are like mine were, my biggest tip to you would be do something that I didn't do, swallow your pride, and have them be one of your first appointments. Okay? In my experience, when you show them what you're doing, they're on board, right? They at least understand what you're doing. My parents did not understand. I also was too stubborn to show them. I was like, whatever, I don't need you. And so I just did a bunch of appointments. And then I didn't show them Cutco for like 2 weeks. I actually ended up showing to the women on my mom's tennis team in a weird way. It was, you guys know, like, what's the saying, like the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon or something like that? Have you ever heard of that? Like everybody's connected. So I ended up showing to my buddy, Jason Kemp's mom. I basically started out with Buddy's parents. Jason Kemp's mom, I showed to her. She recommended me to her sister. I book a demo with her. I get over there and she goes, wait, and this is all my first 10 days. She goes, what's your last name again? I said, Espigard. She goes, is your mom Kathy? I was like, yeah, why? And she goes, I'm on your mom's tennis team. It took me like 1 layer of referrals to get to my mom's tennis team. And I'm like, what? I was like, this is awesome. So I'm doing the demo for her. She buys a galley. Who do you think I asked for in recommendations? The whole tennis team. I was like, hey, you know what? Would you mind jotting down all the ladies on the tennis team? I haven't even shown my mom yet. She's like, they would love this. And she got the same list, wrote them all down. I'm like, this is awesome. So I called all of them and they were all like super excited to hear from me. They all got demos and they all bought 7 for 7. So what did my mom slowly hear every time she played tennis? Oh, Dane was over. Awesome. We bought some stuff. My mom's like the only one that hasn't seen it. And so slowly she was like, hey, so-and-so said you did a great job. I'm like, yep. But I wasn't going to back down. I was like waiting. We were both awkwardly talking like, yep. Both waiting for the other person to say, do you want to see the presentation? And then finally my dad saw one of my paychecks and was like, all right, you're doing a demo tonight. And I was like, I got to check my schedule. I don't know if I'm open, you know? But then they saw it, they loved it. And then my mom started giving me, you know, a bunch of leads and stuff too. So everything happens for a reason. But since then I'm like, man, if I just would have shown them right away, my mom would have hooked me up with some leads a little sooner. So, all right. The other thing to keep in mind is this list should never get smaller. The reason it should never get smaller is because you're getting more leads. So you should be growing the list. Either you just didn't do as much as you could have yesterday, or it's because you're getting more leads and that list will grow from there. All right. All right. I think we're almost ready for the drawing. 2 minutes. We had somebody with over 1,000. So I don't know how it's taking a moment to get all those tickets into the drawing because that's like infinity ticket. All right. So, all right, let me give you the main premise of today. Okay. So guys, jot this down. I want you to write down main premise of today, product conviction and building value. Write that down, product conviction and building value. Then I want you to write down price doesn't matter. Price doesn't matter. All right. So product conviction, building value. I'm going to teach you guys today the basics of building value. Building value is a really important thing. And I talked about this yesterday. That's what sales is. Don't look at sales as an exchange of $1 for a product or a service. Sales is learning how to build value in something. Okay? Everything we do. Relationships can be sales. Right? Like trying to get out of a tough situation. Like if you're in a fight with your significant other, right? Being able to diffuse that is building value in something. Parenting is sales. I have to like build value for my girls of like, why not to run into the water, right? Or why not to run into the street? Teaching is sales, right? It's everything has to do with building value. And that's what we're going to talk about today. That's how our presentation is created. The other part of this is that what you want to understand is that price doesn't matter. Okay. Now, that's a bold statement. It matters a little bit, but price doesn't matter as much as what I'm getting for my money. Does everybody understand the difference with that? Price doesn't matter as much as what I'm getting for my money. So oftentimes we get kind of stuck on like the dollar amount of something when in reality, the dollar amount isn't really that important. You guys have all spent a lot of money on something that you thought was worth it. Doesn't mean everybody else thought it was worth it, but you thought it was worth it. So I'm gonna try and sell you two things. I got two things I'm gonna try and sell you. Number one, this beautiful hot pink Sharpie marker. Look at this thing. So beautiful, right? Awesome bold color here. This thing is never gonna run out. Oh shoot, I just broke it. I'm still selling it, hold on. The cap is on a little too hard. Just pretend like that didn't happen. All right, I'm selling this beautiful pink Sharpie marker. It's never going to run out of juice. I can write upside down. I can write in water with this thing. It smells like pure success. I'm selling this wonderful, not damaged Sharpie marker for $2,000. Who can afford this $2,000 Sharpie marker? Anybody? Any takers? You scroll through, not really seeing any takers. All right. Second thing I'm selling, I just picked up this brand new red Ferrari. This thing is so legit. All right, I just got it this morning. Man, this thing has got some juice. All right, so I've already been pulled over and ticketed 3 times. Every time I pull up to like a stoplight or anything, I just feel like I gotta just like I gotta floor it. There's so much power in this thing. I'm gonna lose my license. I'm probably gonna go to jail. It's not worth the trouble. I don't care about the money. I'm selling this brand new red Ferrari. I'm selling it for $2,000. Who can afford this brand new Ferrari for $2,000? Any takers? All right. I'm using a really drastic example to make the point. But let me walk you through this example. You either have $2,000 or you do not have $2,000. There's not really gray area on that, right? You're not like, well, I kind of do. Like, you either have it or you don't have it. So when I said, can you afford $2,000 Sharpie? Even those of you that have 2,000 were like, no, can't afford it, right? Why? Is that there's two things that matter: price and value, price and perceived value. So if this is $2,000, the value of this beautiful hot pink Sharpie marker is here. If price is here and value is here, that goes into our brain and comes out as that's a ripoff, no chance. Does everybody follow that? Even if you have the money, you're not going to spend it because it's not what? Worth it. If I have let's say I've got this red Ferrari. All right, well, hey, red Ferrari, pretty awesome. That's worth a lot more than $2,000. I think we can all agree on that. So if this is $2,000, still $2,000, same $2,000, a red Ferrari's value is way up here, right? So what does that mean? We don't think, do we have $2,000? We think, is it worth it? You guys follow that? Do you see how that's actually what you're doing when you assess to buy something? Is you're asking the question of, is it worth it? Is it worth it goes to the relationship between price and value. Some of you do not have $2,000, and I said, could you afford the Ferrari? And you're like, yep. Right? And if this were a real scenario that I actually had that car and I was like, meet me at this intersection with $2,000 tonight at 8 p.m., you'd be like, I'm there. And then after we're done with the conversation, you'd be like, how do I get $2,000? I got to get $2,000. Like, you'd figure it out, wouldn't you? And the reason is it's so worth it. So again, I'm using a very drastic example, but what I want you to understand is that it's not the money, it's do we think that what we're buying is worth it? And that's based on value. So I want you to think right now of what's one thing that you've spent your own hard-earned money on, one thing that was a lot to you. You spent a lot of money on that one thing, and I want you to jot that one thing down. This could be something that maybe somebody else that you know, like in your social circle, your parents are like, what? You spent how much? Right? Clearly they didn't value it the same way that you did, but you're like, yeah, back off. This thing's awesome. Right? Write down one thing that you spent a lot on. Send it to me in the chat. Send me a few examples. We're gonna come back to this a little bit later in training. But one thing that you spent a lot of money on that you were proud, you were like, yep, this thing is awesome. Right? Could be a car, it could be a computer, it could be a phone, it could be a trip. Right? It could be hunting gear, it could be clothes, it could be a designer thing, it could be a pair of heels, could be Jordans, could be, right? Like something that you spent a lot on that somebody else is like, wait, what? On your budget? You shouldn't have paid that. And it's like, well, I did, and I'm happy about it. Okay? All right. Hey, I'm going to let clean screen share here as you guys send those in. We're going to do the drawing. Check out this cool thing that we have. You ready to do it? Watch this. Yeah. Here we go. So there's 4 winners. 4 of you guys are winning $50. If you're over 100, your name is on this cool wheel. Check that out. So she's going to shuffle it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Excuse me. Olivia from Minneapolis. You could only win once. Olivia won because she had 1,563 contacts in queue. If she didn't win, that would be really odd. So she had 63 tickets. So she's out of there now. Olivia, send me your Venmo. I'll send you $50. Congratulations. All right, next up. Life worked out the way it was supposed to there. Next one, next one. So many less names on the wheel now that she's out. McKenna from Grand Forks, getting some North Dakota love. Send your Venmo to Mr. Frazier. He'll send you $50. Here we go. 2 more winners. Deuce from AC. Send that Venmo code over to your manager, Nick Leindecker. Gonna send you some cash. Last one, last but not least. Ooh, Jack from Stillwater, getting those tickets. Send that to Elliot. He will send you $50. All right, we're gonna do more drawings tomorrow, different contest, but we like to use that wheel. That wheel's fun. All right. Okay, so let's go through. I'm going to do a little bit of screen sharing. Write this down. Higher value, easier decision to buy. So here's how I want you to look at sales. I want you to look at sales as it's your job to build value. And when you build a lot of value, the decision to buy or not buy, very simple. If that whole Ferrari thing really existed, I wouldn't have to be a good salesperson to sell a lot of them, right? So when you build value in a presentation, your job becomes that much easier. All right. So here we go. Let me walk you through the actual presentation. So guys, open up your manual. Open up to page 2. Open up to page 1. This is how the presentation starts. All right, so let me just introduce you to what happens on a Cutco appointment. So you got the price over here on the left. This is the price, whatever that is, all right? When you start your presentation, you're given this much value. All right, what's that value? The value is they know you, right? You start out with people that you know, they know who you are, you get a little bit of value. Now, that is not enough value to buy. If you think people are gonna buy because they know you, not gonna happen. If you start out the presentation, you're like, hey, Aunt Susie, here's how much it is. Just keep in mind, it's me. You wanna get it? They're gonna say, too expensive. Why is it too expensive? Because no, I'm not saying that you're only worth this much, but there's this much value and there's this much price, okay? Now, even when you show the recommendations, you get a little bit of value. What's the little bit of value? Well, I was referred to you by a friend, so it's at least this much. Like if a buddy of mine, if a friend of mine recommended anything, I'm gonna check it out. Hey, go check out this restaurant. Awesome, there's a little bit of value. Hey, I got this new car. It's awesome. Here's why, a little bit of value, right? So there's a little bit of value there. So that's basically page 1. Page 1 in your manual gives you a little bit of value. Go to page 2. And I'm going to show you a couple things on here. So on page 2, we're going to build some value on this page. Well, how do we build value on this page? We build value by reading it, but here are some things. I'm going to put a little bit of value right there. You guys see I just put a V on there? That's because it's American made and it's been around since 1949. Does that build a little bit of value? Do people care about American made stuff? Totally, right? So we get a little bit of value for that. If you do, K-bar might give you a little bit of value. I'm gonna leave that off for right now, but there's other little things that give you some value throughout. Now we do the super shears video at the bottom of the page here. Well, there's a value for the super shears. They get to see a penny cut. That's pretty cool. Then you do the peeler, a little bit more value. I used the peeler this morning on a mango, unbelievable. Right, so a little bit more value right there. So it's page, okay, page 3. Page 3, this is always kind of an interesting page. We don't immediately build any value on this page. Now, I paused there for a second so that you hear this next point. It's not because this page isn't important. This page is actually really important, and it kind of tees up page 4 on how we're going to build the most value on that page. Okay, so turn to page 4. All right, page 4, I'm going to add the first V here. A little bit of value is going to be from the handle. Let's just say, let's combine the fact that it's wedge lock and thermal resin. That gives us a V. Then we're gonna have another V for the full tank construction, 3 nickel silver rivets. Then we have another V for the rope cut, for the double the edge. And then when we cut the rope, that's another value. All right, well, let me ask you this question. When you go to stores, do you expect things to be ripoffs, crazy awesome deals, or fairly priced, which is in the middle? Fairly priced. When you go to a store, you expect things to be fairly priced. Therefore, like if everything in a store were a ripoff, you wouldn't go back to that store. This is why clearance sections work really well, right? If you go into a store that you like, almost every time you will go to the clearance rack. I love Lululemon. When I go in that store, if I see anything on clearance, I'm like throwing elbows, right? I wasn't even going there for that stuff. But if I see something that's crazy discounted in a brand I already like, I'm like, back off. I'm taking a look at this thing. I'm like a Black Friday shopper on in a Lulu clearance section because you don't always see them. So my point is, once the value exceeds the price just a little bit, that's when it makes sense for people to start buying. Does everybody see how this works? That's when it makes sense for somebody to start buying. But we're not done yet. So page 5 is the guarantee. I'm going to put another little value block on there. Now, this is where you can kind of see a flaw in my system. What's the flaw in my system? Right now, I have all of these being the same size. You guys should recognize the value one is like 4 of the other one. The value for the guarantee is worth like 4 of everything else. So we get some value because it's going to last them forever. Now, we haven't gone through page 6 and 7 yet. We're about to go through these two. This is where we go through all the knives that are in the homemaker set. Well, there's a lot of videos on this page. So we're going to go through videos of the trimmer, the spatula. We're going to go through all these. But when you get through all those, it's going to add more value. All right. Well, this is the part that that makes a big difference. We don't open up the presentation with saying, hey, here's how much Cutco is, now let me tell you why. What we do is we just build value. We don't tell them the price. We build value, build value, build value all the way through the day, right? All the way through the presentation. And then at the end of the presentation, they're going to expect the price to be equal to the value. Does everybody understand why that is? We expect things to be fairly priced. So then when we tell them the price is down here, that's when you get big sales. That's when people say, yeah, I want to get this. It's the same feeling when you go into a store that you like and you see a clearance item and it says, it never just says the new price, right? It always says clear or regular, $100, line through it. Then it says on sale, $75, line through it. And then it says clearance only $49.99. You've all seen this. Why do they do that? Because they want you to see this is what the price should be, could be, here's what the reality is. That's what gets us to say, I don't care if I already have 2 of these, I don't have this color, I'm going to buy it. It's too good of a deal for me to pass up. And this is what happens when selling Cutco. Okay? All right. Now, guys, it's really important. We're going to talk about dollars today. We're going to talk about how much stuff costs. We're going to talk about things for the home. What I want you to understand is that when we're talking about dollars today, we're not talking about your dollars. Your guys' budget is not the budget we're talking about. When I'm talking about people buying $1,000 at Cutco or $2,000 or $500 or $300, that's not your money. To you, that's a lot of money, right? But to a middle-aged married couple, a homeowner, they're on a different budget than you are. And I know that's obvious, but you got to remind yourself that when we're going through prices. Okay? Really important. Okay, let's talk about the homemaker. So in your notes, go ahead and write down homemaker set. Okay? All right. So here you go. Homemaker set. You've got a couple of things here. There's 2 homemaker sets. So in your notes, guys, go ahead and write down homemaker plus 8, basic homemaker. Homemaker plus 8 and basic homemaker. So what is in these 2? What are in these 2? So up here at the top section here, is see up here, right? It's all these knives which we're about to go through. These are like our basic knives, okay? All right. The table knife at the end here, that's the difference. So this thing here is called a homemaker plus 8. It has all the normal pieces plus 8 table knives. That's what you set the table with. The basic homemaker has all the knives, no table knives. Okay. Okay. Now, these two sets are our most popular sets. So going back to this thing, we sell a bunch of these every year. This is designed for like a normal family that does a normal amount of cooking, a couple of nights a week. Now, when I say 2 to 3 nights a week, this doesn't mean that's all they cook. Obviously, people use knives all day, right? Like this morning in our house, we made waffles for the girls. So I used 2 different knives for that. We made some avocado toast. So we used our spatula spreader. We used a paring knife for that as well. And then a spatula in the frying pan, a Cutco frying pan for the eggs, right? And then I used the peeler for the mango. So a couple of times, like that doesn't count as really a dinner, right? But we use those for breakfast. Okay, so let's talk about what's in these. So guys, on page 6 in your manual, be there, and I'm gonna show you right here. Okay, so let me screen share. All right, here you go. So guys, right here, I'm gonna go this, okay? And I'm gonna go all the way to the guarantee. Okay, so guys, this, if I'm looking real quickly at the bottom of page 5, this is where I just finished the bottom of page 5, right? Now I'm gonna click next, and it's gonna take me to this. So I'm gonna be right here for the top of page 6. All right, so here we go. Mrs. Blank, you can buy individual pieces, but most customers agree that over a lifetime, sets are a much better value. But most customers agree that over a lifetime, sets are much better value. It's important to have the right tool for the right situation because of safety and efficiency. We have 2 larger set options for customers who love to cook, a complete set and a family set. But I'm gonna start with the pieces in our basic set, which is the most popular. It's called the Homemaker Plus 8. It has the minimum number of tools to do 100% of the jobs in your kitchen as efficiently as possible. It's the best value for the average family, and it starts with your paring knife. And then I would click next. Okay. So I get here. This is one of the few knives that doesn't actually have a video. Okay. So I get here, I say paring knife. Cutco's air knife has a long handle. It makes peeling and paring comfortable. And you'd use this for small jobs in the air, but rarely on the cutting board. And that's why you have your trimmer. All right, guys, on this, everybody knows what a paring knife's for. That's why there's not a video. Then I'm gonna get to the trimmer. And I'm gonna say this trimmer, this is your small utility knife for small fruits and veggies. Cross off, guys, cross off where it says, do you have a tomato or soft fruit that we can cut? Cross that off. I do want you to say you'll never smash a tomato ever again. And then you're gonna ask what's called a buying question. Mine has a pearl handle, which color do you like better? That's such a powerful question. So when I was new, I didn't understand how important of a question that was. But why this is such an important question is because it gets them to start thinking of, hey, if I owned Cutco, what would look better in my kitchen? Right? If I were selling cars, you better believe if you show any interest in a car, I would just test you out by saying this. I'd be like, yeah, that's a cool car. Hey, if you were to ever get one, are you more of like the darker color, like black or dark blue, or do you think you'd maybe go with the lighter color? I'm trying to gauge how interested you are, but I also am starting to get you to think, if I owned this car, this is the one I would want. If you seem interested, I would then be like, interior, what do you think on the interior? This one comes with this or this. I'm trying to get you to pick out your car. Right? So with this, when you guys say which color you like better, sometimes people right away go, oh, definitely the black. That's good. It means they've already thought about it. A lot of times, though, they think about it and they say, I guess maybe the white. So what are they doing? They're looking in their kitchen. They're like, what would match my kitchen more? People care a lot about things matching in their kitchen. And then you'd say everyone loves the versatility. All right, so guys, I'm going to show you how to do this with a video. How you do this, you guys see that? So right when I get to this slide, like right away, I'm going to click play. Right? Does everybody follow that? So right away, I'm going to click play. And then I'm going to, when I push play, I'm going to start reading the script. Then when I get to that hash mark, you guys see that bolded hash mark? I'm going to look up from my script and finish narrating the video. When the video is over, I'm going to pick up where that hash mark is. That hash is basically that backslash. That's my like transition to the next knife. Does everybody follow that? Okay, so here's what it would look like. So everybody pay attention here. So I'm going to say, all right, so I get to the trimmer, and then I'm going to say, perfect. So this is your small utility knife for small fruits and veggies. You'll never smash a tomato ever again. Check that out. And then you can tell this one here has a pearl handle. Which color do you like better? Oh yeah, that's a great choice. I think that color looks awesome, right? Whatever one they say. Everyone loves the versatility of this knife. Now I'm going to look up and I'm going to narrate. So check this out. You can just slide it right through. The tomato doesn't even move. Isn't that awesome? That's raw chicken. That is so amazing. The chicken like doesn't even move. Isn't that fantastic? Do you guys cook a lot of chicken? You do? Okay, cool. It's also really good for citrus fruits, so oranges. The size makes it really like convenient for these things. That's a lemon for like lemon water or lemonade or something like that. And then obviously Corona, right? You need to have a lime. Insert Corona joke here. That's up to you, right? All right. So once the video's over, then I look down and I say, but that one's never used for spreading or serving. And that's why we want to have our spatula spreader. You guys see how to do that? So now I'm going to push play and I'm going to read the spatula. So push play. So the wide, flexible, double the edge allows you to cut, spread, and serve sandwiches, bagels, lasagna, and cake. Check out how much, look at, that is a lot of cream cheese. Look at all that. All right. You can use it. They have sharp edges on them too. Even the spatula for serving has a sharp edge, which is awesome. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Then we have, you can use it for getting in pans, for brownies, get the icing on there. Okay, this is really cool. So look how much you can get. You don't have to go in the jar like 3-4 times. Just one time, you got everything you need. Evenly spread. Check that out. That's so much peanut butter. But that's what's cool with this thing. If you make any sandwiches, this thing's really awesome for that. So that's the spatula. And I'm going to look down then again. I'm going to say, but you've never used that on meat or large vegetables. And that's why you have your petite carver. All right, so guys, watch how I do this one because there's two for this. There's a petite carver and a turning fork. So I'm going to push play. So this large utility knife is your everyday meat knife for chicken and small roasts. Oops. For chicken and small roasts. It's also for large summer fruits and tough veggies. Guys, cross off where it says, do you have a large fruit we can cut? Look at that, just destroying the pineapple. Straight through. Okay, so here's the fork. So this has 3 sharp tines that make it easy to turn meats and veggies and also get things out of jars. Look at that. There's a petite carver again. Pretty awesome. That's a pumpkin. Check that out. Isn't that crazy? Goes straight through. Wow. And then a little cantaloupe action here. So obviously, like in the summertime, fruits, this knife gets a lot of action for that. Straight through, straight through. And then look, it's pretty easy to like set it up for barbecue or company or whatever. You just kind of push it down like that. Looks like it's professionally done. All right, so that, and now guys, I'm gonna pick up at the end of the turning fork. So obviously none of those pieces so far are used for larger foods, and that's why you wanna have your butcher knife. That's this one here. All right, this heavy duty knife disjoints large meats and is great for melons and squash. It protects the other knives. This isn't a chopping, and then I'm gonna stop there. Look at this. This one looks really cool. Watermelon, this thing goes through so easy. Mrs. Jones, I'm sure you've done it before where you like put your whole body on top of a knife to cut through watermelon, right? You're like really trying to push it in there. This works awesome. Right, same deal, set it up. This is also your Fruit Ninja knife, right? If you want to play like real life Fruit Ninja, that's the one that you'd use for this. Pretty awesome. All right. Then we have the butcher knife. Obviously, that's a good chopping knife, but it's not a chopping knife, and that's why you want to have your Petite Chef, which is right here. So this one here, this has high knuckle clearance and makes it comfortable and safer for dicing, mincing, and chopping. This delicate chopper is great for the 6 S's: soup, salad, stir fry, stew, stuffing, and salsa. Look at that thing. So it's got a really fine edge, so you can just dice and mince. Onions. Now, normally, the word on the street is if the sharper the knife, the less your eyes water when cutting an onion. And I don't know about you, my eyes are not watering at all right now, so that must be really sharp. Dumb joke, right, guys? You got that? I'd write that one down. So again, you can do real fine dicing and mincing with this one. All right, when that video is over. So the chef knives are obviously for chopping, not slicing. And that is why you want to have the slicer. So this thing here is great. This is your the best bread knife in the world. And the long double the edge actually makes it great for cutting cakes, shredding lettuce, and slicing boneless meats. Check this out. The bread like doesn't even move. That's the world's largest sandwich right there. That. I don't know how you're gonna fit that in your mouth. Okay, watch it when they slice the bread. It like doesn't move really at all. That's so great. That slicer's so awesome. Hey, on the side, guys, I would also write down this one's great for angel food cake. Write down angel food cake. But obviously that one's not for anything with a bone, and that's why you want to have your master carving set. So this is just like your spare tire. You won't use this every day, but you'll be glad that you have it. Do you ever barbecue or host family dinners? Yeah, awesome. You obviously need this for barbecue, big roasts, and family occasions. And both forks are really important because the turning fork picks food up while the carving fork holds food down. Now, can you see how over a lifetime that you're going to use every tool in your basic set? When you say yes to that, right? Like that's pretty simple, open-ended, like over your lifetime, they say yes to that. And you say, great, next. So these are your table knives. So to complete your set, your table knives are used for every meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And the wide blade and the rounded tip make it safer, but with the double the edge, it cuts just like a steak knife. And we recommend 2 table knives per family member, so you don't have to wash them every meal. These are kind of like forks and spoons, guys. If you have 5 people in the family, you don't have 5 spoons, you got like 15, right? You got a whole drawer full of them. So let me show you this cutting test. Okay, watch this. So this is like a regular generic steak knife, kind of cheaper, right? It's gonna just shred. Look at that. It's sawing. It's using those points to kind of saw. Watch the Cutco one. This is so cool. That's the double the edge. One time, every time. So Mr. Jones, even if you like overcook the meat, it's like real hard, like leather, nobody would be able to tell. Okay, this shows like the sawing action. So most knives you have to saw like that. And with Cutco, the double the edge has those straight edges at different angles. It just slides right through. It's crazy. All right, guys, right now, cross off the next line that talks about steak knives. Cross off the steak knife line. The reason I'm having you cross that off, we don't have, right now, we're not offering the steak knives. That's due to some production challenges with COVID-19, with our factory being in New York and being shut down. So it's getting reopened and stuff, but we had to cut down some of the product line due to that. All right, so for customers who like the feel of a large, and then you go to storage options. So next line here, right here. All right, check this slide out. So I'm gonna say, all right, for storage options, so Mrs. Blank, it'd be really dangerous to have sharp, really sharp, high quality knives floating in a drawer. The most populars are solid oak wood block, which looks great on the countertop. And then we also have in the corner here, we have safe storage trays, which work great for the drawer or on the wall. Now the cutting boards, you see that on the left, our sets come with a free cutting board, and it's important to use soft plastic cutting boards because glass, granite, and marble cutting boards are too hard and they're gonna dull your knives. All right, guys, you got to draw some lines on the bottom here. So then it says, to complement your homemaker set, we have incredible. I want you to cross off kitchen tools. We're not doing the kitchen tools right now. We took them out of the picture here, so they're not even shown in the picture. So to complement your homemaker set, we have incredible gadgets. And then cross off the whole line that says the 5-piece dishwasher safe kitchen tool set. Cross that off. What I want you to do instead is just say our 4-piece entertainer pack has comfort grip handles and is of course forever guaranteed. And then underneath that, write show video. All right, here's the video. So these are those gadgets. Check this out. All right, that's the cheese knife. That thing's so awesome. We eliminate a lot of the metal so it doesn't stick to the cheese. You can use that for more than just cheese though. That's the peeler. Look at that thing just fly off. The peel literally is like jumping off of it. I know we already showed you this one, Mrs. Jones. It's just so beautiful. We're gonna show it again. All right, that's the ice cream scoop. Ice cream scoop's awesome because it actually starts to melt the ice cream right away. Do you see it kind of go over the edge there? All right, that thing's real popular. You'll never bend it. It's not like a cheap one that you sometimes bend and then you like bend it back, put it in the drawer. Pizza cutters. The biggest challenge with these is the blade. So check that out. We can take the blade out so it's easy to clean in the inside there instead of just like running it underneath the water. Awesome. And we don't make it super sharp so kids can use it. We just make it really durable. All right, that's it, right? So guys, that's all of page 6 and 7. That's all of page 6 and 7. All right, that's a lot. What I want you to recognize, those videos, they actually, that section goes fast if you are narrating. This is also your opportunity to put a little bit of enthusiasm in it, a little bit of your own personality. I'm gonna show you the best joke that we have. I hope you appreciate this. So after you go through this, you're gonna do the video again, and you're just gonna stop it right there on the cheese knife. And you're gonna say, Mrs. Jones, now you gotta understand, this is probably our most famous knife that we have. People love this. The only complaint I've ever heard from people is some people don't like it because you can only use it on Sundays because it's the holy knife. Get it? Because it's got holes. And then if they don't laugh, I'm like, sorry, that's kind of cheesy. Cheese knife? You get that? Nope. All right. I'll move on. So let me say it again. Guys, I'm telling you, everybody laughs at this. So you play the video again, you stop it right away, and you're like, this knife, people love this. The only complaint I've ever heard is some people don't like that they can only use it on Sundays because it's the holy knife. And I kind of stop there. And if they don't laugh, I'm like, because it's got holes. And then if they don't laugh, I'm like, sorry, I know, it's kind of cheesy. Cheese there. Nope. All right, well, I'll keep going. So they either laugh at you. Guys, if your religion, you're showing to somebody who's from your church or from your faith, and it's not Sunday, change it, right? If it's like, you can only use it on Saturdays because it's the holy knife, right? Or whatever. I love that joke. People always laugh at that. All right. So that is kind of what you're going through on that, that section, if you will. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Before we do though, stay with me here for a second. I want to explain kind of the flow of today. Okay. So what we're about to do here, we're about to take a break. When we get back from the break, I'm going to go through competitive cutlery. So I'm going to teach you about the other brands that are out there just briefly. Then we're going to dive right into kind of what people spend money on for their home, like families and our types of customers. That's a little bit longer section. That's a really important section for you to understand why people choose to buy Cutco. Okay. Then we'll take another break. After that, we go into all the sets. So I'm going to go through the homemakers, galley, starters. We go through all the prices with you. We explain how to do free stuff. And that part, that's cool because you get to start to find out like what you'll sell a little bit of here and there, that kind of thing. And we'll take another break. And then the last part today is I teach you how to like do your own schedule, set up appointments, and that's the last section for today. Cool. So let's take 15. So it's 12 right now. So why don't you take 15 minutes? We'll kick back off at 12:15. Cool. So take yourself off video. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. All right. Let's get rolling. Okay, guys, next section of stuff that we're going to go through is competitive cutlery. So the idea here is I want you to understand kind of what buying knives is like before Cutco, right? So you guys, I'm going to assume most of you have not gone and like purchased high quality knives at a store before. All right. That's usually a pretty safe assumption when I'm running Cutco training. All right. Now, here's what, so let me kind of, I'm going to talk about a few different parts of this, and then I'm going to talk about some specific brands actually. All right. So first thing I want you to know is most other brands have numerous lines of quality. Okay. This is actually pretty normal in a lot of things, like electronics, they do this. So I'll use the example of Sony TVs. All right. If I were to say to you, if I were to pick 3 of you out and say, go buy a 50-inch Sony TV, there's a good chance all 3 of you come back with different TVs for different amounts of money. In other words, what's the most expensive 50-inch Sony that you could get? Probably a couple grand, $3,000, right? Something like that. If that's what it is, well, why does Sony make one that maybe is like OLED or 4K or curved or right? I don't even know what it would be, but you get the idea. So Sony makes really high-end TVs. Sony also makes cheap TVs. They probably make like a $700 50-inch TV, right? Like 720, 1080, something like that. So why does Sony do this? Sony makes high-quality stuff, low-quality stuff, middle-quality stuff. They do this because they want to capture people that are in different budgets, right? They want the whole market. They want everybody who wants TV to buy from them. That's a solid plan. The reason I'm bringing this up, that's normal in the knife industry. Okay, so almost all, not all, but almost all, the majority of our competitors, they have different lines of quality. We don't. So we're actually the unique, like the odd one out with this. Like we only have high quality. So some of the brands that I'm going to talk about that are good, they actually are good, but then they also have mediocre and not so good. Well, they do that because they want to appeal to all the budgets. We can't do that. The reason that we can't do that is because kind of the claim to fame for Cutco is that it's guaranteed forever. So if we made a middle quality or low quality, like we can't guarantee that stuff forever. Does everybody follow that? So then it would get real screwy if we were like, well, this one comes with a guarantee. This one doesn't have a get like, so for us, it's way easier just to be like, it's all top of the line. It's all guaranteed forever. Okay. So I'm explaining this because it's different. Now, let me explain what it's like to buy knives in stores. So first question, where would you even go? If I were to say, here's a bunch of money, go buy some really good knives in stores. Not Cutco, go buy like high-end knives in stores. Most of you wouldn't even know where to go. right? Some of you would be like, somebody just messaged me IKEA. Nope. That would be like somebody saying Target. Hey, don't get me wrong. I love Target. My wife and I love Target. But Target, they know their place. What's their place? Trendy, affordable, right? That's kind of like their market space is trendy, affordable, right? They're supposed to be trendy, affordable. IKEA is like that, but for furniture. Anybody ever gotten furniture at IKEA? I don't think anybody would say it's the high quality stuff, right? Especially because you're the one making it, right? Nothing I get from IKEA is high quality because I always put it together and then there's like half the screws and stuff are still there. I'm like, I think I missed something here. Some of you said Bed Bath & Beyond, solid guess. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's got a lot of middle of the road stuff. So the stores that carry the high-end stuff are stores that you guys have all walked by and you just keep walking. Williams-Sonoma, I want you to write that name down. Williams-Sonoma. That's one of the #1 stores for high quality kitchen stuff. Kitchen Widow's pretty good one, Ella. Another one would be Cooks of Crocus Hill. Cooks of Crocus. Another one is Sur La Table, spelt like Sur La Table, right? Crate & Barrel's another one. Sears used to have high quality stuff. Somebody messaged me that. Not anymore. Sears is pretty middle of the road now. LL Bean is a high quality store. They just don't have kitchen stuff. Not kind of like what we're talking about. All right. So let me walk you through what it's like. I'm going to use Williams-Sonoma because they probably do the highest volume of kitchen stuff. Those stores, when you walk by a Williams-Sonoma, let me tell you what's in the window. The window set up in a store like that is a really nice dining room table with some really expensive dishes and silverware and maybe an espresso machine. So it's a store that you walk by and you're like, no thanks, I'm going to keep walking. Like if you're with your parents at the mall, they're going to say, we're going to go in here, and you're going to say, I'll meet you in a little bit because it doesn't have stuff that you'd be interested in. So you've all walked by these stores. You just might not have gone in them. It's also like Restoration Hardware. They have a lot of furniture. They don't necessarily have like kitchen knives and stuff, but they have like a lot of furniture and stuff. All right. Now, what are in those stores? They've got sections for everything. They got a section for pots and pans. They got a section for knives. They got a section for espresso, anywhere from $300 to $1,000 espresso machines. They have blenders that go from a couple $100 to $1,000 for a blender, right? Like what you guys will find is that high quality anything for the house costs a lot, right? And here's what knife buying is like. So if you were to go to Williams-Sonoma, you'd walk in, I'm just going to say it's over here. And on the knife section, there's going to be a wall, bunch of knives on the wall, and there'll be glass over it. Okay. Why is there glass over it? Well, it would kind of be dangerous if they had a bunch of really sharp knives, right? Just kind of like hanging out in the store. So they're behind glass. So here's what your buying experience is. If you go to Williams-Sonoma, do you think that the average person at Williams-Sonoma can actually tell you the difference between all the different brands that are there? No. Why? They're just not paid enough. Williams-Sonoma carries tons of brands. It's like Target. If you've worked at Target, they don't pay you enough to know about every single product that's on the shelves because there's so many. So when you go there, this is what your buying experience is. You can't try them out, and there's no videos to show you how they work. The person who's like helping you, using that term loosely, doesn't really know the differences between the brands. You have to pay for it all in full. And it ends up with you being uneducated on the product. So if you can't try it, you can't see it, you don't know why something's better or why it's worse, you're probably going to base your decision off of price. You guys follow that? Uneducated buyer will default to price. So let me go back to what I said earlier, right? We're not afraid to spend money on things as long as we know why we're spending the money on it. So in other words, we all have bought things that we thought was worth it. Well, the only way you know if something's worth it is if you're educated on it, right? And we value things differently, right? If you play guitar, you're going to value a really good guitar, right? I don't play guitar. So if you show me the $1,000 guitar that you have, I'm like, that's a ripoff. Why would I say it's a ripoff? Because I don't play guitar. So with kitchen knives, this happens a lot. This happens with bikes. It happens with all sorts of things. If people aren't educated, they're going to typically opt out and they're going to go with price, right? When people understand why something costs something, they're willing to spend more. So let's talk about, so that's what it's like buying in stores. Uneducated, like the buying process, they just don't know why something costs more. It's not typically a conducive environment. Let's talk about a few other brands. The first brand I want you to write down is Chicago Cutlery. All right. Now, Chicago, first thing I want you to write down, it's made in China. Not made in Chicago. Made in China. No guarantee. It usually looks like this on the left when they buy it. After a couple of years, it looks like this on the right. So guys, Chicago Cutlery is kind of like the perfect junk knife. So what do I mean by that? Wood handles, brass rivets, stainless steel. It's everything that we just talked about you don't want to have. Like when I was doing demos and I would see somebody have Chicago Cutlery, internally I was like, all right, this is going to be great. Okay. Wood is one of those things where like nobody buys wood knowing how gross it is. Like nobody's like, I know these are going to be like just massive sanitation issues, but we're going to buy them. We're going to go with it. We like to live on the edge. Okay. So if you run into, I shouldn't say if, you all will, when you run into people that have Chicago Cutlery, I want you to ask the question, did you get those when you got married? Write that down. Did you get those for your wedding? Did you get those for your wedding? It's crazy how many people are like, we did. How'd you know? And you just want to be like, oh, my boss told me that was pretty normal. I don't know what it was, guys. In the 90s and 2000s, everybody got a set of Chicago Cutlery for their wedding. Part of it's the price point. So for a set of these things, it's like $200 to $400. People will keep them for like 10 years and they get so nasty, but the owner just doesn't know that it's nasty. Some of you went and looked at your parents' drawers and you might have some wood ones. Chicago, you'll know if it's Chicago because if you follow my cursor, they like brand it in the handle. It'll say Chicago Cutlery in between some of the rivets. Okay. All right. These are the big three. So jot these down. These are the three that matter the most. All right. Wüsthof and Henckels are both made in Germany. Wüsthof and Henckels are both made in Germany. Schön is made in Japan. Wüsthof and Henckels made in Germany. Schön is made in Japan. All right. Now, let's go through. So let me go through some, I'm going to tell you all the prices and stuff in a second. Guys, in the cutlery world, what's normal is what's normal in terms of like how you market it. We have cool names for all our stuff. So we have like homemaker set, signature set, galley set. Other, like in stores, they don't do that. They just market it as like Henckels 20-piece set or 10-piece set. It's all about the pieces. Okay. So if I go back and, okay, so our homemaker set, to give you an idea, and the reason I'm doing this, I want you to see apples to apples. So this homemaker plus 8 set, if it were sold in stores, it's got 10 items up here. 4, it's missing one right here, but 4, these 2, that's 10. 8 table knives, that's 18. The block counts, that's 19. The cutting board and the sharpener, 2021. So if this were sold in stores at Williams-Sonoma, it would be called Cutco's 21-piece set. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Now, when you go back to these here, price-wise, Henckels is the cheaper of the 3. Wüsthof is the middle. Schön is the most expensive. Okay? they all have, remember what I said before with the Sony example? They all have different levels, like quality wise. The high level, the top level for all these brands is really good. Like it's good stuff. If I'm talking to a customer and they say, I got Wusthof Icon, that's the name of their like top stuff. I'm like, oh, those are really good. I wouldn't say, oh, Wusthof, blah, right? I would say, yeah, those are really good knives. There's some differences between them and us, which we'll talk about, but I wouldn't rip on those knives. You guys follow that? Like if I'm selling BMWs and somebody pulls up in a Mercedes, I'm not going to be like, oh, you have a Mercedes? That's so trash. Right? I'd be like, that's a really nice car. Let me tell you why BMW is different. But that's a nice car. So just know that these are good. When I was new, we ran into Henckels more often than Wusthof. Now you guys are going to run into Wusthof more often than Henckels. So our representatives, our team sees Wusthof most than Henckels, and you don't really see a lot of Schoen. It's more of like that's more of a rarity. All right, so let's go through these. So first off, Henckels. It's one of the top 2 sold in stores. Wusthof and Henckels are the number 1 and 2 cutlery brands sold in the world. All right, Henckels as a company, just so you guys know, is actually older than the United States of America. So it is a very tradition-rich company. This is the logo. You guys remember the rope cutting video? Remember that? The second knife, the straight edge that they use is a Henckels knife. You can see the logo really little on the blade. All right, now there's a knockoff brand. It's called Henckels International. It is not the same. This is really crappy, the Henckels International. My manager didn't teach me this. And so when I was doing demos, I was new. I had somebody tell me, we have Henckels. We got it at a crazy discounted price. And I was like, really? That's awesome. And then I went and talked to my manager, and they're like, there's no way that was real Henckels. It must have been Henckels International. I didn't even know Henckels International existed. So how do you know from the logo? Well, the Henckels International logo is just a little suspect. You want to be like, where did his friend go, right? And why is he holding a weapon? Okay, that's the difference between the two. No good. All right, so here's the Henckels 19-piece set. So this would be Henckels good stuff. This is their top of the line stuff. They're good stuff that would be similar to the homemaker size. Ours is 21-piece, theirs is 19. Go ahead and write that price down in your notes. So Henckels homemaker set would be $19.85. $19.85. Okay. All right. Now, that's going to be, that price, by the way, is the cheapest of the 3 brands, right? Also, write down the sale price for about $1,300. That's where you might be able to find it on sale for that. You're not going to find this set for less than $1,300 though. All right. Now, does that price surprise anybody? $1,900? It did me when I was new. I was kind of like, really? That's how much knives cost? What you'll find though is anything that's high quality is $1,000 plus. And I don't even mean knives. I just mean like in general. If we're talking about a musical instrument, if it's above $1,000, it's probably pretty high quality. Would you guys agree with that? Piano, a woodwind, like you can get instruments in the hundreds, but once you get to the really high quality stuff, it's going to be over $1,000. Let's talk about bikes. If I was talking about bikes, you get bikes in the hundreds, but if you're talking about a high quality bike, it's over $1,000. How about laptops, right? How about cell phones? How about, like, you guys get the idea. Anything that's high quality is going to be more money. You've heard the saying, you get what you pay for. And so we're talking about high quality knives. This is the cheapo Henckels International. The whole set's like $230. You can't make 20 items of anything for $230 for that's high quality, right? Don't really worry about that. I'm just showing you that so you know it's out there, okay? All right, Henckels. I'm sorry, Wusthof. This is what you'll run into more often is the Wusthof set. Go ahead and write down $34.35. That's the suggested price. And this one here, you typically will find it. Oh, these little pictures. Where am I getting these little pictures? They're straight from Williams-Sonoma's website. So on Williams Sonoma's website, you could get it discounted for $2,000. All right. Williams Sonoma is not the only store that carries them. A bunch of other stores carry them. I use Williams Sonoma as the pricing because they're online pricing. You're usually not going to find it because volume, they do a lot of volume. You're not usually going to find it for cheaper than that. Right. So this is the one you'll run into most. Some people have sets, some people have pieces. And then write down Shun. Shun's highest quality one is called Shunkaji. These things are fantastic. Now, guys, Henckels and Wusthof, their stuff's not guaranteed. This set here for $4,000 is guaranteed. Only if it breaks, it'll be replaced in the lifetime of the owner. You guys recognize the difference with that? Our guarantee follows the product. It covers a lot more than just breaking. But this one's $4,000, $2,800 on sale. The handles look really cool. Okay. All right. So the big difference is, guys, if you're talking to somebody who owns Cutco, they're going to tell you, hey, this stuff's tons better, 10 times better than anything I've ever used before. I can't expect you guys to understand that yet. So if we're just looking at these features, we're the only high quality one made in the US. We're the only high quality one that has thermal resin in our handles. We're the only high quality brand that's got the wedge lock design. We're the only one that with our type of steel. And we're the only one with the double D edge. The other brands all have almost all straight edges, which means they have to sharpen them a lot. Do you guys think that the average homeowner knows how to sharpen their own knives? No. They come with the steel, like those good brands come with a steel, but nobody knows how to use them. So they think they do, but a lot of times they're actually dulling it. I don't even know how, and I've worked at a knife company for 18 years, right? Because nobody teaches you how to use those things. We make ours with a double D edge, so it lasts longer. Let me mention something about the metal, though, okay? Wusthof and Shun, their high-end brands have a little bit higher quality steel than Cutco. This isn't a bad thing, right? I had somebody once be like, yeah, you guys don't even have the best steel. I'm like, we do if you understand the objective. Our product is designed for moms and dads. Our metal is the highest quality metal that you're allowed to put in the dishwasher without damaging. If you go higher, like Wusthof and Shun have, if you put that in the dishwasher, it damages the metal. You guys all see that? If I'm a chef, I'm okay with hand washing. I'm okay with hand sharpening because I know how to do that. I'm talking about like a real chef, right? That went to culinary school, not like your Applebee's line cook. Okay. If I'm a mom and dad, guys, if you try, I don't care how much I cook. If me in my current situation and you were trying to sell me knives and you told me the steel is great, but you can't put it in the dishwasher, deal's off. We run our dishwasher nonstop because we got little kids, we got people in and out of the house. We're constantly running the dishwasher. Hand wash the knives, no chance. So we make it with the highest quality metal that you can put in the dishwasher. And then lastly, we're the only brand that's guaranteed forever. That by itself is worth its weight in gold, right? The other brands, the other high quality ones will last about 7 to 10 years. Even sharpening them, you sharpen them up. And after about 10 years, you should get a new set. Our stuff, it's gonna last them forever. So considering all these unique features, I'm sure you guys would agree if it lasts twice as long, twice as good, twice the quality, it's probably gonna ask at least twice the price, right? Well, if we were sold in stores at twice the price, you'd be talking about $3,999, right? Because $2,000 is kind of where those other sets were at. We'd be about $4,000. Now, that's if we were sold in stores. Now, you guys know we're not sold in stores, right? That allows us to eliminate some of the markup because we don't have to pay the stores and share some of the profits with that. And so it allows us to have better pricing for customers, right? But that's what it would be if it were sold in stores. Now, it is important that you guys understand you're not our market. Remember we talked about this, right? You're not our market. Let's talk about putting price in perspective. Now, when you guys were, think about $5, think about $20. When you were however old, let's say you're 5 years old. If you give a 5-year-old a $5 bill, are they pretty fired up about that? right? They're like, oh my God, this is awesome, right? They're so excited. If you give a 13-year-old a $5 bill, are they the same excited? No, they kind of look at it, they're like, thanks, right? You're like, you ungrateful, right? But $5 doesn't float their boat the same way. If a 13-year-old's like, hey, mom, dad, they're taking them to somebody else's, they're going to go to the movies or whatever, $5 isn't going to cut it. It's maybe $20, right? Well, as a high school senior, $20 doesn't get you as far, right? $20, you're not over the moon ecstatic if somebody gives you $20. You're like, okay, cool. But maybe it's $50 that it takes for you to get the same feeling. Then you go to college. $50 doesn't get you as far as in college. I remember the first time going grocery shopping on my own as a college freshman. And that was the time that I decided I didn't need milk. Right? I remember being at the grocery store and being like, this is how much milk is? Because I had never paid for a jug of milk in my life because I live at my mom's house, right? I was like, I think water's good. I could just drink water. That's fine. Right? And all of a sudden, $50, whereas before in high school, $50 would get me a long ways. Right? Now, buying my own stuff, me to go to the grocery store, I might be spending $50 just on groceries. Hey, then when you become like a junior and senior in college, you're old enough to go to the bar, $50 doesn't cut anymore. Right? And it might be $100. Well, then you graduate from college and you want to get your first like big person a place, right? Do you know what I mean? As a college student, I don't know about you. As a college student, I'd live wherever. Student housing's gotten nicer. But when I went to school at Madison, student housing was a joke, right? It was like total, rip off in terms of what you're paying and what you were getting. But we live in whatever. They weren't nice places. But then when you graduate college, it's like you want to get a nicer place. The deposit just alone on the place that you want to get is going to be $1,000. The second you graduate college and you want to move into your own place, it's going to be $1,000. Well, let's say you're renting your own place, right? If you're in the Twin Cities, graduate college, a lot of college grads want to live in like the uptown area, maybe Northeast. I'm talking about specifically Minneapolis. The deposits on those rentals will be $1,000+. Even nicer parts of St. Paul, same deal. Okay, or not nicer, but like the places that younger people want to live. Well, let's talk about that and the difference of home ownership. Well, let's say you want to go and buy your first house. Is $1,000 going to cut it? No chance, right? I want you to write down home ownership. Underneath it, I want you to write 10% to 20% down. Now, let me explain this. People can buy a home with less than that. You can buy a home with 5%, 4% down. What the U.S. banking system tells you that you should have is 20%. That doesn't mean that you have to. Why do they say it's 20%? If you don't have 20%, they charge you extra. They charge you something that's called PMI, which is like a mortgage insurance thing, okay? It's just like basically an upcharge. All right. Well, that doesn't mean that you have to buy with 20%. And I'm gonna use some examples, but here's what I want you to write down. We're gonna use the range of 10 to 20%. And there are times when you don't wanna use 20%, right? So I waited because I moved around. So I moved to Omaha when I was 25, and I was in Omaha from 25 to 29 years old. And so I almost bought a condo there, but then I found out I was going to be moving to Minneapolis. I did not buy a place in Minneapolis right away because I didn't know where I wanted to live, right? I didn't know the area. So I rented down in North Loop, Minneapolis area. Then I rented near Lake Calhoun. And then we bought a house, my wife and I, in South Minneapolis. And so the first time we bought a home was 2016. So it wasn't that long ago, 4 years ago. And I bought the house with about 10% down. It ended up being like 11%. Why did I not buy with 20%? We knew we were only going to be there for a handful of years. Make sense? And then this last summer in June, about a year ago, we bought a new house, not new, but new to us, out in a different area. This is the home we want to be in for a long time. So we bought it with 20% down, right? So there's some strategy behind what you want to do in terms of how buying. But let's talk about home values. If you are in a rural area, so go ahead and I want you to write down $150,000, like a home value of 150 grand. That would cost somebody $15,000 to $30,000 to buy the house. Right? $15,000 to $30,000. Is that a lot of money? Yeah, that's a lot of money. But that's actually not an expensive house. So this is one of the things you're going to hear me talk a lot about is like the difference in the value of showing to somebody who's a homeowner. So by definition, if somebody bought that home in a rural area, whatever, $150,000 home, they had to have $15,000 to $30,000 to close on that house. One check, right? Here you go. First time I bought a house, the biggest check I ever wrote, right? It's like 40-some thousand dollars. I'm like, here you go, right? It's exhilarating. It's sad, right? But at the same time, you're getting a house. So you're like, this is cool. For a lot of people, that's a dream, right? To be able to have a home that they own. But when somebody buys that home, do you guys understand that when you own a home, you sign a mortgage that's 10, 15, 20, 30 years? When you lease an apartment or a home, you sign a piece of paper that says, I'm going to be here for how long? Usually 1 year, right? Which one? So you guys see how home ownership is more long-term up here? Renting and leasing is more short-term. Even when I moved to the Twin Cities, I was making good money. I could afford a house. We still rented. And when we rented, we didn't have the nicest things in our home because we rented. And we were waiting until we bought a home to buy nicer things. This is a really important part. All right, let's say, for instance, you're shown to somebody in, a $300,000 home. So write down 300,000. Next to that, I want you to write 30 to 60 grand. $300,000 get you a good home in almost all the areas that you guys are at. Now, if you're in a larger metro like the Twin Cities, 300 grand doesn't get you, a super nice home. And part of it depends on area, right? If it's a desirable area, if it's not. Then I want you to write down 500,000. All of your areas, every single area that you guys are going to show Cutco in, all have $500,000 homes. I just want you to know all of the areas that you guys are at actually have $1 million homes. It's just not as many, right? $500,000 homes, it depends on where you're at, but there's whole neighborhoods of those in Omaha, in Des Moines, in Rochester, in Fargo, in Twin Cities. They're all over the place. 500,000 means that they had $50,000 to $100,000 at closing to say, yep, I'm gonna buy that house. So do you guys understand the difference with that? For some of you, the biggest check you've ever written is like $500, right? Maybe it was 1,000 and you remember it. You're like, I remember that day. It was either a sad day or it was a really exciting day. But every family that owns a house, they've done that, but a lot larger than what yours is. And this is where I'm talking about some of the differences of keeping price in perspective. $1,000 to you guys is totally different than $1,000 to a married family that owns a house. Okay. So let me go through some slides here. First thing, with putting price in perspective, there's a study that came out that said the average 17 to 22-year-old makes $3 grand a year. So what's that mean? Well, obviously, if you're making around $3 grand a year, that's short-term purchases. Now, guys, that's the average. So what does that mean? There's certain people, there's certain of you on here that's not your number. Maybe like Jayton Metcalf, one of the top guys in the division. He works out of the Stillwater office. Jayton made $17,000 is what he sold in his first 10 days. So he made $4,100 in 10 days working. I asked Jayton, I said, Jayton, how much did you make last summer? And he said $1,500 for the whole summer. Right? So Jayton would be on the low end of the $3 grand. Why? He worked at sports camps. He was a college basketball player as well. So he just didn't have time to work during the school year. Some of you don't work and you live off of loans during the school year, right? Loan money isn't income. And then there's other people in here that you guys made $5 grand or 10 grand because you work all year, right? Whatever it is, 2 grand, 4 grand, 5 grand, you guys understand that it's short-term purchases, right? So I want you to think, what do you spend your money on? If you were to go through and think of the last month, it's a little different because the last month hasn't been a normal month. But what's like a normal month? What do you spend your money on? Think about that. It probably has to do with food, entertainment, some personal shopping, some bills. Do you guys agree with this? Like in most of your situations, if you're a student, that's what you spend your cash on. So really, it's like this is what you spend your money on. Chipotle, right? Shoes. The other stuff is like hobbies, video games, all that. Now, one of the things when it comes to spending money on food, who here pre-COVID, pre-coronavirus, who would say that they eat out at least twice a week? When I say eat out, I mean like you pick up Chipotle, Subway, whatever, right? I think it's most people. Looks like at least twice a week. All right. Let me just do some fast math. If your order out is $10, right? Some of you are like, no, I know exactly. It's $10.42 at Chipotle, right? And you're like, unless I'm feeling double meat, then it's $12.67, right? Let's just say it's $10. If you're $10 per time eating out twice a week, it's $20 a week. $20 a week times 52 weeks in the year, you're spending about $1,040 at Chipotle. I'm just using Chipotle because I like Chipotle. I think a lot of you do too. So think about that. Are you rich? But yet, whatever your income was last year, if you eat out twice, let's just say every time you eat out is Chipotle. It's not. But that means that you spend $1,000 on fast food or eating out a year. Is that smart budgeting? Probably not. But you don't think of it that way. Like, in other words, nobody goes to Chipotle and says, $1,000, do I want to do it? No. What do? You see Chipotle. You say, I'm hungry. I have $10. They have a burrito. I'm going to get it. That's how small short-term purchases act. It's like this. It's frequent, right? Think about video games. You get a game here, right? Think about hobbies. People who golf, right? Every so often, spend money here, spend money there. Some of you guys, it's like subscription-based stuff, Spotify, Netflix, right? It's not a lot, but it's $10 every month, $15 every month, $20 every month. Right? I can't tell you how much my wife is like a member of so many things. I'll look at our monthly like family finances and I'm like, what are all these recurring $5 to $15 things? She's like, oh, this is this. And she uses them all, but I'm like, we're like getting bled dry by these monthly little charges. And, when you think about these things, you guys all like to spend money on certain things. Go back to what you said you spent a lot on. Right? And I don't mean frequent. I mean one item that you spent a lot. I had you guys write it down at the beginning of today. Right? And the stuff that I saw on there was, I'm seeing from somebody paintball gear. Right? Daniel Ward, can you unmute yourself? Where are you at? You say hello? Hello? Daniel Ward?
Hello?
There he is. Daniel, you put on here paintball gear. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
I've never paid. I've paintballed, but I've never bought my own equipment. How much does what do you have? You got a gun, paintball gun?
Yeah, I ordered the gun. Can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Okay. I ordered the gun, 500 paintballs, the mask, 2 CO2 capsules, and all the tools to put the gun together for about $180.
Okay. And then those 500 bullets will last you what, forever or what?
That will last me maybe a couple rounds.
Yeah.
Depending on how long I'm playing for.
Right. And then you got to buy more paintballs. So every time you go, if you buy more paintballs are like $20, $30.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep. So every time you go, even though you got your own gun and stuff, you're still going to pay $20 to $30. The few times I've played paintball, I guess, I don't know how you say it. We've taken like work groups, and I'm an excessive firer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by that? So I'm going to buy however many they let me buy and carry it around with me. And I'm just going to outlast other people because they can't afford as many paintballs. So I might not be a good shot, but sooner or later you're going to run out, and I'll just keep filling up my thing. But it's not cheap for me when I go because I end up paying a lot on that. Who else? Somebody on here had Max Gifford.
Yep. Yeah, I'm right here.
You have Louis Vuitton Supreme belt.
Yes, sir.
How much did you pay for that?
That was $350.
$350.
Yeah, I've always loved Louis Vuitton. It's been like a goal of mine. So over summer job, I made some money and I decided to buy it finally because
awesome.
Figured why not.
And now this belt, it does the same thing that a $20 belt from Target does. Just
Yep.
hold your pants up.
Yeah.
So why to you does it make sense? Like so we're getting to value, right? Like how do you say, yeah, that's worth $350?
It's just something Louis Vuitton. I've always wanted to own something like a designer brand. I don't know,
So
saw this one of my, yeah, it was just on like eBay. I was like, oh, I might as well get it because it's Louis Vuitton and Supreme combined. So it's like 2 designer brands in one. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to go for it.
So is it safe to say that you value the brand then?
Yes, I value the brand. Yep. All the values in the brand, not like the function of the belt. It's completely the brand.
So you guys all value things differently. I want you to take a few notes on this. So one of the things that people value is brand name. Not everybody. There are people on here that are like, raise your hand if you think $350 on a belt is ridiculous. Doesn't mean that that's right or wrong, right? It's his money and he values the name brand. Who thinks that's pretty darn cool? You see what I mean? Like, in other words, there's always people that are both sides that are like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm sure when you bought that belt, somebody in your family gave you a hard time, right?
Oh yeah, my mom thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah, she's probably like, you're buying your own groceries now, right?
Mhm.
$350 on a belt.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I also understand, hey, if you really like the brand and you really like that, then it makes you feel good every time you wear it. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like, you know, when you wear that belt, it's a part of your outfit. It makes you feel great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I used it even for prom when I graduated last year.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably like your proudest thing that you had on, right? You were like,
For sure.
my belt.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let me go to, let's see. Somebody said, Julia, why don't you unmute yourself? You have tattoos.
Yes. Oh, my video is off too.
There you go. How many tattoos do you have, if you mind me asking?
I think I have around 30, but like my arms are
Got
covered.
sleeves, yeah.
I have my back is covered. I have a leg sleeve that is like halfway done. My best friend's brother is actually my tattoo artist, so I have just on my arms. I probably have around 9 or 10 grand worth of work, but I've only paid like probably 3 grand total just because it's family, but it's ridiculous.
Okay. That's great. So it's awesome to know somebody, right, that can help you out. But guys, Here's a good example. There's a large percentage of people, you either have tattoos or you don't, right? And so there's many people on here that don't have tattoos. My wife has tattoos. I don't, right? I'm like, I'm not confident that whatever I would select, I would want in 5 years.
Yeah, I started when I was 15.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that
I don't.
and people get into it and they really like it, right? Now, are you done spending money on that?
Definitely not.
No chance, right?
Definitely not.
And you really like them.
Uh-huh.
And they mean something to you.
Definitely.
And guys, this is something that's so important. People are totally willing to spend the money when price expectation is here and price is here. She even said it.
Forever guarantee.
She said it's supposed to be 9 grand. I got it for like 3. So it's beside the point that it was 3 grand. It's that it was less than it was supposed to be. Right?
Yeah.
That's a big one.
It's
Who here? Awesome. Thank you, Julia. Who here has bought a MacBook? Anybody? All right, Grace, I saw your hand go up right away. Grace from St. Paul. Grace, how long ago did you get the MacBook?
Last summer.
Cool. Do you remember how much it was?
I think 1,300.
Yep. And there's laptops that are cheaper than that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You got a laptop for $1,300, even though you know Apple's going to slow it down, right? I have Apple, by the way, so I'm hating on it, but I'm obsessed with it. So they've got me in their clutches. So $1,300 that you spent on that laptop, and people would like, if somebody is really into tech, they'd probably say there's so many better computers than right. I hear that all the time. I'm like, I don't care. How often do you use the computer?
Every day.
Cool. And how long do you think it's going to last? So you've already had it for a year. How long do you reasonably do you think you'll use it for before you get a new one?
Hopefully 5 to 10, probably like 5-ish years.
Yeah, I think we all know the laptop that we have now, we're not going to be using in 10 years. Also just because technology advances so much, right? So let's say if it lasted 5 years, let's even say 4 years, right? Because a lot of people get a new computer for college. So let's say that you bought a laptop for $1,300 and it lasts you for 4 years and used it every day. Would you say that was worth the investment?
Yes.
Totally. I agree, right? I bought a laptop this month for $2,700, this MacBook that I'm using right now. And if this lasts me 4 years, I'm like, that was totally worth it because I use it so much.
Mhm.
Okay. Guys, one of the things that I want you to write down next to, okay, so you guys wrote down the one thing that you spent a lot of money on. Next to that, I want you to write down what are some of the things that you value about it. Could be brand. It could be how often do I use it. It could be how long I think it's going to last. It could be, you know, I'm really into it, like that hobby. It could be, I really like to travel. Some of you guys had travel stuff down. Some of you, it might be, the answer might be, will it make my life easier? All right. We don't have time to go through everybody's. What I want you to understand is that we all value things differently. However, there's some common questions that we all value, such as almost everybody can relate to this. We're willing to spend more money on things that we use more often. Would you guys agree with that? Like, in other words, if you like to golf, it makes sense that you golf more, and it makes sense that you'd spend more on that item. If you like to hunt, if you hunt once a year compared to somebody who hunts all the time, the person who hunts all the time probably spends more money on their hunting gear, and to them, they're like, well, it's totally worth it. I use it all the time, and this makes it easier, right? Another thing that almost everybody values is how long is this going to last? So write those two questions down. How often am I going to use it? How long is this going to last? Guys, it doesn't matter if somebody's 15, if they're 25, if they're 55. Those are two questions that almost every single person has in common when they're deciding whether or not to buy something. Right? How often will I use it? How long is it going to last? I could go through so many recent purchases where we've asked how often are we going to use it, right? And how long is it going to last? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because a lot of times when somebody starts this job, if you're like me when I started, I was trying to wrap my head around how in the world this company sells so many thousands of dollars of kitchen knives, right? That's what was going through my head. I was like, how do people buy this? And what it boils down to is, as long as you're showing to middle-aged married families, they use knives every day. And how long are they going to cook for? Till they can't, right? Like, in other words, once you start cooking every day, you basically cook every day until you can't cook anymore. In other words, you pass away or you like physically cannot and somebody's giving you food. So for a lot of people, they're going to cook from somewhere in their 20s to their 80s. So if somebody buys a set of knives when they're 40 years old, they're going to get 40 years of use out of that every day. So when you look at the value, you really got to consider how often am I going to use it? How long is it going to last? Okay. Now, let me take you to a family. So you guys, I told you that average income for a student is about $3,000. I can't do this for all your counties, but if you look up in your county, you can just do it on the county assessor's website for the county that you live in and say, what's the average household income? Well, Hennepin County is the biggest county in our division. It's in Minneapolis, right? And it's got, the reason I like the Minneapolis number for Hennepin County is because Hennepin's got 1 million people in it. So it's got high income, low income, middle income, it's got everything. Okay. But the average is $60,000. That's the average. Does that mean that's the average of homeowners? No, that's the average of people that live in Hennepin County. So what does that mean? Do you think the average homeowner is higher or lower than that? Does it make sense that it's higher? Let's talk about some professions. I'm going to speak in very vague numbers here. And you all live in different areas, which means that the incomes in those areas are different, right? Let's talk about some lower paying jobs first. Teacher. Okay? I think everybody agrees teachers are paid as much as they should be. My mom's a teacher. She's been teaching for years. And nobody becomes a teacher to become wealthy. If you are, somebody has misguided you. Does that make sense? Right? Like, you become a teacher to make a difference, right? To have an impact. All right. So what does a teacher's pay start at? I think it's safe to assume in most areas between, like, in the 30s. So 30 to 40 grand, somewhere in there. Okay. So let's take that as our example. So let's take a 25-year-old college grad, they just landed a teaching job, they're making 32 grand a year. Let's say they get married to another teacher. That's pretty common. You guys all can think of a couple in your school that was married. Every school has them, right? And so let's say they're both 25, they're both making 32 grand. That's already a couple that's in their mid 20s that's making 64,000. You guys all follow that? Well, when they're 35, 10 years from now, are they still making 64 grand? No, they get a little bump each year. The average pay raise in the US is between 2 to 5%. Not for teachers, just in general, the average pay raise. So teachers going to go up a little bit. So by the time that couple's in their mid 30s, let's say 35, they're not making 32 grand and 32 grand. They might be making 38 and 38, right? Or something like that. Or 40 and 40. So that means that that couple is now at like mid 70s to 80 grand combined income. Then they're in their 40s, in their 50s. If you guys know a couple that are both teachers that are married, that are in their 50s, they're making about 100 grand a year combined income. Does everybody see how that works? Now, what I really want you to understand, I feel sometimes like I'm sending two messages when I talk about this. I don't care what somebody does for work if they own their home. Does you guys all follow that? Because owning a home is already kind of like a pre-qualifier for they're probably going to want Cutco. And they're in a good enough position to buy a home. So I don't really care what they do for work. I'm just trying to kind of prove a point to you. Now, police officers, firefighters, like civic positions, not super high paying, but those are going to start out from most areas in the 40s, like 40 to 50. And then again, add 15 years to that person's experience, they're going to be making more. So let's marry a police officer and a teacher, right? Well, you got a couple there that's probably at 90 grand if they're in their 30s. Let's take, how about some people in the trades, right? Plumber, electrician. That's a big range, right? It could be lower. A lot of those people are self-employed. It could be a lot more. Is it safe to assume that there's electricians and plumbers that make 80, 90, 100 grand? Totally, right? Absolutely. People that do carpentry, absolutely. People that do construction, absolutely. Right? How about, you know, let's say like a CPA, let's say you become an accountant. You go to school for finance, you want to become an accountant. You're going to start out of college probably in the 60s. 10 years, you're in the 70s. How about somebody goes to law school? They're going to start out in the 70s usually. Unless it's a small town, but usually in the 70s. They can get up over 100. How about, we're not even talking about the medical field, right? My sister's a physician's assistant. She's 30. So there's extra schooling for that. I think she landed her job maybe when she was 27. I think that's right. In Chicago. She got started, her first job out of PA school was about a little over 100 grand for being a physician's assistant, right? Now that's in Chicago, so the wages are a little higher. But why I'm going through this, it's not that far-fetched that a middle-aged married couple, if they're both working, their combined income being a lot, higher than that 60 grand. Does everybody see how you get there? All right. There's a certain multiplier. Here's what I want you to write this down. 3,000 to 60,000. That's a multiplier of 20. Does everybody follow what I'm trying to do here? I want to give you some perspective. So if you're used to making 3 grand a year, somebody's used to making 60,000 a year, that's a multiplier of 20. Okay? So $1,000 to somebody who's making 60 grand a year is like $50 to you. Does everybody understand that? So that's what I want you to look at, is that you have spent $50 on things on a whim. Have you? You ever gone to a store and you weren't planning on buying something, you walked out, you're like, well, I got 2 hats. Well, I guess I got an extra pair of shoes. It happens to me at Lulu every time I go in there. I didn't need more stuff, but I got trapped again. And so what I want you to understand is that your financial situation very different than a middle-aged married couple. All right, next question. Do families, do homeowners care about the stuff in their house? Yes. Do they value, like, do they appreciate the things in their home? Totally. Right? If you guys, I want you to think of like conversations that you've had with your moms and dads and stuff about things in the home. There reaches a certain point where mom and dad have no more patience for you damaging things in the house. Right? When you're a kid, it's kind of expected. And then you kind of get a little older and they're like, what are you doing? I remember my parents built a new house when I was a junior in high school. And I remember new house, I'm a junior in high school, competent individual. And I remember being in our new house, taking a sandwich that I made and walking into the living room to sit on the couch to watch something and eat a sandwich. And my dad from the other room was like, get out, like so pissed, get out of there. I'm like, what? He's like, no food in that room. I'm like, Dad, it's a sandwich. He's like, get out of that room. There's no food in that room. I was like, it's a living room. He's like, I don't care. Sit at the table. Why was he like that? He had just paid for all that carpet. Right? I had no idea how much that stuff cost, nor did I care. But my dad did for sure. I'm going to take you on a little tour through the house. What I need you to do, after we go through all this section, I'm going to have you write a bunch of stuff down. You're going to make a big list. After this, we're going to take a break. Okay? What I want you to write down as we go through this is I'm going to give you a list of items in the home, and I'm going to give you a little range for how much they cost. Okay? So the first thing I want you to write down is I want you to write down kitchen. And we're going to start in the kitchen. The kitchen is the most expensive room in the house. If you know anybody who's a real estate agent or in construction or anything, ask them the most expensive room. They'll always say it's the kitchen. And the reason is there's a lot of stuff in there. All right. So let me give you a little picture here of the kitchen. All right, here you go. So first item I want you to write down fridge. Everybody you guys showed to is going to have a fridge. If they don't, it would probably be a poor prospect, right? Like not a good person to show to if they don't have a fridge for food. Since we, have cooking items. All right, for a range for fridge, I want you to write down 1,000 to 3,000. $1,000 to $3,000. Now, guys, can you get a fridge for cheaper than that? Absolutely. You get a used fridge for sure. Can you get a fridge for more than $3,000? Yes. The range is usually going to be $1,000 to $3,000. Now, this is where it really matters about renters versus homeowners. Guys, if you're in a rented apartment, home, whatever, if the fridge is lackluster, are you going to spend your own money to buy a new fridge? No. Why would you not in a rented place? Because you're like, I'm going to be gone in a year. Maybe I'll be here, but I'm not going to buy a new fridge. It's not mine. This isn't my place. Right? And if you live in a home that you own, your fridge is typically going to be nicer. Now, when do people replace their fridge? Is it when it breaks? Or when it just stops looking as nice? I want you to think about this. The answer is actually when it just stops looking as nice. How do I know this? Think about your house. Does your house have more than one fridge? Most of your homes have more than one fridge. You've got one in the basement or the garage. For a lot of people, that's your original kitchen one, and it got demoted. It got moved after it didn't look as nice, and then you got a new fridge in the house. Okay. $1,000 to $3,000 does not get you the nicest refrigerators. I want you to write down next to fridge. I want you to write down the nicest ones. This is kind of like the Cutco of refrigerators. The Cutco of refrigerators is a brand that's called Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero. All right. And Sub-Zero is an expensive brand. They've got crazy technology. It's supposed to be more sanitary. The refrigerators look awesome. A lot of times they'll look like the cabinets, and like they're usually oversized. Those things will range from $4,000 to $20,000 for a fridge. Do people pay money on that? Do people buy those? Yeah, totally. Right? All right. Next thing I want you to write down is stove/oven. Stove/oven. Go ahead and write down 2 to 3 grand. For a new one, it's gonna be 2 to 3,000 bucks. Go ahead and next to that, I want you to write the nicest brands. The best brand of stove or oven. The best brand or stove oven is Viking or Wolf. There are 2 competitor brands, Viking and Wolf. Those things are awesome. Those things go for like 5 to 10 grand. Why am I telling you these higher end prices? Guys, Cutco is the best. And so what I want you to understand is, what does it normally cost somebody to own the best? And you're going to notice the difference with ours, which is pretty cool. A lot of people that buy Cutco, this is like the only thing that they own that is the best of its kind. Does it make sense? Like normally to own the best of something, it costs a ton, like 20 grand for a fridge. It's the best car, costs 100 grand. The best watch costs 10 grand, right? Like those things cost a lot. With Cutco, a lot of people, this is the only thing that they own that's the best, which I really like. I like that, you know, they have that opportunity with us. All right, stove or oven, 2 to 3 grand. Next one I want you to write down is dishwasher. Just write down $1,000 to $2,000, 1 to 2,000 bucks. Dishwasher is an interesting one. If you, depending on your age, if you're like, you've rented a few places already, man, I rent. So after my freshman year being in the dorms, I rented a different place basically from when I was 19 all the way until I was 30. So for 11 years, essentially it was 11 different places, right? A couple of those places I stayed in for a few years. So maybe a little less than that. But what I want you to understand is that many of those places didn't have a dishwasher. Have you guys all been in a rental that doesn't have a dishwasher? Was I going to go out and buy a dishwasher? No. I was like, well, this kind of sucks. I guess I'm washing dishes by hand this year. And that's what we would do. And so I'm not going to go out and buy a dishwasher, but if I own the home, will I buy a dishwasher? Absolutely. And this is a really big difference again between renters and homeowners. Okay, next thing I want you to write down is microwave oven. Guys, a microwave is $300 to $500. You might be like, nah, I got one at Walmart for $30 for my dorm room. It's like, right. That's one that you just kind of set on the counter. That's not one that gets built into the cabinets like this. Go ahead and write down countertops, granite countertops. Granite is the most popular material for countertops. Why does that make sense to have? Is because it lasts. Granite, you basically can't damage. It's super sanitary and it's going to stay looking the same color. So this setup right here, depending on, you know, where you're at in terms of prices and stuff, it's probably 5 to 10 grand. This big middle thing costs a lot. Go ahead for granite, just write 5 to 10,000. Granite to me actually makes the most sense out of anything we've talked about in the kitchen so far, because granite is the only thing that you won't have to replace because it won't break, right? Now, do people still replace their granite? They do. Why? They want a different color in their kitchen. I hope, I'm saying, and I'm pausing for effect, I hope that sounds absurd to you. There are people that are like, we want to change the color. Let's go to a lighter color kitchen now. Lighter kitchens are in now. So there's a lot of people that have changed and gotten new granite, new countertops. Even though the other stuff was working fine, it's just not the color they want now. Okay. Go ahead and put down cabinets. That's the only other thing we're going to go through here. Cabinets, those things, go ahead and write down 5 to 10,000 for those too. Now you can get generic ones at a Lowe's or Home Depot that just kind of like cookie cutter go right in there. But a lot of cabinets are custom because each house is different. And so why cabinets become so expensive is because every door, there's so many doors and drawers. Every little variation is a couple bucks more, but then it's times 20, 30 doors, drawers, whatever. Every little color, you know, if it's not just normal wood, if it's like a different shade or cherry color or whitewashed, those things cost more. Every little indent and design, that costs more. Every upgraded handle costs more, right? So those things can cost a lot. They're not guaranteed. None of these things that we just went through are guaranteed. Granite's the closest thing. It's not actually guaranteed. It's just built amazingly. So that's the kitchen. We're not even going through the blender, the espresso machine, all that. But look, people are used to spending not hundreds, but thousands for stuff in the kitchen. You guys follow that? And this is a nice kitchen, but there are some that are really nice. You guys ever seen ones that have like the burners in here in this middle island? And then they got like the air vent that comes down in the middle. The air vent by itself is like $800. There are certain stoves now that are induction stove tops, which means there's like magnetized. And if the pot comes off, it automatically cools. It's pretty cool. Those things, they don't cost $2,000. They cost a lot, right? So there's a lot of upcharges that people can choose to get in their kitchen. All right. Oh, hey, this is also the room people spend the most money on, because when they have company over, this is where a lot of times you congregate. Would you guys agree with that? Like when you have relatives over and stuff, you like hang out around the kitchen. Also, most homes now have more of an open floor plan. They used to, back in the day, be very compartmentalized. And now when homes get remodeled, they open walls up to have more of an open flow. So the kitchen is a lot more central in homes now. Go ahead and write down dining room table. A lot of your guys' families have two tables. You have like a kitchen table and then a dining room table. One's nicer than the other. One doesn't get used very often. You guys know what I mean by that? It's like, oh, that's special occasions. The one that has special occasions, those are the ones that have the leaf in it. You guys know about the leaf? You know about it because you're the person who always has to go downstairs and get the extensions around the holidays, right? Mom or dad is like, hey, yeah, can you go downstairs? You're like, ugh. But a table itself is $1,000 to $2,000. Then each chair is $100 to $200. Chairs are about 10% the price of what the table costs. They're not included. So when I say $1,000 to $2,000 for the table, I'm talking literally just the table. So a nice table and chair set's going to be, a couple grand. The house that we bought here, we were able to negotiate to keep a lot of the furniture in the house, which was awesome because they have like this really they have this built-in table. In other words, like the seats are kind of built into the wall. And this table they had custom built for this area. It's huge. The wood is awesome. And you can fit like 12 people around the table. So when they said they would include that in the price, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, that's probably a $5,000 table. I'm not paying for it. We're just getting it with the house. I'm like, this is awesome. Right? But if you've ever not used a coaster and mom or dad have been upset, there's a reason. If you've ever marked up the table, this is why they might be upset. Because those things, they're not cheap. How about go ahead and write down living room set. Guys, you ever notice in a family, in a house, the furniture matches? When you rent, you're just kind of taking things from place to place. But when you own the home, you buy furniture that fit the home. This right here, this is a leather setup, but this setup here would probably be $8,000 because it's all leather. And then a lot of families, you have two sets. Once this set doesn't look as nice, you demote it to the basement, right? Did some of your homes have a finished basement and you've got like another living room set down there that matches? Well, a lot of times that used to be the upstairs one. And then after it started not looking as nice, it got demoted. I'm kind of joking with the term demoted, right? But you get the idea. And so families want stuff to match in their home. Couches are like our couch that we have here. It's also part of like when you have kids. So our couch in the last year has just been terrorized. We have a lighter gray colored couch, but I've got a 3.5-year-old and a 2-year-old now. You can imagine it looks like crap. I'm not going to buy a new couch right now. Why am I not going to buy a new couch? They will destroy it. So I'm going to wait. And after they're out of the destroying age, we'll get a new couch, right? And we'll get a nicer one than what we currently have. As families age, would you guys agree that as a married couple ages, they usually, when they replace something, they usually replace it with a little bit nicer quality? You guys, can you follow me on that? You do this too, right? Like if you're going to get a new computer, you usually get a little nicer. If you're going to get a new couch, it's a little nicer. A lot of times part of that is because they're in a better situation. A couple in their 50s versus 40s, they got 10 more years of earning and saving. Right? So TVs, TVs is kind of a loose one. I say 1,000 each, but a lot of times what it's got a whole setup. If it's in a purchase home, they might have built-in speakers. Go ahead and write down washer and dryer. So a partner and I just bought a duplex in Highland Park, St. Paul area. And we're listing it for rent this coming Monday. And one of the units has washer and dryer. The other doesn't have a washer and dryer. Are we going to buy a washer and dryer for the other unit? No. Why? Because some rentals have washer and dryer, some don't. Now, we bought this duplex in January. It came with a washer and dryer in one unit. We're not going to upgrade that washer and dryer. Does that make sense? Like, we're going to let it stay there, and when it breaks, then we'll replace it. In my home that I live in, we've got a nicer washer and dryer because I know we're going to take care of it more than a renter. Does anybody follow that? How about this? You guys ever thought about windows? There's probably like 5 to 10 of you that have broken a window. If you really want to see a parent lose it, do that. I had no idea how much windows cost until I had to buy windows. So the first home that I ever purchased, I've only bought 2 homes. The first home I ever bought in 2016, we bought a 100-year-old house in South Minneapolis. It's totally dumb for me to do because I don't know how to fix anything. Like, I'm not handy at all. Okay. So if you buy a 100-year-old house, you could imagine there's always things that need to be fixed. Well, we bought this house and we knew we were getting a good deal on it, but we knew that there were things that needed to be replaced. Windows needed to be replaced. The steps to the house needed to be replaced, and then a couple other things. Well, the windows, you also never know how many windows are in a house until you have to buy them. So we closed on the house in July. The first week that we were in, we had a window person come out and give us a bid. And the house had 24 windows. 21 of the 24 windows needed to be replaced. Right? I'm like, oh my God, that's a lot. And then he started showing me windows. I wasn't going to buy the cheapest windows because this was going to be in a house that we owned. Do you guys follow that? So if I got cheaper windows, if I got nicer windows, it would actually add value to the home. So I got a little bit nicer windows. They were not the nicest, but it ended up being $1,000 per window. So I bought a house, and then the next week I bought $21,000 of windows. Guys, I could make a list quickly off the top of my head of 100 things I'd rather spend $21,000 on than windows. Never once when we owned that house did I like open and close the window and be like, yep, this is fantastic. I'm so glad I got these. Never once did it bring enjoyment. Now, theoretically, we recouped that when we sold the home, right? But that's something that homeowners spend money on. How about mattresses? Think about how many mattresses your family has, right? Not all mattresses are great. I bet the one that your mom and dad have is nicer. That's pretty typical. Nice mattress, $1,000 to $3,000. And then they've got other mattresses. So our house, we have 5 beds. 2 of the mattresses are nicer. And then the other 3 are like, they're so-so. Right? So-so is $500 for a mattress. And then if you want like a box spring, the setup, headboard, that kind of stuff costs a little more. All right. I want you guys to write down landscaping. These steps are the steps of my old house. They are nothing special. They are as basic as you could get. These steps were crumbling when we bought the house. Again, I had no idea how much things cost. So I had 3 concrete workers come out, like companies, to give me quotes. I was shocked. This right here for 11 steps cost me $5,500. Guys, right? Like, think about that. When's the last time you spent $5,000? I did it on our steps, and in 1 year, a crack formed right here. I was so pissed. Again, every time I walked up these, I was like, $500, $500, because they're 11 steps, $500, $500, $500. And then I started to find out, well, do you guys think brick costs less or more? Brick is more. Stone, like the real nice stone ones, some people have stone ones, those cost even more. So now what do you think I look at when I see houses? I look at the walkway. I never would have done that before buying this, but now I know how much they cost. So I look, I'm like, ooh, that's a beautiful, I sound like such an old person, but it's because as you spend money on things, you start to value those more, right? I guarantee Max $350 belt looks at other people's belts, right? If you have $300 designer shoes, you look at other people's shoes. You guys see what I mean with this? If you own a house, you look at other people's homes, right? And doesn't necessarily need to be a contest, but you look at it and say, oh, that's nice, or this is nice. And people really value how their home looks. How about this? This is the cheapest, littlest fence ever. I paid for this. This is our backyard in our old South Minneapolis home. So the yards were small there, and both of our neighbors had a fence, right? So all I was doing was connecting the fences. Why I did this is because we have a little dog, a corgi, that has behavioral issues. So in other words, she's like flunked out of every dog class. And whenever she sees a dog, her eyes like black out and she's like straight murder, right? So we could never have her in the yard unless we had a fence. So we bought a fence. My wife's like, we got to get a fence now that we own a house. I was like, all right. So there's a 4-foot fence. You wouldn't get one smaller than that. And no special stain, as basic as it comes. It's 67 feet here and then a little bit next to the house. That costs $3,000. That is the cheapest fence that you will ever get. So I tell you that so that you look and say, hey, if you know somebody who has a fence, their yard's probably bigger than this. If they have a fence that's a little bit like privacy fence, 6 feet, or a little bit nicer metal or anything like that, it costs $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for a fence. Some of you guys know people that have underground fences for dogs. They're spending thousands of dollars. You guys know what I mean by that, with a collar, right? My parents had that for our dog when we lived out in West Bend. And I remember like being like, oh, this is cool because our dog doesn't run out of the yard. I didn't know then, but my parents spent like $3,000 on getting an underground fence for a dog that they spent like $500 on. I spent $3,000 on this fence to keep my dog in that we got for free. Right? So think about those types of things when it comes to what people, we just got our landscaping complete, the first half of it completed. This is costing about $4,000. Are we going to do this every year? Nope. Is this going to last us forever? No chance. This will probably last us 3-4 years, and then we'll need to do it again. That's normal when it comes to people who own homes. Okay. So guys, this is what I really want to make the point hit home. On average, every 10 years, all of these items are replaced. Dining room table set, leather couches, washer, dryer, oven, stove, dishwasher, fridge, mattresses. These are all things that people are going to replace every 10 years. In 10 years, it's going to cost more money than what it costs them right now to buy it. So when you think about this, how often will people rebuy Cutco? They don't need to. So when you think about that, the big thing that you should understand is that Cutco is not a purchase. It's really an investment. When somebody buys this, it's like, look, you just took care of your kitchen for the next 50 years. That's pretty wild that we have the opportunity to provide something like that. It's pretty wild that exists. Okay. That's what makes the product such a large, value to a customer, is that they're able to do something like that. Guys, the last example I'm going to use when it comes to families versus your money. Has anybody gone to Costco with their parents? Anybody? All right. Costco is like, again, a perfect example of like America. Everything is oversized, right? You go in there, the store is oversized. You get this oversized cart that you could fit like a family of 4 in, right? And you walk around. Nobody goes to Costco because they actually need all of that stuff right now, right? People buy in bulk to save money at Costco. Would you guys agree with that? Like, that's why you go there. Nobody says, you know what, honey, God, we need 30 things of yogurt right now. Why does somebody go buy 30 things of yogurt? Because they save 10 cents per thing of yogurt, right? So it saves them some money. But if you go with your parents to that store, they get their huge cart full of stuff. We shop at Costco. I love it there. You get to the register. They're like the fastest ever at ringing up your stuff, right? And then they tell you your total. And if you've gone with your parents, this is similar to what the total is. They're going to say, that's $510. Or they're going to say that's $412. Your parents don't flinch. They're not like, what? $500? What do? They grab their credit card. They're like, here you go. They swipe it. They give it back with the receipt. And then they're like, grab the card. That's it. So when you think about $500, it's a lot to you. To mom and dad, it's their bi-weekly or monthly trip to Costco. Right? And if they go to Costco once a month, you guys know they go to the grocery store, like the actual grocery store, once a week to spend another $200 to $300. In the US right now, the average grocery bill for a family of 4 per week is $270 in the US to feed a family of 4 weekly. And since COVID, I saw, where was this from? Some credit card company, like an app, they were tracking people's purchases, and it came out like after 6 weeks into the COVID thing, grocery purchasing was up 30%, right? Like grocery store business is up 30%. Why? Because people are cooking more meals at home. So when you think about $300, that's like a normal trip, like it's a weekly trip for a family of 4 to the grocery store, right? To you, again, that's a big deal. So real strict differences between the two. Okay. All right, guys, that was the longest section of training. We're gonna take 15 minutes. It's 1:33 right now. Jot down in your notebook 1:48. We're gonna get back at 1:48. Oh, it just turned 1:34. 1:49. 1:49. We'll get rolling. All right. Stretch your legs. Get some air. Talk to you in a minute. All right. Hop back on when you're ready. Roll. Welcome back. Ray waves every time. Welcome back, Ray. All right, now we shouldn't even acknowledge Anthony now. All right. All right, it is 1:49. Let's roll. Thanks for being prompt on everything, guys. We're moving pretty good. Next section of training we're going to go through has to do with all the sets. Okay? So what do I mean by all the sets? Well, what we're going to do here is, let me see here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to walk you through all the different sets that we have. We're going to talk about prices. We're going to talk about the 5-pay plan. We're going to talk about what you can give for free. This is a cool part because you start to kind of see some sales come together. All right. So in your notes, please write down, the first thing I want you to write down is just closing. This is what this section is called, closing. Closing the sale. All right. So underneath that, I'm going to have you write down buying process. Buying process, the term buying process. So as a consumer, you all have a buying process. What's that mean? Well, you have a process of how you come to the decision of if you want to buy or not. All right. And this happens through a lot of questions. You know, how often will I use it? You know, do I value the brand? Right? Like there's a lot of things that you specifically ask. All right. Now, one thing that's just a common fact in sales, it's easier to go down in price than it is to go up in price. Okay. I think that should be obvious, but I want to make that known. Anytime that you're ever selling anything, you always start higher and you go down. Okay. So I'll use a few examples. Well, I'm going to use one example specifically, and this has to do with my buying process of buying my first car on my own. I had a Ford Escort when I was 16, a little Ford Escort, a little 2-door ZX2. That was the fancy name of it. It was really just a 2-door Ford Escort. All right. So this thing was, I had it from when I was 16 to like 23, I think. So basically 7 years all throughout high school, all college, and then a year after college. All right. So I'm a year removed from college. I've been working as a district manager. I'm ready to buy my own car, right? I already told you I wasn't good with my money. I would just spend it, right? So I was like, I'm going to get a new car. So I went for it. And so what I mean by that, I remember telling my dad, I'm like, I'm going to get a new car. He's like, what are you going to get? You know, it was my first like big boy purchase. And I'm like, I'm going to get an Audi. He's like, you do not need an Audi. That's going to be too expensive. I was like, whatever, Dad, it's my money. I can get what I want. Right. So I was so excited to go car shopping. I'm sure you could understand that. Right. So I wake up, I'm like ready to go. I drive to an Audi dealership that at the time, it might still be there, but at the time was in Brown Deer. Brown Deer, Wisconsin. And so I'm 23, I'm wearing flip-flops, shorts, t-shirt, baseball cap. I'm going to buy a car. And so I pull up in my little Ford Escort to this Audi dealership, and I am sure that I did not look like an Audi customer, right? Especially in my car and whatever. So I get out, I start walking around. Finally, somebody comes up, helps me. And this guy goes, hey, what can I do for you? And I said, well, I really like Audis. I don't know a lot about them. Can you kind of show me what you got? And he's like, sure. So he starts talking to me, kind of building rapport, right? And he's like, here, walk with me. I'll show you some stuff. And so we're talking, and he walks me to one side of the lot, and we get there, and he goes, okay, cool. So over on this side here has got most of our pre-owned cars. Pre-owned means used, right? This guy took me straight. He did not ask, what are you looking for? He took me straight to the used side of the lot. I was so fired up about buying a car that day. And so this guy totally took the wind out of my sails, right? I'm like, what? So, I knew what happened. I wasn't too excited about it. So I was like, all right, man, thanks, and I left. I was like, I'm not doing business with this guy. So I found another Audi dealership at the time. This is, this would have been 2007 or 8, somewhere around 2007, I think. So I go to the next closest, at that time, the next nearest Audi dealership was in the northern suburbs of Chicago in Lake County. So I drove there. It was like an hour and 15 minutes or something like that, hour and a half. So I get there, and I'm in a new Audi dealership. I get out. Somebody asked me the same thing. What can I do for you? I said the same thing. I'm looking for an Audi. Don't really know a lot about them. I like them. Can you show me what you have? And he goes, oh, you are totally in for it. He goes, not all dealerships have it, but we've got one of the R8s in the showroom. You got to come check it out. All right. If you don't know what an R8 is, it's the souped up sports car, $120,000 awesome Audi car. Okay. There was no part of me that was offended that he showed me that. I could not afford it. I wasn't like, excuse me, the nerve on you to think that I can get that car. You jerk. That did not come across my mind. What did I do? I was like, all right. We walked in there. I'm like, can I touch it? Right? He's like, yeah, get in it. Right? I'm like, oh, I'm like sitting in, and I'm like, whoo, this is nice. And I'm like, hopefully I can't afford this, but I hope someday I'm able to get something like this. Right? And he's like, yeah. So that was my experience seeing the most expensive thing they had. Then he said, okay, are you looking for a car, an SUV? So I'm looking for a car. He said, all right, let me show you the A8. So we're still in the showroom, right? He keeps me in the showroom. He shows me an A8. An A8 is, if you don't know what that is, it's a really big sedan. It's the biggest car, essentially, that they have. It's big, and it costs, there's a bunch of bells and whistles, but it costs like $80,000, right? So this also too big, too much, not for me. So I tell him that, and he's like, all right, cool. Let me show you the A6. A6 is kind of like the same size as like a 5 Series BMW. We take a look at that. Still bigger, a lot bigger than what I'm used to. And the car is still like 50 to 60 grand. So I'm like, yeah, too much, too big. And then he shows me an A4. A4 is smaller, right? It's still 4 doors, a little sportier. This is more my size. Price-wise, it's in the 40s. Now, one of the things when it comes to buying a car, do most people pay in full or do most people finance? Finance, right? Well, if a sticker on a car says 30 grand, 40 grand, do you really know how much that costs? Probably not, right? Because it depends on your credit, depends on how much money you're putting down, if you have a trade-in, what your interest rate is, how long's the loan. Like there's a lot of stuff that it depends on, right? So if you ever gone car shopping, there's a sticker price, but in terms of what your payment is, it varies based on a lot of things. You got to sit down with somebody to go through it. All right, so I find an A4 I like. We test drive it. I like it. We go inside. We start talking about prices. And so, you call it negotiating, whatever. We're going back and forth. Well, for me to get the payment that I wanted, we had to find a little bit of a different car than what I had originally found with him. I ended up buying an Audi from that guy that day, but it ended up being a used one. So I bought a used / pre-owned / the exact thing that the first guy showed me first, right? Why did I buy? I was excited to buy it. There's a total different experience for me than the first dealership where I went straight to the used ones. You see what I mean by that? The first guy probably had me pegged, like used car, right? And if you would have said that, I've been like, I'm not a used car. I'm here to get a new car. But in reality, I didn't know how much it was going to cost or anything. So I had to go through my own buying process to figure out, hey, this used one is actually right for me. This is my example with a car. I could give you my exact same example of how I bought my first home, but I'm not going to. It's the same point where people need to make their own decision. Your job is not to sell the biggest thing to every single person. Your job is to start with the homemaker set and to help somebody through their buying process. Everybody understand that? I bought from the second guy because he took time to show me all the stuff. That took a lot longer than the other guy who's just like, use day 4, right? And who knows, maybe that guy sells a ton of cars and maybe he's really good at picking out what he thinks somebody's going to get, but that didn't work because I didn't know that was what I was going to get. People don't know what they should be getting with Cutco until they get to see the full presentation and where you start with the homemaker and go down, right? So in your notes, please write down, start with homemaker. Always start with homemaker. And let me give you a couple reasons. The first reason I want you to always start with a homemaker, I already gave you the whole, easier to go down than up. But the next reason I want you to write down always start with the homemaker is you can't judge your customer. You can't judge your customer. You guys all have, you guys all know somebody on both sides of the spectrum. And what I mean by that, the first person I'm going to call is a jeans and t-shirt person. You guys all know somebody that would kind of be classified as the jeans and t-shirt person. What do I mean by that? They actually make really good money, but you would never be able to tell by what they have or what they wear. Do you guys know somebody like that? They wear like the same pair of work boots and they drive the same 90s pickup truck as they have forever. And they make a lot of money, but they don't really value things. Does anybody know someone like that? You also know somebody on the flip side of that, probably, that looks like they have a lot of money, but they don't. Anybody know someone like that? The point is, like, you never really can tell. So don't think about it. Don't judge. Start with as long as they're HM30, you're doing an appointment, start with the homemaker, go down. That's what you do with everyone. It just makes it simple. Okay. The next reason that you want to start with a homemaker every time is that you got to show respect. Nobody's offended when you show them something big. If anything, they like to see it. Those of you guys that live in Omaha, 2000 would have been 2012 or 11. I went condo shopping in Omaha because I thought I was going to stay there a little longer. And so I took my girlfriend with, who's now my wife, and we went to I think it's called Soma Lofts, so something like that. It's in Uptown or Old Market. And I remember this is my first time condo shopping, going into the building, meeting the listing agent, and they said, "What are you looking for?" I said, "Something small, 2-bedroom. Well, it's just us, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. I don't need anything special." And they said, "All right, well, hey, I'm going to show you my favorite unit. I show everybody this first, right?" It was like a $600,000 beautiful 2-floor glass overlooking downtown Omaha. It was not what I was looking for. It was $600,000. I was not offended. I was like, this is a really cool place, right? And then he showed me something else, and then they showed me an actual 2-bedroom one, and I was like, oh, this is it, right? So it totally, changed kind of what my perspective was. We went to another building, which was not too far from there, but it's got Hero Sushi or something like that's in the first level of it. But that building had condos in it, and that nicest. I just did the same thing. I went in, said, "This is what I'm looking for." He said, "Hey, I'm gonna show you the nicest one we got. I like to show it." That's always what they do. So it doesn't matter. People start with the best one, and then they go down from there. The last thing that I want you to write down with showing the homemaker first is go ahead and write down the acronym AFTO. Ask for the order. Ask for the order. All right. Now, what AFTO means, ask for the order, is that you got to ask if they are interested in getting it before you know to move on to the next thing. Okay. Again, it's kind of common sense. In other words, when that guy was showing me cars, he had to ask me if I liked and wanted the A8 before he knew to show me the A6. Okay. Now, when you ask, AFTO stands for ask for the order. When you ask for the order, you want to do it like somebody does at Chipotle. Okay. Here's what I mean by this. Because if you have eaten there, you know the process, right? You get in line, you get to the front, you tell them bowl or burrito or whatever, you get all your fixins, you get to the register. What does the person at the register say? Would you like chips or a drink? Right? They do this at Subway, they do this at Chipotle. Are you ever offended? No. What do? You go, no. Or you go, yeah, sure. Their reaction is the exact same no matter what. Right? I know we've got a couple people in training that have worked at Chipotle. If I'm working at Chipotle and I say, do you want chips and a drink? And you say no, I'm not like, oh, really? Do I care? I don't care. I don't get any money out of that. So what is my response? You say, no, thanks. My response is, okay, your total is $8.34. If you say yes, I'm not like, yes, jackpot. Another set of chips, right? What do? I say, do you want chips and a drink? If you say yes, I'm like, okay, your total is $10.34. Like, my reaction is the same regardless. That's how you want to be in all sales. You want to be very relaxed, very laid back, almost act like you don't really care. That's actually what's going to win. Okay. It'll also make you feel more comfortable. Okay. All right. I'm going to have you write down, there's 4 reasons that sets are better for customers than pieces. So there's 4 reasons as to why sets are better for customers to buy than pieces. All right. Number one is they get the right tool for the right job. Right tool for the right job. Okay. When you get a set, you actually have the tools you're supposed to use. If somebody buys one knife, guys, I can tell you what they're going to do. They're going to use that one knife for everything. And why will they use it for everything? Because it's their new, really sharp knife, and they're going to want to use it on everything. That doesn't work. That's like somebody saying, hey, I got this brand new driver. I'm going to use this for every shot on the golf course. Could you play around a golf with one club? You could, technically. But here's what would happen. It'd be funny for like a hole. And then it would be super frustrating. You would get the worst score you've ever got golfing. You'd probably damage the course, maybe the club. And you probably, if that's what your experience golfing is, you probably wouldn't enjoy golfing. That's how some people cook. And when somebody gets a set and they have the right tool for the right task, it actually makes it more enjoyable. Right? So it's more enjoyable, more efficient when you have the right tool for the right task. Second reason that sets are better than pieces is it's cheaper. When somebody buys a set, they get a discount. There's a built-in discount, usually about 10%, sometimes a little more on the bigger sets. But they get a 10% built-in discount when they buy a set as opposed to piecing all that stuff out over time. Guys, I can tell you what happens to it. When somebody buys one knife from you or 2 knives from you, what does that mean they're going to do in the future? They're going to buy more knives. They're going to buy more Cutco, I guarantee it. Either from you or from somebody else that calls to get an appointment with them. They're going to buy more Cutco. Why? Is because now when somebody calls, they're like, oh my God, I love my Cutco. It's the only knife and that's what they're going to be raving about. And they're going to want to get more. It's cheaper when they just get the set up front. Right? Third reason is it's safer. That when I say safer, they get storage. They get a block or a tray. I think the block, the tray is kind of whatever, in my opinion. Most people get the block. The block looks awesome. The block is also awesome because when you have it on your countertop, you know exactly where the knives are. So let's say my wife says, hey, grab me a knife for a sweet potato. I'm like, boom, right here. Like I know exactly where it is. Does everybody follow that? It's like somebody who does construction and their tools are in the same spot on their belt. Like they know where it is. So with cooking, it makes it more enjoyable, makes it more fun to be able to have, a set like that. The last reason that sets are better than pieces is you get free stuff. Okay? You get free stuff. People love free stuff. So when they buy sets, we can give them some free stuff. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right. So those are the main reasons that sets are better for customers. Hey, if somebody wants to buy one piece, is that okay? Yeah, we sell everything individually. If somebody's like, I just want one spoon, it's like, all right, cool, here you go. If I'm the sales rep and they say they want one of something, I'll say, hey, totally, we can sell everything individually. You just get a better value in a set. Do you mind if I at least show you what the sets are that we have? You see how that goes? So what you got to understand is that You're the one giving the presentation. So if I'm looking at anything that here's an example. My wife and I, we moved last summer to a lake. Last summer was really hectic. We don't have a boat and we live on a lake. I don't know how you feel about that. I feel like that's a problem. Okay. So my wife just went to Omaha today with my girls. They're coming back at the end of the weekend. And my wife and I are going to go boat shopping next week. I know nothing about boats other than the difference between a pontoon, deck boat, speedboat, fishing boat. That's about it. That's kind of where my extent is. I'm not good with motors. I don't understand any of that. I'm going to heavily rely on the salesperson to help me pick out a boat. You guys follow that? I realize that they want me to buy more, but I'm going to ask specific questions. And I'm okay if the salesperson says, you know what, like you could get that one, but let me just tell you why this one's better. Cool. Tell me. You guys understand that? I know he or she knows more than I do about that. You will know more about Cutco than your customer. So it's okay for you to be like, oh, we can definitely do that. Let me just kind of explain this one here and explain why. Right? You might not be super confident to be able to do that when you're brand new, but you'll learn how to do that as you go. Okay? All right. Now, there's two sales statistics that matter. One is your average order. One is your sales ratio. So go ahead and write down average order, and then underneath that, write sales ratio. Your average order, the norm is $300, but your average order is going to be a reflection of your customer base. A reflection of your customer base. So what's that mean? Well, if you're showing it just HM30s, it's going to be higher than 300. If you're showing it non-HM30s, it's going to be lower than 300. Okay? Sales ratio, your sales ratio normal is 50%. Your sales ratio is going to be a reflection of your confidence and skills. Confidence and skills. Everybody got that? So the more confident you are, and as your skill develops, that's going to impact your sales ratio. Ratio is like, hey, out of 10 appointments, I'm making 7 sales out of 10 or 3 sales out of 10, right? It kind of all over on the spectrum there. Okay. All right, let's go through and let's actually do the close. So everybody turn to page 8. All right. So we're going to find out the prices too. Okay. Anybody wondering how much the homemaker is? A little bit. All right, here we go. So on page 8, I'm going to do a little screen share. Okay. So we just got done on the bottom of page 7 with this, right? We just got done showing this video. We doing the cheese knife joke? Ha ha ha, right? It's kind of cheesy, sorry. All right. Then I'm going to just start reading the top, and I'm going to say, all right, well, hey, Mrs. Blank, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco. You'll always have sharp American-made knives that are comfortable, safe, and sanitary. Cutco is guaranteed to last forever, so it'd be the last set of knives that you'd ever buy. And Cutco saves a lot of money. Most customers who buy Cutco eat out less. If that saves you $60 a month, it's actually $720 saved this year. And over 25 years, you'd save about 18 grand. Now, there are several reasons why so many customers choose sets. Cutco sets have the right tool for the right job. Cutco sets have a built-in discount, so it's cheaper. Sets come with a free cutting board and some other free stuff. Sets are safer because they come in a block or a tray. And then we also have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. All right, so when it comes to high-quality cutlery, it's like anything else. There's a wide variety of quality and prices. Cutco's top-rated, so we compared only the highest quality brands. All right, I'm going to click Next. All right, you guys, I'm going to make this full screen. Okay, you guys see that? So this little ad for Wusthof and Schön, right? So then I'm going to say, all right, well, I have a price comparison for our top competitors, Wusthof and Schön. Have you ever heard of these before? It doesn't matter what they say. They say yes or no. You're like, okay, great. Well, these high-quality sets are made overseas and are 2 of the top-selling brands in stores. Each brand has different types of sets which range in price. Wusthof on the left here, that's the most popular. The price for this Wusthof set is, so guys, go ahead and you're going to fill this in your blank. The price for this Wusthof set is $3,435. $3,435, but sometimes you can find it on sale for $1,999. So $3,435, and then you might find it on sale for $1,999. Now, there are some major differences between these brands and Cutco. Wusthof has mostly straight edges, so they need to be sharpened, which is a hassle. They're not recommended for the dishwasher, and the warranty is on manufacturing defects only. In comparison, Cutco has a unique wedge lock handle, exclusive double D stay sharp edge, and we have our 4-part forever guarantee, including our free sharpening. Cutco owners will tell you it's 10 times better than any knives they've ever used. Just considering the guarantee and unique features, most people would agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Wusthof. Well, when something offers twice the value, quality and value and lasts forever, you'd expect it to be at least twice the price. So at twice the price, you'd be talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. So go ahead and write 4,000. And then you click to the next slide. All right, so as I said earlier, our Homemaker Plus 8's our most popular set, and it's perfect for families that cook 2 to 4 times a week. It has the 10 basic tools right here that I explained earlier, 8 table knives, the wood block, a sharpener, and we also have the Homemaker set without table knives. Okay, guys, right after it says without table knives, I want you to just like either right click or draw a little picture of a mouse. I want you to advance the screen is what I'm saying, right? So you're gonna go to this, and then you're gonna say, okay, so if you were considering a set of Cutco, would you prefer the set with table knives? The reason we want to be on this screen here, guys, is it shows them next to each other, right? What do you think most people select? Usually it's with, right? When I say usually, 80 to 90% of the homemakers that we sell come with table knives, okay? So they say, whatever they say, guys, if they say, yeah, probably with table knives, you're like, oh, great choice. The great thing, so we got a couple more blanks to fill in. The great thing is that it doesn't cost $4,000. In fact, it doesn't even cost as much as Wustof's price of $1,999. You guys remember the price expectation? Remember I was talking about that? So we're like, hey, here's how much Wusthof is, and it's not even guaranteed. We are better. We're guaranteed, lasts forever, so we should be more, but we're not even as much as Wusthof. We're less, right? So the Homemaker Plus 8 set is only, go ahead and write this in, is only $1,326. $1,326 paid in full, which includes shipping. But most of our customers take advantage of our 5-month interest-free investment option, which is only $289 today, and that includes tax. I know there's questions going on in your head. I'm going to answer all of them in a second. Then I'm going to go down. I always pause after that to let the price kind of sink in. So I say, oh, that's only $289 today, includes tax. And we have a bonus. So now I'm down by the buy now bonus. We have a bonus where if you buy now, I can actually give you a matching cross off kitchen tool set, cross off the words kitchen tool set. So I'd say, and we have a bonus where if you buy now, I can give you a matching entertainer pack or super shears for free. Right after it says super shears for free, I want you to write, which of those do you like better? To add the question, which of those do you like better? Then you're going to say, okay, so Mr. and Mrs. Blank, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you. Would you like to try out the Homemaker set and get your free gift? Or get your super shears or get your, right, whatever. And then it says, be completely quiet, wait for an answer and smile. Right? You don't have to be cheesy and be like, right? But you wait for the answer. So let's review a few things here. Okay, so I'm gonna review a couple things. So first off, 1326, I want you to take note of how I'm quoting the price. Whenever you quote a competitor's price, you lengthen it. And when you quote your own price, you shorten it. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, when I'm talking about Wustof's price, I talk about $1,999. You guys notice how I make that longer? Cutco's Homemaker set does not cost $1,326. It's only $1,326. Doesn't that sound smaller? It's a small thing. You're going to notice this if you start paying attention to commercials and stuff, that you'll notice that they all do that. Don't worry. Nobody's going to be like, oh, I thought you meant $13.26. It's like you clearly weren't paying attention to any of the appointments. right? So only 1326 and then 289. All right, so let me go through a few things. So that's one. The second thing I want you to take note of, 1326, that's just the retail price. That doesn't, we still have to add tax to that. That's normal, right? We're required by law to charge tax. The 289, we've already rolled tax into that. Does everybody follow that? That's why if you were to take 289 times 5, it does not equal 1326. It's because I already put the tax into that number. Okay? Now, you are not impacted at all by how they choose to pay. So if a customer, I get asked that question all the time. Hey, if they do a 5 pay, do I still get all the credit up front? Yes. Does everybody follow that? It does not matter how they choose to pay for their Cutco. You still get 100% of the credit up front. You still get your commission up front, all that. Okay? Free stuff. Let's talk about this. Guys, the free items that we offer, they want both of, like, you'll find this to be true that they're intrigued by both of those. So when you tell them that they can get one of those two for free, they're like, okay, awesome. Right? Now, it's called a buy now bonus. So what does that mean? They need to make the decision to get the free stuff. They need to make the decision if they're going to buy today, not tomorrow, the next day, the day after. Right? That's the reason that we have that. Now, you guys also know, and we're going to talk more about this tomorrow, we've got the money back guarantee, right? So, you know, the last thing that we want is for a customer to feel like we trapped them. You guys follow that? So if a customer's on the fence, I'm like, well, hey, look, if you make a decision today, I can toss in the free stuff and you still are entitled to that 15-day trial. Right? So if you're even considering, I would say go for it because we can toss in the free stuff. And if you don't like it, you mail back at 100% of your money back for free. Okay? Do you notice how I did not share the basic homemaker price? If up above on this page, if my customer told me they would prefer the one with the table knives, I would not quote the basic homemaker. Right? Why do I not want to quote it? Well, I don't want to give them a price for a set that they said they probably wouldn't want. Right? So I'm going to give you the price right now. If somebody told you up top, they said, no, I'd probably go without the table knives, you would substitute these prices in for the Homemaker Plus 8. Do you guys see what I mean by that? You just quote that price. Okay. So the price for the basic homemaker, go ahead and write this in. $1049 or $230 per month. And by the way, if they do the one without table knives, they can still get the free stuff, right? So it doesn't matter if they got the Plus 8 or the basic. Okay. All right. Now let's talk about what happens when you ask for the order. So you ask, hey, would you like to get this, right? And then you pause. So here are the scenarios. So again, the price is $1049 for the basic homemaker or $230. Here's what happens when you ask for the order. You ask for the order. Sometimes they say yes right away. That's easy. When they say yes right away, you're like, awesome, right? And then you look, congratulations, you're going to love your Cutco. I'll write up that order. Let's look at some accessories. Now there's two bigger sets that you're going to show them. Hey, let me show you the two bigger ones. I'll go through those tomorrow. Okay. So don't worry about those for right now. But hey, and when they say yes, is it okay for you to be excited? Yeah, absolutely. Right. If anything, I think that's great if you show excitement. Right? If when I buy a boat in the next week or two, if the salesperson smiles and I can tell they're excited that they're selling a boat, I'm not like, that jerk making money off this boat I'm buying. No, I assume the salesperson's going to make money. And I'd say, yeah, hey, if they were really nice to me and I chose to buy from them, I want them to get some money. You follow that? So if you're selling a homemaker set on a demo and you're smiling and excited, they're going to feel good about that, right? So don't feel bad if you show some excitement. Okay. You don't have to act like you've been there where you're like, just another homemaker, another day at the office, right? This is like hitting a home run or scoring a touchdown in sports where it's like you could be doing it for 10 years. It never gets old. Okay. Okay. This oftentimes happens though. A lot of times when you ask for the order and you say, would you like to get this? They don't say anything. They're silent. That is totally nerve-wracking when you're new. Okay? And the reason, picture this. Let's say you just ask somebody on a date and they pause and don't say anything. Are you confident right there? No chance, right? You're like, hey, Friday night, not sure if you got any plans. I'd love to take you to dinner. If there's dead silence, you're like, I mean, I'm just kidding. That was a dumb idea. I don't even know why. I don't even eat. I don't even know why I said that. That's dumb. You're probably busy. You immediately are going to backtrack, right? Because you're going to be nervous. You're like, this isn't looking good. What you have to understand when it comes to buying Cutco, if I ask you if you want to buy it and you don't say anything, it's not actually silent to you, right? Because what are you doing? You're thinking, do I want to buy it? So it's actually a good thing when they pause. Some people will say yes right away. Some people say no right away, but a lot of people pause. And when they pause, what that means is they're interested. You guys follow that? So this is what's going on up here. And I know this because I've been doing this for so long. You ask, hey, would you like to get this? They go through this. I wasn't planning on buying knives today, but ... We do cook a lot. We have had our stuff for a while. This stuff is pretty awesome. It is guaranteed forever. And they're going through all of those things. They're going through whatever questions they always go through. You guys see what I mean by that? If you're a name brand person, you're going to go through that. Like, oh, it is blank brand. If you're a practical person, sometimes you guys are going to be surprised. I shouldn't say sometimes. You will be surprised by people that you think are cheap. You guys have people on your list that you're like, they're so cheap, no chance they buy anything. You guys have somebody on your list like that? Guys, in reality, they're not cheap. You think they're cheap, they're actually frugal. You guys know the difference? If somebody's cheap, they actually own the cheapest of things. But a lot of the people that I also, when I started, thought were cheap, they actually have nice stuff. Frugal means they're very calculated. Right? My dad would fall into that category. Growing up, I always thought he was cheap. Why? Because I'd be like, Dad, I still remember this. This still pains me to this day. I remember freshman basketball. I came home. I made the team. I was so fired up. I was like, hey, Dad, all the guys on the team are getting these new Jordans, so I need to get them. And my dad said, oh, Jordans? How much are they? And I told him, he's like, nah, we can't afford those. I was like, what? Everybody's getting them, right? And he's like, doesn't matter to me. You're not getting them. We can't afford them. I'm like, what? Come on. He's like, no, you're going to get some Reeboks. I was like, right? And it's like, that's what I remember hearing that kind of stuff all the time. So I always thought my dad was cheap. My dad was calculated. So what I failed to recognize is that when we moved to a new house when I was a junior in high school, my dad bought this like kick butt riding John Deere lawnmower. You guys seen those before? This is thousands of dollars. It had like the extension that you could put on the front for snow blowing. It had the little hut you could sit in so you weren't you seen those? But when I was in high school, I wasn't like, oh, look at how much money my dad spent on it, because I didn't care. I was just like, oh, you got a lawnmower. Right? But my dad was frugal. My parents bought a homemaker. And I was shocked. I remember asking my parents, and my dad sat there like this. This is how my dad is. So I asked, you guys want to get it? My dad sat here like this. My mom's like, but my dad handled it. My parents are divorced now, but my dad handled all the financial stuff. So she was like, yeah, I love this. And my dad's just like this. And he goes, okay, we'll take it. I was so floored because I thought my dad was cheap. I was like, what? Right? But when my dad realized, he's like, look, I buy these. We never have to buy knives again. So frugal people love Cutco. Right? Funny thing, my dad had to buy knives again because they got a divorce and my mom kept him. Right? So he had to buy them. That's the only thing the guarantee doesn't cover. So that's the whole aspect of you asking for the order. Okay. Now let me ask you this question. Out of 10 appointments, how many homemakers do you think that the average rep sells? 10 appointments, how many homemakers think the average rep sells? All right. I'm seeing the number 3 a lot, 4, 5. Let me tell you. 1. Think about it. Our average order is $300, right? This is $1,300. So mathematically, if you think about it, some of you guys are like, oh, I wanted to sell more. You can sell more. So 1 out of 10 is normal. 2 out of 10 is the top reps are typically 1 out of 5. So 2 out of 10. So go ahead and write that down. So what this means is that more often than not, you won't be selling to homemakers. Everybody get that? Homemakers are actually the easiest sale. And the reason it's the easiest sale is that when they say yes, are you going to show them the smaller sets? No, you're just like, all right, cool. Let me show you some of the accessories. When they say no, you're like, okay, cool. Let me show you the next set. Okay. Now, guys, oftentimes if somebody pauses, thinks about it, and then is like, I'm not sure. If you'd like, you can use one of the knee-jerk reactions on the bottom half of this page. I think this is a really great idea. The reason this is really good is because if somebody paused, thought about it, and then was like, I don't think so. What it means is they really liked it. That was just the first time they thought about buying. You guys see what I mean with that? Like they didn't call you for the appointment, right? They weren't like, honey, we need knives. Let's call Deuce. I know he's selling knives. They don't do that, right? Like you call them for the appointment. They're like, yeah, I'll see it. And then when they see it, they're like, this stuff's really good. So sometimes it doesn't hurt if you can tell that they were kind of on the fence to use one of the knee-jerk reactions. You would never read all of these. You would read the one that they said. Okay, so let me fill in the blanks here with you. So too much money, can't afford it. Hey, I completely understand. Go ahead and get your pen out. 1326 is a lot all at once. 1326 is a lot all at once. That's why most of our customers split it up over 5 months interest-free. It would only be $289 a month. All right, next thing, if they say I need to think about it, hey, I completely understand. 1326 is a lot of money to be impulsive. That's why most customers take advantage of our 15-day trial. If you don't love it after a few weeks, you can send it back, get a full refund on the 5-month plan. You try it out for only $289 today. How's that sound? It's the same prices, right? Same prices. Somebody says too many pieces, or somebody says need to talk to spouse. I completely understand. That's why most customers use a 15-day trial. Blah, 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 blah. On the 5-month plan, you can both try it out for only $289 today. So it's $289 again. Okay. And then the rest of them, there's not really a blank for. Does it make sense? Guys, when somebody says no to the homemaker set, which again, it's going to happen 8 or 9 times out of 10, right? What do? You're just like, all right, no big deal. Let me show you the smaller sets. Like you want to be like the cashier at Chipotle, remember? If I ask you to buy a homemaker and you're like, I don't think so, and I'm like, oh, really? Okay. I mean, we got some other stuff, but I don't know. Your enthusiasm can't drop as you go through smaller sets. Does everybody see what I mean with that? If you were selling cars and you were most excited about the most expensive car, and then as you showed smaller ones, you're like, I mean, they're not as cool as that one, but like, I'll show it to you. You would never sell anything other than occasionally the nicest one. You guys see what I mean with that? You don't want to do that, right? You want to be excited as you go down. Okay. Go to page 10. So this is the galley. All right. So the galley set, let me just address what it says at the very top. If your customer loves the Homemaker Plus Ape, it's on the edge, call the office for friends and family discount. When you guys are starting off with people that you know, we want to hook them up if they are wanting to get Cutco. Okay. So if somebody's like on the fence, you can tell they're interested, it's grandma or something like that. It's like, you call in and we can offer an awesome deal on that if they're on the fence. Okay. Now, whenever we offer an awesome deal, it's kind of a generic statement, but whenever we discount or like do extra free stuff or whatever, it cuts in a little bit to what you get credit for on the order. Okay. That's why you don't offer it right away. But if you're showing to somebody you can tell really likes it, it's fine to call in and be like, hey, yo, I'm with my uncle, and he's kind of on the edge about the homemaker set. Is there anything we can do kind of sweeten the deal up? I'd love to see him be able to get some stuff. And then your manager is going to be like, yeah, what about this? And they'll kind of provide a few options for you. Okay. Guys, you're going to have this weekend when you're doing your appointments, you should be like, you'll call into your manager all the time. If you're not doing it right. Okay. Our top reps, they call us all the time. Now, you might be like, am I going to bother them? You heard some of the managers yesterday say like, yeah, spam your manager. Like call them all the time. You're not going to bother us. We want to talk to you a lot because we know the people that we talk to the most are typically going to do the best. Okay. If you're in an actual appointment, like in a demo and your uncle or whoever, your buddy's parent or something like that, and you're doing a demo, it's just like, hey, let me just call really quick. I know they said I could do some different deals. I just don't know all about them because like I said, I'm new. You call right on the appointment. So I'm on Zoom and you don't even have to mute. Guys, we're super transparent. So what do I mean by that? It's like you can call. So if I'm on a demo, I call Colleen because she's the manager of my office. And I say, hey, Colleen, I'm with a customer right now. And we're looking at the Homemaker set. They originally said no, but they said they do like it. Is there any better deal that I could do? And then you could put Colleen on speakerphone. You could just hear it and relay the message. There's a lot of different options that you can do with this. Okay. But most of the top reps when they get started, it's like the manager helps them sell a lot of their Cutco when they're brand new, and that's one of the best ways to learn as you're new. Okay. Now you might say, well, what if they don't answer? Like they're pretty good at making themselves available. We also the demos that you guys set up, the appointments that you set up, you're going to set up in the Q app. Like in other words, you'll keep your schedule in there, so I can tell like. For I can't see all the offices, but like for my office right now, I could tell you, what time is it right now? 2:30. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 reps that are on a 2:00 demo right now. Isabella, Serena, Emma, Ira, and Sarah, all ladies. Right? We have 5 people doing a 2:00 demo right now. They're going to call their manager after this demo. If their manager is not available, they'll actually either forward their calls to another manager. You guys know how you can do that? So let's say Colleen can't take your call. She'll know that. She'll see, oh, somebody's got a demo. I can't take the call. So she'll forward her phone to another manager. So you'll call Colleen and it'll bounce to another manager so that you can get help on every demo. Right? So we're all over like making sure that we're available to you. Okay, let me screen share and do the galley here. Okay, so here's the Homemaker, right? Now, right after the Homemaker, guys, you see Homemaker's on page 9. If they don't go for that, I actually have to go through the bigger set. So watch the screen here. When I click next, it's going to take me to the Ultimates or the Signature set. And then the Ultimate, look how big this thing is. I'll talk about those tomorrow. Okay, here's the galley. So when I get here, I'm going to say, all right, next is our galley set. And this is a perfect starter set. It's going to take care of all your needs. This comes with a paring knife for the air, a trimmer for the small stuff, spatula for sandwiches, a meat knife, a serving piece, a veggie chopper, and a bread knife. And it still comes with 6 table knives. It's only missing your 3 least used items. And you still get all the everyday knives. So it's a few less knives for a lot less money. Instead of paying $13.26, go ahead and write that in. Instead of paying $13.26 for the Homemaker set, the Galley Plus 6 set is only $9.57 or $210 per month. The Galley Plus 6 set is only $9.57 or $210 per month for 5 months interest free. All right. The basic galley set, let me give you those. The basic galley set is $739 or $162. $739 or $162. Guys, off to the side, you guys see there's some open white space on the side there in your manual. Go ahead and write down, like next to where the prices are at, I want you to write down, ask customer to write the price down. Ask the customer to write the price down. I usually want them to write the galley price down. So and when they start writing it down, I have them write the Homemaker down again too, so they can see the prices next to each other. All right. Now, are you going to share both of those, the $9.57 and the $739? No. Only share if they like the table lines or if they don't like the table lines. So just share one of those two. Okay. And then the buy now bonus. Hey, and if you get this set today, I can actually still include cross out the kitchen tools, Cross off the kitchen tools. If you get the set today, I can still include the entertainer pack or the super shears for free. Is that something you'd like to get today? Now, you guys see how you could personalize it, right? Let's say my customer told me they like the scissors for free on the Homemaker. I would just change it and say, well, hey, and if you get the set today, I can actually still give you those super shears for free. Right? Very minor difference. And then I'd say, is that something you'd like to get today? And they say yes. Awesome. Congratulations. You're going to love your Cutco. If they say no, what do? Oh, no big deal. Let me show you some smaller ones. You guys see how this goes? All right, you're like, oh, no big deal. And then we're going to go to the next one. So keep following me along here. All right, so this starter sets. So these are the starter sets. These are great for building up over time and gifts for family and friends. And then you can ask, do you prefer the wood blocks or trays, table liners without? And then guys, in the script in here, it doesn't tell you exactly what to say to describe the sets. This is like the first time that it doesn't tell you word for word how to describe the set. So if you guys see step 1 and then it says explain each set, you're going to just go through and use your own words. Now, do you guys see where it says explain each set and then in italics it says essentials +5, studio +4, space saver? You guys see that? Cross off the space saver and cross off the gourmet set. Cross off the space saver and cross off the gourmet set. Okay. All right. So here's how I'm going to do this. Just watch me do this here, okay? So let's say Ray's my customer here. I'm like, all right, Ray, so the first 2 sets over here, this is the essential sets. And with this set, you get a petite chef right here. You get the petite carver. You get a turning fork, spatula spreader, and a paring knife. And then with this set here, Ray, this means the 5 means it comes with 5 table knives or no table knives. So you can get this with or without. Comes with the block and then also the cutting board. Okay, then I pause for just a second. I said, next one over here, this is called the studio sets. This one comes with a petite carver, spatula, you get the trimmer and a paring knife. And then with this one, you get 4 table knives or no table knives. And then block and tray, obviously, as well. Okay, we got 2 more starter sets. This is called the kitchenette set and the all knife. So these both you can tell come in the trays, right? So the kitchenette set over here, this comes with the bread knife, that's the slicer. You get the petite carver, turning fork, a trimmer, and a paring knife. And then you get the cutting board as well. And then the all knife set, you get the larger carver, the 9-inch. And then you get the petite chef, the spatula, the trimmer, and a paring knife. And then you still get the cutting board. And on this one, you get a straight edge sharpener for the chef knife and paring knife. All right, so guys, I'm going to go through that. Then I go back to step 2. So I'd say, all right, Ray, out of the starter sets, which one had the combination that you like the best? All right, he picks. He's like, kitchenette. I'm like, oh, I think that's great. Well, hey, that set is only blank per month for 5 months or blank paid in full. So I'm going to tell him that one price. I'm going to have him write it down again, right? I'm going to say, go ahead and write that down in your notebook, right? And then Ray, on this one too, if you get that set, I can actually still, on this set here, I can still give you the super shears for free. A lot of people don't expect to get free stuff on here after they said no to the other ones, right? So guys, the blank there on step 4, it is super shears. So write in super shears on that. The entertainer pack, we can't give that for free on all those, but we can give the super shears. Okay. And then is that something you'd like to get? Congrats, you're gonna love your Cutco. Right? Okay, let me give you guys the prices. You guys ready? So here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna start, we're gonna go down the 5 month. I'm just gonna go top to bottom. So the essentials +5 is 164. The basic essentials is 122. The studio +4 is 131. The basic studio is 98. The all knife, you got to skip a line. The all knife is 115 and the kitchenette is 97. I just put them all in order in the chat if you need that. So guys, the 5 pay on these things, it's like $100, $120. I mean, it's like $25 a week, $30 a week. Some of you guys could afford that, right? My college roommate, my sophomore year of college and freshman year, he could afford that in college. How do I know that? He didn't have any money. I would always be like, I like movies. I'd always be like, let's go to the movies, right? Let's go. And he'd be like, nah, I can't afford that. I don't have any money. And always I'd come home later and he'd have like a case of beer at his foot, drinking a beer. And I'd be like, I thought you didn't have any money, right? And he would never answer. He would just do this. He'd be like, what does this mean? It means I do have money for the stuff I want to have money for, right? So even college students can afford the 20. I'm not saying that you should buy a set of knives, but what I'm saying is budget-wise, that payment of $120 a month, man, that's so easy for a middle-aged married family if they want to, okay? Let's go down the in full column, okay? So the first one, the Essentials plus 5 in full is $747. The basic is $554. Then the Studio plus 4 is $596. And then it's $441 for the basic. $441. The all knife is $519. And the kitchenette is $436. Okay. All right. So again, that's overkill, right? You're not going to give them all those prices. You're giving them the price of just the one set that they said that they like. The last part of this, guys, I'm going to go back to screen share. The last part of this, we're getting to a break here in just a touch. Let's say I was just on these sets, right? And I asked Ray, which one do you like? He said kitchenette. I told him the price. He's just like, no, I'm not really looking for a set, okay? If he says that, I'm like, hey, no problem. Turn the page to page 12 and advance the slide. All right, so guys, you see this one? So I'd say, Ray, no problem, man. You can customize your own set, customize your own stuff. We can still get you something for free probably. Why don't we just make a list of the items that you could see yourself using the most? So this is kind of where you're getting to just buying individually. Do you guys see that? Now, the biggest tip that I have for you. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to make a list of the knives that they like. Then you're going to call your manager and they're going to give you a deal that resembles what's on the right-hand side of this page. Retail, special price, here's how much they're saving, here's how much it is today. So an example would be, Ray says, I like this knife, this knife, this knife, this knife. I'm like, okay, cool, those 4. Hey, I'm going to call really quick. Like, I just need help kind of see what the best deal is I can give you. So Ray, hold on 1 second, okay? Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Colleen, I'm with my customer right now, and they're just looking at 4 knives. They're looking at this, 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 and this. Can you help me with the deal? And then Colleen says, yep, give me 30 seconds. Okay, well, hey, regular retail on that would be $400. You could give it to her today for $325. So she'd be saving $75, and it would only be blank on the payment plan. Oh, awesome. Okay, thanks. You guys see how that works? Okay. Now, the biggest, the number one key is you got to call. The second biggest key for this section right here is you have to get them started. So I'm going to, again, role play like this is real. So when I'm with Ray and I'm doing this, I say, hey, Ray, you can kind of pick out whatever you want here. We can probably still get you something for free. Let's just make a list of all the things that you can see yourself using at some point. Now, Ray, and I'm going to get my pen out. I'm literally going to go like this. I'm going to say, Ray, I'm going to start off by just putting down the trimmer. I know that's the one that cut the chicken, the raw chicken in the video. I know you said you guys do a lot of that. And then I write it down. I'm like, what else do you think? So I try to always write one down. And then I say, what else do you think? Do you guys follow that? Now, if he gave me no indication at all of any knife, I'm not just going to make one up. Right? This is, I'm kind of giving back info that I received from them during the appointment. Okay. In your notes, write this down. 50% of your orders will be sets and 50% of your orders will be pieces/custom. So what that means, half of your sales, you're going to be on this page here. Guys, you can have $200, $300, $400 orders just by customizing their own stuff. Luis had a $12,500 fast start when Luis was brand new. His first, I'm going to teach you guys how to make calls later, right? So he's making calls on his first day, like today, and he calls this person. They're like, "Oh, Luis, we've got so much Cutco. We'll sit through your presentation, but just so you know, we're not going to buy anything." Luis is like, "That's cool. I'm just trying to get as many as I can. I'm trying to get 21 before Sunday night." They're like, "All right." So he does a demo for this couple. They make a wish list. That's kind of what this is. They already had a set. They made a wish list of $1,100 worth of stuff. So they were for sure not going to buy. And then they started piecing. They're like, "Well, we don't have this and this." He calls me. He's like, "Hey, I got a wish list. Can you help me make a deal?" And he just kept reading things off. I'm like, "Yep. Okay, hold on. Yep." And the customer bought a lot of Cutco. So, the customizing thing, it's great because if somebody gets to that point, you're able to get them exactly what they want. And a lot of people really like that. Do you guys know anybody that never orders exactly off the menu? Do you know what I mean? They're always like, "I'll take this, but can you do this and then change this to it?" If you've ever worked in food service, you know those customers. Those customers don't just do that with food. They do it with Cutco and they do it with everything. So those are the people that are like, I like the homemaker, but could I swap that knife out and put this knife in? 9 times out of 10, we can accommodate what they want to do. You just got to call and be like, "I think we could probably do it. Let me just call and make sure." Okay. Those people, they do that with everything. Okay. Some of you might be that person, right? They just want it exactly how they want it. Okay. So that's basically it when it comes to the closing of orders, right? If somebody wants to get one knife, this is where they'll be like, nah, I don't need all of it. I'm just going to get one knife. Okay, awesome. So let me recap this section with a few things, and then we're going to go on break, okay? So first thing, you got to remember, obviously, sets are better for customer for 4 reasons. Sets are better than pieces. It's more efficient because they get the right tool for the right task. They get storage. It's cheaper. They get free stuff. Sets are also better for you. Bigger order, right? You feel more accomplished also, right? The keys to selling sets, it's actually like the closer you are to the manual. So it's literally like read the manual is number 1 key. The manual is actually written to sell sets. Okay. We say the word set in the manual so many times. So read the manual as close to word for word as you can. That gets you sets. The second thing is have a lot of fun and call in a lot. The more enjoyable the experience, the more people buy. That's how it goes. Right. And so when you guys are doing your presentations, just keep in mind, you never know when your first homemaker, galley, whatever is going to come. I sold a galley on my first night. Felt awesome. Right. I was like, this is great. Plenty of reps sell homemakers on their first night. Right. And it's pretty cool. It's a jolt of energy as that happens. It's a lot of fun. So we have the 2 bigger sets. I'm going to talk about those tomorrow. Some of you might sell those your first weekend. The biggest ones that we have. Those are kind of more for a unique type of customer, which we're that we got as well. Okay. All right. All right. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to take 15 minutes. So it's 2:51 right now. Let's try and get started at 5 after. Right. So 5 after. So we're going to go into the scheduling stuff. So take a breather. Talk to you in a minute. Olin. Welcome back. All right. All right. Now, the last kind of section of training is all similar kind of topic. It's all appointments, schedule, all that. Really important stuff, obviously. And to me, this is kind of where the job starts to get very real because you actually start to have a schedule set up. All right. So here's how we're gonna go through this in terms of like order of operations. First thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna have you start to analyze some of the customers that are in your list. I'm gonna teach you a term called prospecting. After that, we're gonna go through kind of like how to manage your time for your first weekend. Then after that, we're gonna go through here's how to actually book appointments. All right. So for the first part here, prospecting is a term. A good prospect is basically somebody who is, prime to buy Cutco. And there's the qualifiers that we look at that I already talked about before, which is a homeowner, married, 30 plus, right? Those are the people that buy Cutco most often. The cool thing is it's not a niche market. It's not like we're looking for like this needle in a haystack. Homeowner, married, 30 plus. I mean, there's a lot of those people, right? Like those people are all over the place. When we're looking at prospect, if you read 10 sales books, almost every one of them, 9 out of 10 at least, are going to talk about how one of the keys to being a great salesperson is having a good customer. Okay. It's actually not what you do as the sales rep, but it's actually like, who are you sitting across from? Being a good real estate agent, they do something that's called pre-qualifying. Pre-qualifying means if you've anybody's familiar with buying a home, you got to get pre-qualified. What that means is you need to get your financial situation checked over by a lender. And then the lender says, yeah, that person's good for up to this amount of home. Does everybody follow that? Like a dollar amount. If I'm a real estate agent, any good real estate agent, the home buying process takes a while. So if you start talking to them, probably the second conversation, if not the first, they're going to say, have you been pre-approved? Because they don't want to go down that path where they're showing you a bunch of homes if it's going to end up wasting their time. Does everybody follow that? What would wasting your time be? Showing you a bunch of homes that are 400 grand, but you can only afford 250, right? So that pre-approval forces people to find out exactly kind of where they're at. Well, we're not buying something that's like that. I'm using that as an example. Our pre-approval process is like, hey, are they an HM30? 2 thumbs up, right? That's exactly who you want to show to, okay? So if you're, again, curious as to what I'm referring to, it's this here. Homeowner, married, 30 plus. I don't care what they do for work. Homeowner, married, 30 plus. They should be working, right? That's usually positive. But homeowner, married, 30 plus, that's the best situation. All right. What I want you to understand is that there are occasionally some good prospects that don't fit this category. You might have somebody you're like, I really want to show to my uncle, but my uncle is 50 years old. He owns his own place, but he's divorced. Technically not an HM30, but could it still be a good prospect? Yeah, it could totally still be a good prospect, right? So when I'm explaining this to you, what I want you to understand is that we're not unreasonable. I'm not saying, nope, this is it, that's all. What I am saying is, hey, when it's an HM30, it's pretty cut and dry. That's a great person to show Cutco to. Outside of that, there's going to be some exceptions that people could still be great people to show Cutco to, but it's just, there's a lot more variety, if that makes sense. All right. When you are brand new, your first weekend, write this down. First weekend equals, go ahead and write this in your notes. First weekend equals only HM30s. Now, if I'm you and I'm like, look, I'm telling you, I got this one. I know this one could be good. Talk to your manager about that. And then for your situation, it would be HM30s only first weekend plus this one exception. You guys follow that? Here's why. I want you, it doesn't matter if it's selling Cutco or anything. If you're about to do something you've never done before, I want you to get success right away. And the reason is when you get a little taste of success in something, it's easier to want to continue down that path. If I'm trying to teach my daughter who's 3 how to shoot a basket, I'm not going to line her up at a 3-pointer or on a 10-foot hoop and be like, all right, give it a whirl. the ball's going to go nowhere, and she's going to be like, this is not fun at all, right? What do? With a little kid, teach them how to shoot a basket. You literally hold them over the hoop. So all they got to do is like let go of their arms. You ever done this with a little kid? Sometimes they won't even let go of the ball. You got to like hit their arm off, and then it goes in, and you're like, hey, right? Great job. And the kid's like, okay, that's cool. This person's clapping for me. And they want to do it again. But, even if it's not a kid, if you've never shot a basket before, you're probably going to start with a layup, develop a little bit of skill and confidence underneath the hoop, and scoot back a little bit, scoot back a little bit, scoot back a little bit. Well, HM30s, that's like shooting layups all day. It's the easiest shot to make. There's no reason that you should shoot a three-pointer. It's not worth extra. Okay? So what I want you to do your first weekend is just start off with the HM30s. It's easier. You'll have more success. And then on top of that, those people will refer more HM30s to you. Right? I talked about this before, but it's like who we start with is who we get more of. Okay? So what I'm going to ask you to do first is I want you to identify who your Vegas chip is. Okay? Here's what this is. So in your notes, write number 1. Your Vegas chip is if somehow with this job, I only allowed you to do one demo. I don't know why this would be the case, but let's say it's like, here's the job. You get one demo. If you make a sale, free college tuition. No sale, you're fired. Right? That's not what this is. But if everything were on the line and you only got to do one appointment and all your eggs were in that basket, who's the one person, the number one person you're most excited to show to? Write that person down. That person, we're going to call that person. We're going to call that person your Vegas chip. Okay? That is your Vegas chip. All right. Now what I want you to do, I want you to build out your Fab 5 here, your top 5 most excited people that you'd be to show to. And I'm thinking of, when I'm saying this, I'm saying like to help you get off to a fast start. So who are the 5 that you'd be, you already put the first one down. Who's 2, 3, 4, and 5? Write them in order. Now, are we guessing here? Absolutely. And that's okay, right? You're doing a little bit of guesswork. What would you use to base off who should be in the top 5? Maybe it's somebody who really likes to cook. Could be that, right? Let's say it's an HM30 and you're like, man, that person, they are the best cook. When you go to their house, it's like everything is unbelievable. If that's the type of person that's there, they should be in your top 5. Maybe it's like, a relative or a friend's parent or something like that like likes really nice things. That might be in your top 5. Another good key, guys, is if you know somebody who likes to entertain. Do you know what I mean by entertaining? They like to host the party. So the holidays, they're hosting people. 4th of July, they're hosting people. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they have more money than somebody else, but somebody who likes to entertain likes to have nice things for the purpose of entertaining. Right? That might be somebody who's got like a really nice finished backyard, right? Like a built-in grill, pool, or something like that. All right, so build out that top 5. The cool thing, guys, with doing them virtually is it doesn't matter where they live, does it? In the past, it was like, okay, stick to your area. Now it's just like, hey, it doesn't matter anything. They can live anywhere. All right. Now what we're going to do, we're going to keep building this list out. So you just identified your top 5. Now, I'm going to have you write down names in your book or whatever. You should be writing this in your book or identifying this in your computer or whatever. But I want you to go from 1 to 15. You just did the first 5. Let me explain who I want 6 through 15 to be. I still want them to be HM30s. My next hope for you is that you put mom and dad in there. I don't care if they're an HM30. Mom and dad and grandparents are kind of like they supersede the rules. Do you guys follow that? If your parents are divorced like mine, they're not an HM30. I don't care. I want them to see what you're doing. You guys follow that? You get paid just to do it. They don't have to buy anything. I want you to get that base pay for doing an appointment for mom and dad. So put them in there somewhere in your top 15. But I'm gonna give you a minute. Go ahead and write down 1 to 15 here. This is, if it were up to you, what you're deciding is who your first 15 appointments would be. It's not totally up to you, right? But if it were, these would be the 15. So you might put somebody in there that you're like, they're an HM30. I don't know if they're phenomenal, but I feel really comfortable with that person. That could be one, right? Like maybe your best friend's mom or dad. Okay. All right. So keep kind of working on your list there. All right, just a couple more. I'll give you a minute more to finish this list of 15 out. And it's good. I mean, you know, the more thought that you give this, the better, right? All right. Okay, so that would be, again, in a perfect world, those are the 15 that you showed to when you're brand new. Now, you know, I always share this with people. It doesn't have to go this way, but the goal could be, should be, show your top 5 customers in your first 3 days. If you're able to get your best 5 in your first 3 days, you're going to have an amazing experience your first weekend. And I feel totally comfortable generally like speaking that to a large group, saying, if you show whoever your best 5 are in your first 3 days, you're going to have a great experience. It's just how it goes. Okay. Now, a lot of you will go 3 or 4 out of 5, and some of you will go 5 out of 5 on those ones. Yeah, and that's a really cool way to start anything new, is when you do that. Zach Waldrum, the guy who sold 6,000 his first 4 days, like this is what he did. He had 8 orders. He had really good orders because he was able to get his top 5 in. Right, guys, it's easier for you to get your top 5 in than it's ever been before, and the reason is so few people are traveling right now. So in the past, it's not uncommon that somebody would only book 3 out of their top 5 for their first weekend, because a lot of people are like, oh, they're out of town for the weekend, they're this. Guys, right now, it is rare, more rare than it's ever been, for somebody to be traveling, right? So does that mean that they're all going to be available? No, it doesn't. But my point is, what we've been seeing is most people have been getting 4 or 5 out of their top 5 for their first weekend. That's a good thing. It helps with the results. Okay, so let's go through and do your schedule. So guys, in here, in your manual, hopefully you printed off the whole thing, go to page 25. This is where you really got to pay close attention, because I'm going to go through a lot of stuff here with you. All right. So right across the 25 should look like this, right? Okay. So it's your schedule. We got this in here for you, just basically for your first 2 weeks on the job. So go ahead at the top. I want you to write down Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday across the top. Go ahead and write that Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. All right. Now, I'm going to have you write a few things in, and then we're going to go on. So, guys, on Friday, go ahead and write in training 9 to 3. Tomorrow, training, write 9 to 3, kind of cross that off. Okay, 9 to 3. Saturday, Sunday, and then on Monday, yesterday I told you to not write this down. I figured out what it's going to be at 10 o'clock on Monday. And guys, I should have prefaced this. You all have different stuff going on. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to help you build out a schedule if you had nothing going on. And then I'm going to go back and say, write in all the stuff that you have going on. You guys follow that? That's easier than doing it the other way with a large group. Okay, so I'm not neglecting the fact that you all have personal lives. It's just a lot easier to go through this way first. Okay, so on Monday, go ahead and write in there advanced training from 10 to noon on Monday. That is that what I teach you in that thing is awesome. That's the only advanced training that you have, but it's 10 to noon on Monday. I teach you some stuff that's all sales based in that thing. It's stuff that I can't really teach you. It's not that I don't want to. It won't make sense to you until you actually have experience first. Right? So in other words, you actually have to have like real game time experience with customers and scenarios for that stuff to make sense to you. When I teach it to you though, people are like, it's like light bulbs going off left and right where people are like, oh, this is awesome. I wish one, So 10 to noon on Monday, I'll be teaching that. Please jot that down. Okay. Now, flip over to the next page. Go ahead and write Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm not going to have you go through all, I just want you to at least to have the days down. So just go across the top, write all the days, right? All right. On Thursday night, go ahead at 6:30 and write team meeting. Okay, team meeting 6:30. Every office has a team meeting on Thursday night. All the offices do their own thing for those, but they all start at 6:30. Okay, so have that in there. And then above Sunday, the second Sunday, write down last day of your fast start. Okay. All right, so the next Sunday, right? That's the last day of your fast start. All right, flip back. Actually, on Tuesday. You can see that at the very top of the day. You're not going to write anything in the day. At the top of the day, go ahead and write in first day of the push period. First day of the push period. First day of the push period. All right, what is that? Oh, did I cut out? No, a couple of people missed. Okay, cool. All right. So when you are the push period, so we have 2 large sales contests all year. We have a few more throughout the year. 2 large sales contests in the summer. And your guys' fast start contest is just you against you, right? Just you doing your thing, whatever your goal is. The push periods are offices against offices. There's pride on the line. At the end of it, there's a conference. It's like a virtual conference online. And there's a lot of recognition. So your offices are going to be competing with all offices in the whole country starting on that Tuesday. We have a celebration in August, and anybody that sells 10K for that push period, you're on the boat. We do a boat party. Boats and parties are typically good, right? So we do a boat party in August. And the way that you get you punch your ticket for that is 10K in sales for the push. It's a 2-week contest. Your guys' fast start overlaps it, which is kind of nice, right? So if you're going big for your fast start, it already. So I don't want to overwhelm you, right? So don't worry about it. But if you hear your manager or somebody else talking about the push period or anything like that, that's what we're talking about. Okay. So you guys should just be doing your thing with your fast start and just know that half your fast start overlaps with it. On Monday, so go back to Monday. And on Monday, we've got a kickoff meeting for the push.
Time.
So on Monday at 3:30 to 6, there's a bunch of guest speakers. That's just on Zoom. And that technically kicks off the push. So 3:30 to 6. Guys, I hope you understand too, is if something, comes up or something like that, that's totally okay. I'm just giving you all the dates, right? Talk to your manager individually about like, hey, I got this going on. I got this going on. That's totally fine. This coming Monday, right, Riley? Yep. All right. Now what I want you to do, we're going to go back to start on Friday. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have you put little stars at all the spots that would be available for appointments. And then you're going to go back through and you're going to cross them off. So it's a little chaotic at first when we do this, but here's why we do this. Every place that schedules appointments, a hair salon, massage place, doctor's office, dentist's office, they have scheduling books that they have spots, predetermined spots of when they're going to take clients. And the reason they do that is because they want to maximize how many clients that they can get in during their business hours. Right? Some of you guys maybe worked in an office like that before. So we want to do the same thing. So put in, so on Friday, put a star at 3:30. Even if you got something going on, just put it in there for now. 3:30. 3:30. Then put a star at 5. We're just on Friday. Put a star at 5. At 6:30. At 8 and 9:30. So every hour and a half, right? Every 3 spots. Okay. That doesn't mean you have to do 5. That means you could do 5 if you wanted to do 5. You could do 4, you could do 3, you could do 2, you could do 0, right? It's totally up to you. That's just when you could get those in. All right. I love the evening appointments. And what I mean by evening is like post 7 o'clock. Why I think those are so great. We drop big orders at night. And the reason is almost always you have husband and wives together. Right? End of the day, they might be each doing their own thing during the day. End of the day, you get them both together, which typically leads to people buying more, bigger purchases together. What I also typically find is that it's not uncommon if it's an evening appointment that they are much more relaxed because they have nowhere else to go, right? Sometimes in the middle of the day, it's like, oh, I gotta get going by whatever time. At night, it's like you're kind of their entertainment. If you booked a demo with my wife and I can tell you exactly what we would do. We put our girls down like 7:30. If we booked an appointment with you for 8, we would open a bottle of wine and you would be our entertainment for the night. Right? I don't think that's abnormal. You're going to see like in the evening, you'll actually do a fair amount of appointments where somebody's got like a cocktail or a beer or something else. I don't think that hurts. Hurts your appointment, I mean. Right? But my point is with kids, it's like once we put the kids down, we're like, oh, yeah, we're much more relaxed. So those are really good appointment times. On Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be the same. So put a star starting at 8 o'clock. You don't have to do an 8 o'clock demo. I'm just going to give you all the time. So start at 8 o'clock, put a star, and then do every 3 lines. So 8, 9:30, 11, 12:30, 2, 3:30, 5, 2, 3:30, 5, 6:30. Oops. I'm putting some of these in the in the chat here. 6:30, 8, and 9:30. So do that both for Saturday and Sunday. Okay. And then on Monday do one at 8. Do that 12:30, 2, 6:30, 8, and 9:30. All right. Now that's a lot. Saturday and Sunday, like if you had no life and you just did demos all day, that's 10 appointments. That is a lot of appointments. At the end of that day, you'll be like, I don't even know what I sold. I don't know who I talked to. It'll be a lot, but you'll be like, I feel delusional right now, right? But so that's 10 in a day is not necessarily something that people do regularly. It has been done. If you do it, it's like a one-day thing. Let me give you ideas here on what a lot is and what a little is, okay? A little is when somebody's just doing like 2 to 3 a day. A lot is when somebody's doing like 6 to 8 a day. Everybody follow that? So Luis, who went out and crushed it, Luis had a $5,000 or $6,000 first weekend. Luis did 5 the first night. Then he did 6 on Saturday. And then he had 7 on Sunday. Right? That's a lot of demos. And then he had a pretty full Monday too. Morgan Phillips, when she left, she had about 20 appointments lined up. Most of that was over her first, 3-4 days. So that was 5 to 6 probably most days. Rebecca, you guys met Rebecca yesterday. Same deal. She went out and had a ton of presentations. You don't have to do that. What I want you to do right now is I want you to write in anything that you know you have going on. So if you go to virtual church on Sunday, write it in. Right? If you have something in your community that you want to help out or participate in, write that in. Okay. So any of those things, write that stuff in. You got another job, write that in, right? Take a moment to do that. Early morning appointments. I also equally like early morning appointments. I feel like nothing's ruined their day yet. Right? I like the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. demos. Guys, and a lot of the customers that you're going to call, you guys realize they get up really early, right? So an 8 o'clock demo to them is just like, yeah, that's fine. By 8 o'clock for me with kids, it's like I've already done a lot in my day by 8 o'clock. Earliest demo, one time I did a demo at 6:30, right? Which is a lot, right? It's really early. I did not want to do one that early, but it was cool. Made a sale in the morning. It was the last day of a sales contest for me, so I was just like trying to book them whenever I could. And this woman's like, "Sorry, I can't do it later." She's like, "I do it in the morning." I'm like, "I already have an 8 o'clock." She's like, "I'm up early." I'm like, 6:30. She's like, "Sure." I'm like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing this." Right, but drastic times. Okay, so what I want you to do next is I want you to add up how many on each day you'd like to do and write it at the bottom where it says goal. You guys see that? So at the very bottom, it asks you to put a goal for each day. Do that just for your 4 days. Right? So, hey, if you know you're busy on 1 day or 2 days or something like that, pile up the appointments on the other days, right? That's what's cool about this job is that you can get a lot more work in 1 day. And this is what allows you to kind of like squeeze things in and out all over the place. Okay. All right. Okay, now I want you to take the number of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, add that up. So add up Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You're going to get one number. This is your goal for your first 3 days. So if your goal was like 4, 5, and 5, 14. Right? So add that number up, write it at the top of this page and circle it. Okay. All right. Everybody still with me? Kind of slowly moving through the schedule stuff. So this is important. Now, when you guys are new, what we focus on the first 4 days. When you're setting up appointments, is it okay if somebody can't do it this weekend and set them up for next week? Yeah, it's totally okay, right? But yeah, Lincoln, to put total of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So just your first 3 days right down at the top. When you're making your first phone calls, the most important day for you to book is Friday. Why? Because you have less time to book those appointments. You guys follow that? Then Saturday, then Sunday, and so forth. Okay. So you kind of work that way first to the closest day, and then you push back from there. All right. Next up, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go through some phoning tips with you first, and then I'm gonna walk you through the script. All right. So go to page 23. Go to page 23. All right. So I'm just going to go through this stuff with you. So first off, when you're on the phone, phoning is this is such an important part of the job, right? You could be the world's best Cutco sales rep, but if you never do a demo, it really doesn't amount to anything, right? So it's really, the name of this game is I don't know. I can't peg exactly how much each person is going to do their first weekend. But if you tell me how many appointments that somebody has, I'm going to guess, and I'm going to take a guess that the person that does the most appointments is probably going to sell the most Cutco. It's usually a safe bet. Okay. So first thing, don't overemphasize Cutco on the phone. The purpose of your call is to simply schedule an appointment. Cutco's incredible, but they won't understand how great it is until they see it. Hey, that's pretty normal on the phone, guys. If somebody's just kind of like, yeah, sure, don't expect them to be super fired up about it on the phone. That's okay. All you're trying to do is just get an appointment on the phone, right? So don't worry about like the excitement level as they're new, as they're on the phone. Next one, speak directly to who you want to schedule. Don't relay messages through friends. So guys, we're about to go through the phone script. You don't want to call your buddy and be like, hey, John, and then read the whole script and be like, can you ask your mom that? It's not going to work, right? Your buddy John's going to be like, yeah, hold on. Mom! Yeah, Dane wants to know if you want some knives? Oh, hey, sorry, man. She said she actually has knives. It's like, yeah, no crap, she has knives. Everybody has knives. Right? So you're going to be disappointed if you try and relay the message through a friend, right? So just get on the phone with whoever you're trying to set up the appointment with. Don't text to set up appointments. Not very professional. So guys, you want to make a phone call to book a demo. That's professional. Now, let me say this about phoning. When you guys are phoning, this is probably the part that I would say makes, like, the average new person, this is the part that makes them most nervous. Why? Most of you just don't have a lot of phone experience. Right? So just like the anxiety of calling somebody for some people is there. Some of you are like, nah, no big deal. But when it comes to that, it's one of the things, whoever is most nervous to make calls, my response to you is you probably need this job more than anybody else. Because you can get through, nowadays you can get through all of high school and college without making really any phone calls, even to your friends, because you can text, snap, write, everything else. You can communicate all sorts of other ways. Once you graduate from college, you get into the real world, you got to make phone calls. You got to talk to people. Somebody's like, hey, I need you to send this report down to whatever. You can't be like, I'll snap it to them. Right? Like that's not a thing in the workplace. So making calls is an important skill for you to be able to get. And what you'll find is our approach is very professional. And you'll actually have people that will compliment you on how you sound on the phone. Now, if I call somebody that I know, this is going to happen to some of you. You're going to call somebody that you know for an appointment. They don't answer, but they text you. Why would they text you? You might have a relationship with them. Do you know what I mean? Like your aunt or uncle, you might be text buddies with, right? Or a good friend's mom or something like that. If they text you, they start texting you. That's okay for you to engage in a text conversation. You guys follow that? I wouldn't try and book the demo via text. I just say, hey, it's not super urgent. Just let me know when you have 2 minutes to talk. Quick question for you. You see how that goes? That's what I would be focused on if I'm you. All right, next one. Speak with the wife on the phone, target customer, easier to schedule. Guys, when you're making phone calls, men are typically more task-oriented than women. Like they know what needs to get done, maybe not just necessarily when it needs to get done. Women are technically more detail-oriented than men. Schedules have to do with details. So I've been doing this a very long time. I can tell you, we're like just normal. Women are naturally better at time management than men. Okay. And so I like to think I'm really good with time management. I have to be for work because I do a lot of scheduling. But when it comes to our household schedule, I still default to my wife. I'm still like, what do we got going on tomorrow night? Right? Like I've got my day for work really planned. And, maybe that's fair or not fair. She plans her own work stuff. And then she also plans, home stuff. Schedules are just typically easier in that situation. Now, the other part of this, it says target customer. That's not necessarily the case. Who's your target customer? Whoever cooks most. You guys follow that? Well, if I'm calling somebody, my aunt and uncle, and I know that my uncle is the main cook, I actually would rather set with him because I want to make sure he's there. Okay? So just keep that in mind. When you're brand new and you're calling people you get to cheat a little bit. In other words, you kind of know who typically does the cooking. Not always, but for a lot of them, you might. Okay, stress the fact, this is important. Stress the fact it's not a question of buying or selling. There's a lot of people that will tell you, it says in here, you can come over. A lot of people will say, hey, you can do the presentation, but I'm not going to buy anything. Your response should be, hey, that's cool. I get paid anyways. I'm just trying to get as many as I can. Right? Why would somebody say I'm not going to buy anything? They don't want to feel obligated to buy. Is that okay? Totally. I don't want them to feel obligated to buy either. So if somebody says that, I'm like, hey, that's cool. I'm just trying to get a lot of appointments. Like that's what Luis's customer that bought $1,100 said. Hey, they said it a little differently. They're like, we already have a ton of stuff. We're not going to buy anymore. He's like, that's cool. And then they saw it. And that's like me going into Lululemon with my wife. We'll literally look at each other and be like, we don't need anything. Well, let's just go in and look. That's like the death sentence. Right? I already like the brand. I'm in the store. I'm like, I don't have this. I don't have this. And it's like, that's how people are with Cutco. They're like, we like it. And then they start seeing stuff. They're like, ooh, I didn't know about this stuff. Okay. Always give a choice at 2 times. The correct thing is what time is better for you, this or this. You always got to give a choice at 2 times. Don't just say, when's good for you? That is also a death sentence. Don't say that. Why am I saying that? You guys have there's a thing in economics called paralysis of choice. And what this is that like when there's too many options, we get paralyzed. And when vagueness is brought in, we are totally paralyzed. The study, the paralysis of choice, actually talks about salad dressings and how if you go into a salad dressing aisle at a grocery store, there's like hundreds, right? And you're like, I'm just here for ranch, right? And then you get to the ranch and there's 50 ranches. You're like, I didn't know that there are all these variety. And you kind of get stuck, right? You've also done it this way where you've hung out with a friend before. You're in your friend's basement, like mom and dad's house. And you look at your friend, you're like, what do you want to do tonight? And your friend's like, I don't know. What do you want to do? 45 minutes later, you're still sitting in the same spot. You're like, what are we going to do tonight? Neither of you have any choices, right? At the end of the night, you're like, all right, see you later. You guys all done that? Or the where do you want to eat game? Hey, where do you want to eat? I don't know. Where do you want to eat? You'd rather not eat. You're like, I'm not picking. It's so much easier when somebody just says, where do you want to eat? Chipotle or Panera? There could be 50 other choices, but if I give you 2, your brain goes to 2, doesn't it? So when you offer times, don't just say when's good for you. Offer actual times to the customer, okay? It says that in the script, so that's not a hard one. Tentative appointments are going to fall through, so you want to have actual times of when you're going to do it. All right, so it says schedule appointments 2 hours apart. I'm having you schedule them 90 minutes apart when you're brand new. 2 hours is if you're doing them in person. 90 minutes is plenty when you're brand new, okay? So here's the reason. Most of the appointments are going to take an hour, but you're new. Might take you a little bit longer for your first couple. I also want you to have a little extra time because some of your appointments, you know them really well and they might be really chatty. Right? If you do one for grandma, can you imagine that she might want to take a little bit extra time just to talk? Is that okay? Totally. Right? The other part about leaving 90 minutes is when you're new, I just don't want you to feel super rushed because I want you to have time in between each appointment to kind of like reassess, like, hey, what do I, what area do I need to get a little better at? Call your manager, check in, that type of stuff. After your first 4 days, next week, if you want to book them an hour and 15 minutes, most people keep them in 90-minute windows. But if you want to do an hour and 15, something like that, you can do that. Okay. Callie asked a great question. Hey, if I'm going to do an appointment with my mom and dad, do I actually have to do it through Zoom? You don't have to do it through Zoom. I don't think it's a bad idea for the practice. But if you're at like their house, I would at least just pull up the stuff online, right? That works fine too. Okay, this is my favorite bullet point. Not everyone will answer their phone. Use the 4-to-1 rule. You guys all see that? I want you to change the number 4, and I want you to change it to 2.2. This is, I don't know if this is registering with you yet. That's a really good thing for you. It used to take 4 phone calls to book 1 appointment. Okay, so if you wanted to make 10 appointments, you would have to make 40 phone calls. That's a lot, right? Well, people are so much more available than they've ever been. So what we've been experiencing the last 4, 5, 6 weeks has been 2.2 phone calls to book 1. So if you made 10 phone calls, you'd book 4 to 5 appointments. Everybody see how that goes? If somebody made the same 40 calls to get 10 before, now they make 40, they get like 17 appointments, 18 appointments. It's awesome. Okay. Don't leave it. Oh, guys, why is it 2-to-1 or 2.2 to 1? It doesn't mean that you're having people tell you no. It's that they just don't answer their phone. When you guys are calling people that you know, almost every single person says yes. So it's not no, it's just they didn't answer and call them again later. Does everybody follow that? On that note, if they don't answer, I don't think you should leave a voicemail. People are so bad at checking voicemail now because of text. Half of you probably have unlistened to voicemails right now on your phone, right? And the reason is if somebody that you know calls you, they don't leave you a voicemail, they text you, don't they? So I wouldn't leave a voicemail. I also wouldn't text because when you do that, what you're doing is you're putting the ball in their court, right? You're like, your move. I would rather just try them again later. But if I text you and try you again later, that's a little like, whoa, dude, pump the brakes. Wouldn't you guys agree? So if I don't leave a message and don't text you, no worries. It's like it never happened. I'll just call you again later. That's what I would rather do. Okay. Next one, Cutco owners are the best prospects. Always schedule appointments with Cutco owners. If somebody on the phone tells you, hey, we have Cutco, sometimes they word it like, hey, we already have it, so we don't need more. Guys, if somebody tells me they already have Cutco, in my head, I'm like, I want this appointment badly because I know that that's going to be a good one, right? I don't say that. I just say, hey, no big deal. I still get paid just to do them. Would it be okay if I practice with you? Right? Cutco owners best way, call in waves. We already talked about that. We're going to do our first wave here today, and then you guys do a second wave on your own. The waves, guys, most of this job is independent, right? Like you just kind of do your thing. Well, 2 of your first 3 waves we do in training. We do our first wave here in office, kind of like this, right, in training. Why do we do it together? Because it's kind of like you're putting your foot in the pool for the first time. Does everybody get that analogy? Right? We want to be with you while you work through the nerves of your first round. Those are like, once you get those first ones done, you're like, oh, this isn't too bad. Your second wave is on your own tonight, and then your third wave is in training again tomorrow. So now, the way I would actually say, I think your first wave of calls here in training is probably most important just because it gets you rolling. But that second wave where you do it on your own, that wave is really important because what you're showing is, hey, I'm doing this on my own, right? You can do it whenever you want tonight, but you're doing it on your own. I think that's really important. All right, eliminate distraction, phoning equals working, don't call ahead. So it says don't call ahead. Once you set up the appointment, show up at the scheduled time. Guys, so we're not giving them the Zoom information on the phone. What we're gonna do is like when you set an appointment, let's say you set an appointment for 3:30 tomorrow, Friday 3:30, you're gonna call them at the time of the appointment. You're gonna call them at 3:30, and the first thing that you do is, okay, hey, cool, hop online, let's go to Zoom. I'm gonna give you the code, and then you walk them onto the website. You guys follow that? Okay. It's a lot easier for you to know that they can access Zoom when you're on the phone helping them through Zoom. Okay. All right, let's look at the phone script. So guys, flip to page, I think it's 18. Go to 18. Hi, blank. Right? Or hi, blank. You know, hey, John. Yeah, hey, this is Dane. How are you doing? And it says build rapport. Guys, behind build rapport, what I want you to write down, how is your quarantine? Ask everybody that. Hey, Uncle Jim, how's the quarantine going? That's just a really easy rapport starter right now, right? You say that, you chit chat for a minute, right? Once you're done with the small chit chat, you're going to start into, and this is kind of where the call really starts, right? You're going to say, okay, cool. Well, hey, the reason I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. As part of my training, I need to do blank practice presentations by blank day. All right, so in here, guys, I want you to write whatever that 3-day total was. There's that 3-day total. Write that in there. Remember the 3 days of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever you're trying to do for those 3 days, write that number in there. And then the second blank says practice presentations by Sunday night. Sunday night. Sunday night. The best part is I get paid $17 for each presentation, so you don't have to get anything. And because I'm learning about online marketing, I can do the presentation right over the phone. You just need to be in front of a laptop or a computer at home. My part's only 30 to 45 minutes. It's fun, and you'd be helping me towards a scholarship. I know it's short notice, but I was wondering if I could call you on blank at blank, or would blank be better for you? That's it. Guys, there's 2 scholarships you guys can earn. That's what it's referring to. The first scholarship is based on sales performance this summer. We give out 50 of those. The second one is based on number of leads and sponsors that you get, which I'll talk about tomorrow. But you all are eligible for that. And you're not competing against other people, okay? And then you say, hey, I know it's short notice, but I was wondering if I could call you on Friday at 3:30, or would 5 be better for you? And that's where you offer the 2 times. You guys see that? And you'd switch those times every time that you're making your phone call. Okay. Now, most of the people that you guys call that you know, they're just like, yeah, that works. And they pick their time. Then you're going to say, hey, thank you so much. And just so you know, I'm going to have appointments back to back that day. And I'm working really hard to try and win the scholarship. So are you sure that time is definitely going to work? And they're going to say, yep. Okay, awesome. All right. Now, guys, I want you to cross this off. So you guys see where it says, I'm going to send you a confirmation email. Can I have your email address? Please cross that off. So I'm going to send you a confirmation email. Can I have your email address? Cross all that off. All right. So I'm just going to say, okay, awesome. Then I go to the next bullet point and I'm going to say, great. I'll text you tomorrow morning to remind you. So cross off, I'll email you tonight. Okay. Great. I'll text you tomorrow morning to remind you. Now, guys, if the demo that you set up with them, if the appointment is for Saturday, you're not going to text them tomorrow morning. You text them Saturday morning. Right? So it's kind of whatever morning the appointment is. So I'll text you tomorrow morning. Hey, and then I'll call you exactly at 3:30. So don't forget about me. Every appointment really helps me pay for school. Thank you so much. This really helps me out. I'll talk to you at blank. Pretty simple. All right. Now, guys, once in a while, they ask a question. We already know what the question is. So we wrote at the bottom here exactly how to handle it. So once in a while, people say, what's the product? Sometimes they don't say, what's the product? They say, Petco. They think you said Petco. Sometimes they're like, Costco. You're like, no, Cutco. So when they say that, I'm always just like, no, Cutco. I'm showing Cutco. It's a line of high quality kitchen cutlery and some sporting and fishing knives. I'm sure you already have tons of knives. However, I get paid $17 just for showing it to you. So would that blank or blank work for you? And then you offer the times again. Okay. If somebody says, we're actually kind of busy, I say, hey, I totally understand. I'm really busy too. However, I really want to do blank appointments by Sunday night. So how about, and then you just offer a different day or time. You guys see that? So instead of just saying, how about Sunday and changing the days, you want to remind them and say, hey, I get it. I'm super busy too. I really am trying to get in that blank by blank. So could we do it on this day or this day? Okay. And then if they say I already have Cutco, oh, that's awesome. Since I'm new, could I still practice with you? If somebody says, we don't really have a computer, then I say, oh, hey, I totally get it. Do you have a tablet or anything? Great, that'll work. Now, let me answer you this question. Sometimes people say, what if they don't have a tablet or computer? Unfortunately, you can't do an appointment for them then. Right? That's a very small percentage of people nowadays. It might be like your 80-year-old grandparent. Right? Sometimes that's the case. In my experience, if they don't have a laptop or desktop or tablet, they're probably not the best prospect anyways. Right? So, unfortunately, even if they are a good prospect, there's not a lot you can do other than go over and do an appointment, which is not really what we're doing right now. Right? If it's grandma or grandpa, you could do that. You would just take your computer. Right? Okay, so guys, this is what happens. You're going to read this to your customer. If they ask you a question, they're going to ask right in between these two. So instead of selecting a time, they might say, well, what is Cutco? You would go down here and read this, the what is Cutco, right? What's the product? And then when they pick a time, you'd end every call at, thank you so much. Just so you know, I have appointments back to back that day. Everybody see how to do that? Now, when you call, you want to have a little enthusiasm in your voice, right? You are reading a script, though. It's okay to read the script and sound like you're reading the script. But when they say yes, you should say, oh, thank you so much. Sound excited. Oh, thank you so much. This really helps me. Okay. Guys, your first phone calls, if you're calling, here's one. All right. Your mom or dad, if you're going to do an appointment with your mom or dad, they might be in the room with you right now. They might be in the room next door. I know that you could be like, Mom, 6 o'clock, mark it down. And I know that would work. What I'm asking is that you actually still call, even if they're in the same house as you, for practice, right? That's the reason that we have you start with people that you know. So what would you do if you're calling? Let's say you're calling somebody that you feel like it's going to be weird reading the script, like you talk to them all the time, just out yourself. Hey, Mom, I'm in training. I'm going to read my script. Okay. Hey, blank, how's quarantine going? Great. Well, the reason I'm calling, you guys see what I mean by that? Hey, Grandpa, I'm going to read my script to you. Like, that's totally okay for you to add that at the beginning if you need to. Okay. I wouldn't do that to everybody. That would just be like for certain individuals. Here's what you're going to notice. When you guys make your calls, you'll be a little nervous for the first one. After you get your first couple appointments, you're like, oh, this is actually pretty easy. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do this. What I want you guys to do, you're going to practice this script, this phone script out loud on mute. You're all on mute right now. There's a specific reason though. We remember and retain things better when we say it out loud than just in our head. Okay. So what I'm going to ask that you do is that you do one phone call, fake phone call, right? You're not really calling anybody, but just do it out loud. Step 1, step 2, firm it up. See how you feel as you say it. Okay. So on the count of 3, everybody do this. I should be able to see your mouth moving, right? All right. 1, 2, 3, make your first fake call. Go for it. All right. You guys sound really good. Just kidding. I can't hear you at all. I just assume you guys are sounding really good. Some of you were legit practicing too. Some of you were like phone up, just you're really role playing the real deal. So the reason we do it first time out loud is just kind of, again, experience, what it sounds like. Really important with this. Obviously following the script is important, but your speed is important. Not too fast, not too slow. Too fast, they're like, wait, what? Too slow, you're inviting them in the middle of it to talk. Do you guys know what I mean by that? You ever talk to somebody who talks really slow and you're like, wait, do you want me to, are you still going? Okay. So you want to go at a speed at which slow enough they can hear you, but not necessarily inviting them in. So here's what I mean by this. The very top part of this, a lot of, hey, how's it going? Blah, 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 blah. Daniel asked me, is it okay if we personalize if they start, if we know them really well? A lot of the I know them really well is just towards the beginning, right? Just, hey, how are you? Talk to them a little bit. Once you get into the phone script, I wouldn't personalize it. Like once you get into the, okay, cool. Well, hey, the reason I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. Guys, don't say selling Cutco, right? Showing Cutco. And as part of my training, this is the speed at which I go. And as part of my training, I need to do 15 practice presentations by Sunday night. And the best part is I actually get paid $17 for each presentation. So you don't have to get anything. And because I'm learning about online marketing, I can actually do the presentation right over the phone. You just need to be in front of like a laptop or computer or anything at home. My part's only about 30 to 45 minutes. It's really fun. And you'd be helping me out big time towards the scholarship. So I know it's short notice, but I was wondering if I could call you on like Friday at 3:30 or maybe 5 be better for you. If I go at that speed, they're not going to interrupt me to ask a question. Do you guys follow that? And it's not that I don't want them to ask a question. It's just a lot easier if they ask it there. I can go down and then go back up. Okay. Now, in my experience, if you do not stick to the script, I got no guarantees for you. If you stick to the script, when you talk to people, they're going to book appointments. The only reason they don't book appointments is if they're taken off for the weekend. And that basically results in what's called a callback, where they're just like, hey, call me back Monday, Tuesday, or that's it. Or sometimes you'll call somebody and they're like, I'm not from my schedule right now, so call me back later tonight, and then we can book something, right? That's fine. If you don't stick to this script, it's kind of like a free-for-all. Here's what I mean by this. You guys, has anybody ever experienced what it's like to be on like real black ice? Do you know what I mean? Like either in a car or standing where you're just sliding, you're like, I can't do anything about this. That's how some of you will sound on the phone if you don't stick to the script. Where you'll say something that's not this. You've been in a conversation where you're really nervous and you say something and then you say something else to try and like get back, but you get even further away and you're like, I don't know why I said any of that. Okay? That won't happen if you stick to this. If you stick to the script, you know exactly what you're going to say. That's why scripts really help, right? I've heard people where they don't stick to the script and I'm just like, oh, that's a bummer. Because they start saying stuff. I'm like, how did you even get to that? Like, how are you even talking about that? And they're like, I don't know. Right? So just stick to this thing. You should get confidence from this. I'd rather have you feel a little scripted, but know what you're going to say than unscripted. You're not going to sound natural. Do you guys follow that? Sometimes people are like, this is scripted. I'm like, there's no way for you to sound natural without messing it up. You guys get that? Like you'd end up saying something that's just not relevant. Okay. So this works really well. I feel the need to say this because every week somebody ends up on, we're going to make calls here in a little bit. Somebody always ends up making like a 20-minute phone call. Don't let that be you. All right. So in other words, this is work time to where you're trying to book your schedule. Who ends up getting a 20-minute phone call? That one is usually grandma. Do you guys know what I mean? You call them and your grandma's like, oh my gosh, it's so great to hear your voice. What's going on? And then you're trying to do the script and your grandma's like, yeah, but how are you? How is, and she just wants to go. And so in that situation, what I would do is book the demo. And then I would say, grandma, hey, just, I'm actually in training right now. Because you are, right? I'm in training right now. Let me do you a favor, or do me a favor. I'm going to set extra time aside for our appointment and we can really catch up then, but I got to run because I'm trying to book my schedule. That's not rude. You guys follow that? Like that's not rude to say I'm in training. I'm supposed to be booking appointments right now. Okay. So you don't need to be a prick about it and be like, grandma, stop. right? Just say, oh, Graham, I'll leave some extra time. Okay. Julia Schulman in our office, she was making calls. I heard her say, hey, Grandma, this is Julia. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm your eldest grandchild. That, by the way, that's not in the script. That's the beginning part. That's Julia being Julia. She's really funny. And so she felt comfortable opening up the calls kind of with a joke. Right. And that made her feel more natural. She booked a ton of appointments. It was great. All right. Who wants to be my guinea pig? Who feels like they got the script down decent? You got any takers? I'm scrolling through here. Wait, did anybody raise their hand? Alexandria. Okay. Go ahead and unmute yourself. So Alexandria, I'm like your, I don't know, I'm somebody. I'm your, is your thing not here? Hold on. There you go. Can you unmute? There you go.
I got
All
it.
right, Alexandria, I'm like your uncle or somebody. I don't know. Just call me up, right? Ring, ring, ring. Hello.
Hey Dane, this is Alexandria. It's
Hi.
been a while, man. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm well. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm just moving into my new house and getting settled in and everything.
Awesome. Sounds fun.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, the reason I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. As part of my training, I need to do about 14 practice sessions by Sunday night. The best part is I get paid like $17 for each presentation, so you don't have to even buy anything, and I still get paid. Because I'm learning about online marketing, I can do the presentation right over the phone. You just need to have like a laptop or computer or even a tablet. My part is only about 30 to 45 minutes. It's fun, and you'll be helping me pay off my bills and stuff because I am with my roommate, need to pay off the bills. I know it's short notice, but I was wondering if I could call you on Friday at 4:30, or is like 5:30 a better time for you?
4:30 works.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Dane. Just so you know, I have like appointments back to back that day. I'm working really hard because I really need the money right now. So are you sure that time will work?
Yep, got it.
Okay, awesome. I'll text you tomorrow morning to remind you, then I'll call you at exactly that 4:30. So please don't forget about me, as each appointment really helps me pay off these bills and for moving expenses and stuff like that. Thank you so much. This really helps me out. I'll talk to you on Friday at 4:30.
Awesome. That's great, guys. That's fantastic for a first call. Now, I didn't say this. If you're not a student, you can change the "you be helping me towards a scholarship" with "you be helping me towards my goals." You can just say goals. That's fine, right? And then later on, you can talk about those goals, whether it's paying down some student debt or just debt in general, or getting ahead or whatever, right? You're gonna find too, people are super supportive right now of like just people doing things. And why is like, it's like, hey, good, you got something for yourself during this weird COVID time. Like, good for you. And so you'll see that people are pretty supportive of like wanting to support you doing like just again, they're supporting you by just listening to the presentation, right? That sounds fantastic. So good work on that. Now, if guys, I would have thrown a fast one at her and said, what's the product? She just read, I'm showing Cutco's line of high quality kitchen cutlery, some sporting fishing knives. I'm sure you already have a ton of knives. I just get paid $17 though for showing it to you. So would that 4:30 time work or the 5:30? You see how that goes? You like the more laid back or relaxed you are about it, the better, right? And every call that you do, you're going to get a little bit more, comfortable. Okay. Sid asked a great question. Sid said, do you set aside times or days to call people? Like example, hey, every Wednesday from 7 to 8 or Saturday from 10 to noon, right? That was his question. And yeah, absolutely. So when you guys are brand new, it's a little bit more like sporadic and chaotic, like a little bit here, like, and that's kind of you figuring the job out. But yes, the answer, most of our representatives phone Sunday nights and they book up their next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then we, as part of our team meeting every week on Thursday nights, we do like meeting type stuff, recognition, some teaching, and then everybody has like a phone jam like we're about to do here. And they book demos and we keep track. We do a drawing for free stuff, that kind of thing. So the answer to your question is yes, Sid. And your manager will kind of help you with that too. Tyler just also asked, can you do a FaceTime call? Can you do a FaceTime call for these original ones? Yeah, if that's how you normally talk to that person, you could totally do a FaceTime call with them. Right? I'm fine with that. I would not FaceTime call somebody that you don't normally FaceTime call. If you FaceTime called me and we have not FaceTime called before, I would probably reject it. I'd be like, what are you doing? Right? So that would be if you regularly FaceTime call them, right? And again, we're on page 18 is this phone script. There's a different phone script in there, but it's for in-person demos. This is the one that you want to be using, right? The one that we just role played. All right, now let me show you, let me explain how we're going to do this section. So we're about to do a wave of calls in training. So how we do this, your guys' first wave, we're going to do 15 calls. Why 15? Okay. We do 15 calls because that's enough to get you through the nerves. All right. Some of you don't really have nerves and you're just going to be like straight through the 15. Some of you, this is what's going to happen. We're going to start and your first call, you're going to be like, you're going to make the first one. And then it's going to take you this amount of time between your first and second one. And then this amount of time between second and third. And then this time between, you guys see what I mean by that? Like you're going to get a little bit more like, yeah, no big deal, no big deal. Okay. Here's the order of how we're going to do this. I'm going to teach you how to use the Q app in a second. Then we're going to break into breakout, not break, but we're going to split into breakouts. The breakout that we split into is going to be you with your office. Does that make sense? So you'll be in a room with, you know, if you're in a smaller, newer office, you'll be in a room with 4, 5, 6 other people, like a breakout room, and you'll just be phoning. So this is what it'll look like. You'll stay on video, but you'll just be like this. Writing in your demo, like everybody's just kind of doing their work. Do you guys follow that? What I want you to do when we do that, when we get to that part, I actually want you to mute the sound on your computer. Not yet, but what do I mean by mute the sound on your computer? I don't want you to hear other people while you're phoning. Does it make sense? So you're like, if I even talk to you, if I was like, hey, Ollie, like you wouldn't be able to hear me because it's all muted, okay? Occasionally look at your screen because your manager might send you a message or something like that. But you're just kind of doing your thing. And if we were in the office, what we would be doing, managers, I'd be walking around, listening, everything sounds good over there. Listen, I'd high five you when you get a demo, high five this person when they get a demo, right? That's what we normally would do. When we're virtual like this, the manager is going to unmute, mute, unmute, mute, and they're going to listen just like 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there. You won't have any idea because you can't hear anybody. Does everybody see how that works? So you just keep doing your thing. If you got a question, message your manager as you go through it. When we do this, this is how the calls are going to go for you. They kind of go in waves. Now, it's usually 2.2 calls to book a demo. Inevitably, some of you are going to just hit it hot. What I mean by that is you're going to make 5 calls, 5 people answer, 5 book, and you're like, this is easy. Somebody else might be on the flip side of that where they make 5 calls and they get 1 person. If that happens to you, if people don't answer, you got to understand you're doing nothing wrong. You follow that? It gets frustrating if nobody answers, but that's just it's part of the numbers playing out, right? So you'll have these little runs where everybody's answering. You'll have some that not as many answer. You just got to make this certain amount of calls. That's why we pick a number and we just do that, okay? As you're doing this, you probably want to start with the person that you're most comfortable calling and then go from there, okay? Let me show you, let me show you Q really quick. All right, so everybody open up Q on your phone. Everybody open up Q on your phone. And what you're going to do here is log in, right? Get in there. And then you see on the bottom left, it says contacts. Click contacts. Now what you're going to do is you're actually going to queue up a session. So here's what a session is. Queuing up a session means you're going to pre-decide in advance, right, who you're going to call for that session. So the way that you do it is you just touch the person. The first person you touch, that's going to be the first person that's going to pop up in your phone to call. Do you guys follow that? So if you want your first phone call, so look at that list. You guys, we made that top 15 list a little bit ago. Look at that, grab that out. And what you want to do is you want to put in order of how you want to call these people. Use those 15, but put them in order. Like, hey, first call maybe is mom or best friend's mom or something like that. But then you want to make sure that you get your Vegas chip and your top 5 in there. And it should go all the way to 15. So boom, 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 like hit them all till it gets to 15. It's not calling anybody. All it's doing is organizing your call list. Okay, so go ahead and do that. Once you guys, yeah, I'll give you a second to finish that. All right. Once you queue all this up, guys, you're going to click this arrow in the bottom right. Arrow in the bottom right. And then that takes you to this. It doesn't make any calls. You got to actually like hit call as you go through it. Okay. So it's going to take you to here. Keep doing your 15. Okay. Keep going, keep going. All right. Okay, so guys, once you get the 15 in there, hit that little arrow and it takes you. I just want to show you what the app looks like as you're in the call session. So when you're in there, guys, look at this right here. Malik, let's say Malik was the first person I hit that I was going to call. Well, they'll show up first. If I hit this call button, it calls them through my phone, okay? As me, it shows up as my number. After I talk to them, this is going to pop up over here. And this is where it's going to allow me to log my appointment. So I'll put in there, nope, they didn't answer, no answer. Booked, oh, I got the appointment, I'm going to book it. And then the next page is going to ask you, when did you book it for? Like day and time. That helps you stay organized of when your appointments are, okay? Declined is if they said, no, it's not really going to happen to you today unless you don't follow the script. And then callback is if somebody said like, oh yeah, you call me back later tonight or something like that. You just hit callback and put later today, okay? What's cool is as you're doing this, once I log this appointment, the number 2 name pops up. You see how that works? So it's meant to keep you focused on just like next call and not overthinking. Down here where it says current phone jam, it's actually going to track, here's how many calls you made, this is how many you reached, and this is how many you booked. So it's really helpful to see your progress of where you're, how you're moving with your stuff. Okay. So what we're going to do here, so queue it up. Queue up your session. Hit next so like your first session is ready, okay? What we're going to do, hey, by the way, this is work time. So 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I had somebody, we did the breakouts and I was like, they were there, but they weren't there. And I was like, where'd you go? And they're like, sorry, I had to take my dog for a walk is what one person said. I'm like, excuse me? The other person said something like, I needed to help my mom with something, which I'm like, hey, I understand. However, you're in a job training, right? So in other words, if you were in office at a job training, you probably wouldn't leave to go take the dog for a walk. I think that's the same. I knew what the situation was. They were really nervous to make phone calls, right? But you got to go get through it for the job. You guys follow that? It's not going to be easier than it is right now when we're all on here, okay? So what's going to happen, I think managers, if you're ready to do this now, the breakout is going to pop up on your screen, hit join breakout, mute your speaker, and then just go ahead and start rolling through your script, right? Stick to the script, use Q, And then if you have any questions, just message your manager straight away. Alex, if you're ready to hit the breakout stuff. Are we ready to do that? Alex Funk,
What's up, Dane?
are you ready to do breakouts?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so go ahead and hit breakout. Open, you got to hit open all. There you go. All right, so join your breakout room, guys. There we are. Best team again. Nothing against everybody else. All right, so guys, again, so what you're going to do, you're going to throw me on mute. In other words, like your internal speaker right on your computer, throw me on mute, hit Q, and just start rolling, right? If you have any questions, you can message me directly on here, right? And we'll just go from there. Colleen is on as well, so you can message her as we go. We're going to work through this, and then we're going to rejoin the big room in a little bit, okay? So have at it. The inaugural first call. Hang tight. We're going to get everybody in here. All right. I think in like 10 seconds, the rooms are ending. Guys, we're gonna be done. We're gonna be done before 5:30. Okay, so I've just got a few wrap up things. I gotta show you one more kind of thing for you to work on your own. Doesn't take very long. All right. Okay, cool. Hey, welcome back, guys. Some of you are finishing up a call. Feel free to finish it up. Let me just have your attention here as we finish. Great job. Great job, no matter how it went. What I want to recognize / congratulate you for is just making your first calls. Okay. So I think that's one of the most important parts of just growth with the job. I was nervous to do something. I did it. Therefore I grew. Does everybody follow that? So, hey, I'm not looking for perfection here. I'm looking for just progress. Hey, how'd you do? Did you feel like you moved a little better towards the end of that? In other words, was it a little easier to make phone calls as you went through? Did you sound better on your 5th call than your 1st call? Right? And if the answer to those things are yes, then you're doing it right. All right, here's a few things. First off, call back. Let's say somebody calls you back, you answer the phone, you book the demo. Well, that's not in queue, right? It's going to happen to you. So what do? Book the demo, but then when you get off the phone, go into your app in queue, hit call real quick, call end super fast, and it'll let you log the appointment. Everybody follow that? So you're kind of like faking, like you get into the queue. Let's say Uncle John calls me back tonight to book a demo. He calls me back. Well, it's not going to show up in queue. It's just going to show up on my phone. You guys follow that? I'll book the demo. Yeah, John. Okay, cool. Saturday at whatever time. Okay, hang up. I'm going to go into queue, find John. I'm going to hit call, but then I'm going to end call immediately. When you do that, it gives you the option then to log the result. Okay. So it's unfortunately, it kind of messes with your numbers a little bit because it's going to say that it was a phone call, but that's the only way to get it in there as a demo. Okay. All right. So that's number one. Who here called somebody that you know is going to say yes to an appointment? They just didn't answer. Any of you? Some of you even maybe called somebody twice. Right? You were like, it's like your mom. You're like, answer the phone. You know she's going to book a demo with you. If that was you, don't stress out. The most stressful part of making calls is that not everybody answers. Wouldn't you guys agree? Right? I want to applaud those of you that just had a bad wave. Some of you made 15 calls and you reached like 2, 3, or 4 people. If you had that happen, that's a bad wave. If that's what happened to you, don't stress out. That's not normal. It will improve. It will get better. Does everybody get that? Some of you just had a great wave. If I have a bad wave, I'm like, good, I got it out of the way. The next 2 waves will be better because you're going to have one good wave, one bad wave, one in between. If you just booked 2 or 3, that's not a good wave, right? Nothing you did wrong, but that just happens. If you booked 4, 5, or 6, that's pretty solid. That's where most of you are. 4, 5, or 6 demos booked. It's right in the middle. It's pretty solid. If you got 7, 8, 9, 10 demos booked, that was a really good wave. I had a few people in my office that made 11 calls, 8 answer, 8 demos. All right, if that's you, you're like, this is awesome. This is really easy. That's not how it always is, okay? So it's just all about making the number of calls that you set out to make. So have a goal, pick the number that you're going to make, and make those calls, right? If you stuck to the script, you should have had a lot of people that booked demos with you, okay? All right. Your guys' assignment, okay? Your assignment tonight is I'm going to give you 3 assignments tonight. So jot these things down. Number 1, talk to your manager. That's like a checkout call, right? It's basically, hey, how'd it go? How'd your demos go? How'd phoning go? How many did you get? You'll talk to them briefly. They're going to ask you like, hey, what's your weekend like? One of the questions that they're going to ask you guys is they're going to ask, how many are you trying to do in your first 3 days? They need to know that so they can help you, right? Just help you as in terms of like game planning, right? That's assignment number 1. Assignment number 2 is make your second wave of calls tonight. Hey guys, you just made calls at like 4:30 to 5:10. That's not as good a phone time as Thursday night. You guys follow that? Were there a lot of people you think that didn't answer that were still working? Yeah. Right. So if you had people that didn't answer, it's like, yeah, that's actually the worst phone time compared to like later tonight. So you'll reach more people tonight when you call. Most of you will than what you just reached. Okay. So don't sweat it. Is it okay to call somebody back tonight that didn't answer just now? Yes, absolutely. Especially when you know them. Okay. This assignment, this whole like do a wave on your own. If I'm you, I'm gonna talk to my manager, get some food, relax a little bit, and then I'd probably hit the phone somewhere between 7 and 9. Okay. How many calls do you need to make tonight? That's up to you. This is where the independence comes in. I'd say 10 to 15 is solid. If you're trying to really go for it, do a lot. I told you guys met Rebecca. Rebecca was an animal on the phone. Okay. She did a solid wave in training. And then she made another wave. I texted her at 9:01 p.m., 9 o'clock. Thought she was done phoning. I said, hey, she had made 50 phone calls. So she made, I think, 20 in the office. And then she went home, made 30 calls. She had something like 14 demos booked. She was like an animal on the phone. I texted her. I said, 50 calls, great job finishing that wave. You're an animal, something like that. And then she didn't respond until like 9:40. And she goes, I just finished my third wave. And she had 61 phone. She made 11 more calls and she booked 20 demos. Guys, you don't have to do that. That was a third wave. Nobody told her to do it. She was trying to sell 10 grand plus. You guys follow that? I didn't tell her to. She texted me that. I'm like, oh my God. At that point, I'm like, this girl's selling 10,000 for sure. Right? So this is all like you're in charge of what you want to do with this. So if you're, foot on the gas, going for it, awesome, do that. Right? If you're not, cool. Make 10 calls, call it a night, but then you successfully made that wave of calls on your own. That's a big deal. Tomorrow we start training at 9. The third assignment is I want you to create this. All right, you guys see this right here? This is an about you page that you can share with all your demos. Okay? What I want you to do to get this is go to write this down, www. One of the managers, if you could put it in the chat, go to www.tinyurl.com/North Star Goals. So if you go to that, it's going to take you to this. When you get in here, guys, you can't edit this. What you need to do is you need to go over here. If you watch on my screen here, you need to push this, make a copy. And there's only one slide. So you can do selected slides, entire presentation, whatever, right? But you need to make a copy. When you make a copy, then you can edit it. And this is where you'll put some personal stuff, a photo of you, your school, little logo, Google image of your future career. And you're just going to fill stuff in, like what you want to gain. So you're going to show them this at the beginning of the appointment as you're telling them about like why you're doing the job. Does that make sense? Just a little bit better visual aid. So tinyurl.com/North Star Goals, file, make a copy. There you go. Okay. Hey guys, awesome job today. Thank you for your 100% engagement. It's not easy. The job's real. Congratulations. You just booked your first paycheck. What I mean by the job's real, it's no longer just like, hey, maybe I'm going to do these appointments. It's like, no, you got some appointments in the schedule. You should feel good, right? If you booked 10 appointments, you made $170. If you booked 5 appointments, you made $85, just like that, right? So feel good about that. And we're off to the races this weekend. Have a great, productive evening. Talk to your manager here on the phone a little bit, and then we'll talk to you guys tomorrow just before 9 o'clock. Have a great rest of your evening. Adios.